Well, I tried. Yeah, you probably walked into Hegseth's office and you said, "Hey, I got all this news that the Jews, Chewbacca, that Chewbacca's involved with with all this, so we got to stop listening to them and all the." And Pete Hegseth probably looked at you and said, "Dude, Candace Owens is not a source, bro. Tehran Tucker is not a source, dude. Here's our intel. You don't know anything. Get out of my office." If that's the case, I'm just going to resign. Oh, Israel can't get into Iran without refueling through us. And we'll ask them, well, then how did they do it, the 12-day war, before we got involved? Well, we helped them with logistics, We helped them with logistics. Start using all the words, terminology, trying to throw you off the throw you off the scent, try throw you off the trail. This is what I'm talking about. Some of the biggest lessons learned with this Operation Epic Fury. This right there, what you just saw. Okay? Because you are finding out, PDQ, pretty damn quick, who your friends are and who your friends aren't. Okay? That's what I'm saying. That's one of the biggest lessons thus far. Donald Trump now, by the way, furious, as he should be, with NATO. NATO, which has been absolutely useless, but when they need something from us, they got no problem asking. This is crazy. So Donald Trump is preparing a little bit of, hey, you want to play these games with us? We're going to play these games with you. Trump is done playing games with the so-called allies who left the United States holding the bag during the critical fight against Iran's terrorist regime. According to an exclusive Wall Street Journal report, Trump is actively weighing ways to punish certain NATO countries for their shocking lack of support in the U.S.-led operations against Iran, and the punishment could come in the form of shifting American troops away from the deadbeats and towards the nations that actually stepped up. When the U.S. and Israel launched decisive strikes to neutralize Iran's nuclear ambitions and secure the Strait of Hormuz, most of Europe sat on the sidelines and said, it's not our war, it's not our war, it's not our war. The clearest villain is Spain. Next is France. Italy, yes, in the crosshair. Denying U.S. military aircraft to land at key bases like Sigonella in Sicily, where missions were tied directly to the Iran campaign. Germany, also a terrible one, but some of the Eastern European allies. Trump is looking to reward Poland, the Czech Republic, the Baltic states like Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, Portugal, maybe the United Kingdom. Oh, they've been kind of lukewarm too. We're finding out who our friends are, folks. And we're finding out who our friends aren't on the geopolitical level and in the domestic political commentary level for us. Gen Pop, right? The general population in U.S. politics. Finding out who our friends are. By the way, speaking of these hidden knowledge, these grifters, remember they all ran with that bogus 10-point plan? Here's Caroline Leavitt on that entire escapade that they went on, the first night of the ceasefire.
The valiant efforts of all of our incredible service members created maximum leverage for the President of the United States, allowing he and his leadership team to engage in tough negotiations over the past couple of weeks that have now created an opening for a diplomatic solution in long-term peace in the Middle East. The President's maximum pressure and the leverage created by the success of Operation Epic Fury led to the Iranian regime asking for and ultimately agreeing to a ceasefire proposal with the United States. Iran could no longer tolerate being bombed or taking the gamble of what was to come following President Trump's 8 p.m. deadline last night. Iran has agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz, and as the President said, we have received a proposal from the Iranians that has been determined to be a workable basis on which to negotiate. I've seen a lot of inaccurate coverage today from the media about these negotiations and these plans already. So let me be clear and correct the record. The Iranians originally put forward a 10-point plan that was fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded. It was literally thrown in the garbage by President Trump and his negotiating team. Many outlets in this room have falsely reported on that plan as being acceptable to the United States, and that is false. With the president's deadline fast approaching and the United States military completely decimating Iran with each passing hour, the regime acknowledged reality to the negotiating team. They put forward a more reasonable and entirely different and condensed plan to the president and his team. President Trump and the team determined the new modified plan was a workable basis on which to negotiate and to align it with our own 15-point proposal. The president's red lines, namely the end of Iranian enrichment in Iran, have not changed. And the idea that President Trump would ever accept an Iranian wish list as a deal is completely absurd.
Did you notice what she said at the very well, not the very beginning, close to the end of that clip there about the biggest red line? You see, this is what I'm talking about when it comes to discernment. I said this yesterday. I'm going to say it again. This is what I'm talking about when it comes to discernment, or the lack thereof in this case, among many. The biggest red line, according to Caroline Leavitt, in these negotiations is what? What Donald Trump has been saying all along. What Donald Trump has been saying for decades, as a matter of fact, before he even, jumped into full-time politics. What is the biggest red line? Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Period. So when CNN, other fake news outlets, Iranian state media puts out propaganda that says that the United States is accepting a ceasefire agreement that includes accepting that Iran will continue to enrich uranium, because of that in there, that is complete and total nonsense. The United States is not in a position to have to accept desperate terms like that. We're not the ones who lost our Navy. We're not the ones who lost our Air Force. We're not the ones who lost our leadership structure. We're not the ones who lost 90% or 70% or whatever the number is of our missile launching capabilities. That's Iran. When Will Chamberlain was on yesterday with on 1210 WPHT, when I was doing the 4 o'clock hour with him, I said, "You ever see the movie Monty Python and the Holy Grail?" And you had the Black Knight, that scene with the Black Knight, and he loses his arms and he loses his legs, but he still thinks he's winning, and he still says, "It's a flesh wound." Oh yeah, sure, it's a flesh wound. You lost both your arms and both your legs. What are you talking about? It's just a flesh wound. I'll bite your kneecaps. Yeah, I'm sure you will. What's that going to do? We're fighting the Black Knight from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. We see that he's got no arms. We see that he's got no legs. We see that he can't really put up a fight, except trying to bite our kneecaps. We know he's lost already, the Black Knight. It's ridiculous that he's trying to sell anybody otherwise when he's got no arms and legs. Folks, this is that scene out of Monty Python and the Holy Grail. And there are people that are looking at the same Black Knight that we're looking at and going, you know what? Despite the fact that he has no arms and legs, he's actually winning. He's actually winning. What? Are we watching the same war here? Are we watching the same fight here? Are you delusional? The answer is yes. You saw these people. These are the same people now that are running with this talking point that Israel is ruining the ceasefire because they're attacking Lebanon. The administration has been very clear. Lebanon was not included in the ceasefire. Here's Caroline Leavitt saying as much here.
Sure. Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That has been relayed to all parties involved in the ceasefire. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu put out a statement last night in support of the ceasefire, in support of the United States' efforts, and he's also assured the president they'll continue to be a helpful partner throughout the course of the next 2 weeks.
Is there any thought, though, that the president might like to see Lebanon included in a future date, given that it seems to be causing or potentially undermining the Iran ceasefire?
Again, this will continue to be discussed, I am sure, between the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu, the United States and Israel, and all of the parties involved. But at this point in time, they're not included in the ceasefire deal.
So you have a bunch of people running around saying Israel's jeopardizing the ceasefire because they won't stop bombing Lebanon. They won't stop bombing Hezbollah. Iran's closing the strait again because Israel's bombing Lebanon. Okay, but Iran is making that up as a term of the ceasefire when it's not actually a term of the ceasefire. They're making that up. Now, whether they're doing that because they're trying to exert some power over Israel through the ceasefire and leverage the ceasefire to make Israel stop bombing Hezbollah and their proxies in Lebanon, all right, fine. Maybe that's what they're doing. J.D. Vance, though, I think he's playing this very well. You know, he's leading negotiations out there. J.D. Vance kind of gives you a little bit of what's going on with this Lebanon, this ceasefire, and everything dealing with these, with the relationship U.S. and Israel, and why Iran thinks it's part of the agreement when it's not. Listen to Vance. This is coy. This is very coy, and this is why I think not only are we in very good shape here with him leading negotiations during this ceasefire, but, I mean, if everything goes well over the course of the next few years, he might be the president of the United States, and I would be very excited if this guy, look at the game that he's playing here with Iran via this reporter. This is pretty cool. Watch.
I actually think, and there's a lot of bad faith negotiation and a lot of bad faith, propaganda going on. I think this comes from a legitimate misunderstanding. I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise. We never indicated that was going to be the case. What we said is that the ceasefire would be focused on Iran, and the ceasefire would be focused on America's allies, both Israel and the Gulf Arab states. That said, the Israelis, as I understand it, again, I'm supposed to get a fuller report when I get on the plane, have actually offered to be, frankly, to check themselves a little bit in Lebanon because they want to make sure that our negotiation is successful. That's not because that is part of the ceasefire. I think that's the Israelis trying to set us up for success, and we'll, of course, see how that unfolds in the next few days. But look, if Iran wants to let this negotiation fall apart in a conflict where they were getting hammered over Lebanon, which has nothing to do with them and which the United States never once said was part of the ceasefire, that's ultimately their choice. We think that would be dumb, but that's their choice.
Guys, I know we talk about Donald Trump and playing chess. Did you see what he did there? He gave them the full benefit of the doubt. Novice level thinking. What a dumb thing to do. Why would you give the IRGC the benefit of the doubt? You know they can't be trusted because, ladies and gentlemen, he came out and said, I think it was a misunderstanding. They thought it was part of the ceasefire, but we made it clear that it wasn't. So we're going to reiterate now. Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire, and it never was. Iran, what are they supposed to do now? Are they supposed to come back and go, no, yeah, it was. It was a part of it. Because then they're showing everybody their ass that they are negotiating disingenuously. Vance just put them in a corner by giving them a football field length rope, 100 yards of rope to hang themselves with. He said, no, there's a lot of propaganda. This isn't the propaganda. This is just a misunderstanding. Iran's either going to go, yeah, he's right, it was a misunderstanding. Or they're going to be like, no, you're changing the term. It was always a part of the ceasefire. It wasn't always a part of the ceasefire. Giving them enough rope to hang themselves here. Here's J.D. Vance delivering that bottom line on these Iran negotiations before the ceasefire, but just, again, position of strength. We haven't shown you everything yet. Showing you this administration right now is, I'd say they're pretty united in what they want to do here. This is negotiating from a place of strength. All right, finally, to wrap up this Iran segment, okay? J.D. Vance, from the top rope, discusses the entire blackpilling thing. He finally addressed this, and this is a message to some of his friends that have been stirring up this feeling of demoralization among the ranks. Here is J.D. Vance addressing the black pillars, the doomers, and why this mindset, this, I didn't get exactly what I want, so I'm out and I'm going to hand the power to Marxists. Here's J.D. Vance telling you that's the dumbest approach that you could possibly take.
The piece of advice I'd give to you, and I give it to American students, American conservatives in particular, is resist the temptation to think that victory is immediate or that we're going to win back our civilization through instant gratification. This institution was founded in 1996. It's far more influential than it was back then, but I think a lot of people, this is particularly true in the United States of America, if they see something that the administration does they don't like, they say, oh, that's not what we voted for, we're going to check out of politics. No. That's the exact wrong response. If we do something you don't like, the response should be to get more involved, to make your voice heard, and to try to push things in the direction that you want them to be pushed. Our civilization was not built overnight. It's not going to be saved overnight. And so what I'd encourage you to do is stay involved, be patient, and don't let disappointment turn to checking out of the system entirely. There's way too much of that, I would say, in the Anglo system and the American system. There's way too much, I didn't like this thing that the vice president said, or I didn't like this thing that the president did, and I'm going to completely check out. We call that blackpilling in the United States of America, and blackpilling is how you give power to the forces that are trying to destroy what our ancestors built. We need to take power back from those people and build the kind of institutions that can actually save our societies. It will not happen overnight. It will not happen in the term of one prime minister or one president, but it will happen so long as we keep our faith in God and we work hard to achieve it. That's what we have to do.
Is that not some of the same things that I've been saying here? It's not going to happen overnight. We're not going to wave a magic wand and get this stuff done. Instant gratification is always often too good to be true, right? That donut, you eat that donut, you eat that pizza, it tastes good in the moment. But if you do that too much, you eat too much fast food, what happens? Unless you're Donald Trump. He's the exception to the rule. What happens? You eat too much fast food. You put on weight. Your health begins to deteriorate. You guys know what I'm talking about. The nothing is happening crowd. And it's not that nothing is happening. It's that some of the things or one of the things that these people wanted to see happen didn't happen. So they're acting like everything is a failure because of one issue. Whether that's the Epstein clients, whether that's the Iran conflict, whether that's tariffs, whether that's, inflation or affordability, whether that's the deportations not being at numbers that they wanted. But all of the items that I listed for you are being addressed, maybe not to your liking. But just because a couple of issues or one issue isn't being addressed to your liking does not mean you've been betrayed. And it does not mean that you should just check out. We can't be that fickle. We can't be that flaky. We can't be that weak. And I'm sorry to say it because the government does work for us, but we cannot be that entitled and that spoiled. We have to understand that this is going to be a long process. Look at what the left embarked on to get us to this point. It has been decades, 60 years thereabouts. Are you ready to embark on a decades-long fight? Because if you're not, and you think this is going to be solved by one president coming in, signing a bunch of executive orders and waving a magic wand, then you do not understand how this game is played. It's a long game. It's a very long game. And it's got to go longer in order for us to ultimately be successful. It can't just be win a presidential election, 2 years later, turn the levers of Congress over to the opposition, and then in 2 more years, maybe win another presidential election and go through this cycle all over again. You're not going to go anywhere with that. We're only going to go backwards. I'm glad J.D. Vance talked about this. Blackpilling is dangerous. And I'm not saying you have to be rah-rah cheerleading everything this administration does, but you can't just quit because one thing didn't go your way. You can't do that. That helps nobody. It doesn't help you, and it does not help the country. All right. I want to take a quick break, get to a word from our friends over at Silent. That's slnt.com/Sean, slnt.com/Sean. Folks, I'm sorry. The allergies, I'm battling it. This ain't easy. It's about as difficult for you as it is for me. I know it's not easy to hear this, but we're going to get through it. slnt.com/Sean. Let's face it, folks, your phone is a tracking device. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those pesky cyber criminals, they're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint, and they don't ask. They just take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. This is the same technology that's trusted by special operations teams all around the world. Used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you. So you could protect your family, you could protect your freedom, and you could secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a silent Faraday sleeve, and it is off the grid, completely silent, and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbody, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean. Get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com, slnt.com. Silence the chaos. Silence the chaos. Go silent today. slnt.com/Sean, slnt.com/SHAWN. All right. They say nothing is happening. They say we're going to blackpill. We're taking our ball. We're going home. 25th Amendment. This conflict has shown us beyond any doubt whatsoever who our friends are and who our friends are not. That's the silver lining of what we're dealing with Iran right now. It needed to happen. Sunlight is the greatest disinfectant, and there's a lot that's being disinfected right now. Let's move on to another story, an illegal alien story. Too many of these stories are taking place in the country. I don't know if enough is being done to stop it. Again, it's not going to be solved overnight, but this is just another senseless tragedy that could have been avoided had we just enforced the laws that we already have on the books. This is out of Maryland. This is a real Maryland dad tragedy, not that Kilmar Abrego Garcia garbage. A Pakistani illegal alien truck driver is accused, he'll get his time in court, of killing a Maryland dad, an actual Maryland dad, in a car crash. An illegal alien semi-truck driver is accused of killing Henry Tamarez Nunez, a father of 2 and Maryland resident, in a highway crash in Pennsylvania. On Wednesday, the United States and Citizenship Immigration Services, United States and Citizenship Immigration Services, the USCIS, announced the arrest of Dawood Hussein, an illegal alien from Pakistan who was previously given a CDL to drive a semi-truck on American highways. In October of 2023, Hussein was driving a semi-truck in Pennsylvania when he allegedly began driving the wrong way on a highway, hitting Nunez, who died as a result of the crash. Hussein was subsequently charged with felony vehicular homicide. USCIS officials say their rigorous vetting procedures helped identify Hussein as a public safety threat, which led to his arrest by Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents. Illegal aliens should not be operating 80,000-pound tractor trailers on American roads, USCIS spokesman Matthew Tregesser said in a statement. This tragedy, like many others, was completely preventable. So I ask again, how many more people have to die before enough is enough? How much more of this are we supposed to just endure? And you've got the House and possibly now the Senate working on this Dignidad Act, the Dignity Act, that's going to that's going to attempt to give amnesty to millions of illegal aliens. Don't listen to Mike Lawler. Oh, it's not going to give amnesty. It's amnesty. It's an amnesty bill. It is an amnesty bill. The Dignity Act. The Dignidad Act now, because they have to put it in a foreign language. You just want to slap me in the face a little harder. Hawk an even bigger loogie and spit that one right in my face. Absolutely despicable. As the SAVE Act languishes and twists in the wind, we're hearing talk about the Dignidad Act out of the House of Representatives. 20 Democrat and 20 Republican co-sponsors. That thing's going to die. Hopefully that thing dies in the Senate. If it gets to Trump's desk, not only should he veto it, he should light it on fire and do a ceremonial dance around the garbage can when he drops it in there. How much more of this are we supposed to endure as Americans? These people should not be here. They do not want to assimilate. They're not learning the language, and they're killing Americans. They're killing people on our roads. This has got to stop. This has got to stop. How about another one out of Florida? An illegal alien, a Haitian illegal alien in Florida, has been charged with the brutal murder of a woman at a gas station. Listen to this one. A Haitian national in the United States illegally. There's a video. I'm not going to play it because it's just awful. It's graphic. You don't need to see that. You can just listen to it. You want to see it, you can look it up. A Haitian national in the United States illegally was arrested and charged with the murder of a woman at a Florida gas station after he allegedly bludgeoned her to death with a hammer. Bill Malugin of Fox News reported that the Department of Homeland Security confirmed that the alleged suspect, Robert Joachim, was caught and released into the country under the Biden administration in 2022. So they had this guy, he comes in illegally, and they let him go. Oh, he's just here for a better life. He's not a problem. He's not a risk. He's going to be fine. When a judge ordered Joachim to be deported from the United States later that same year, the Biden administration is accused of protecting him from being deported and gave him temporary protected status. His TPS amnesty expired in 2024. There's an extremely graphic video of the April 3rd killing on social media, Bill Malugin said in his tweet. Joachim is seen hitting a vehicle with a hammer in the parking lot of the gas station. The clerk comes out to confront him. He walks right up to her, and with full strength, he bludgeons her in the head with the hammer. She falls down unconscious. And then he continues to crush her head with the hammer. 6 more times. He's just here for a better life, guys. They caught him on the border. They released him. They had a chance to make sure that this didn't happen. They didn't know it was going to happen. How much more? The question again, how much more? Now, if you're a clerk at a gas station, you see that stuff going on, I would say maybe don't confront the guy and call the police instead. That's like, I mean, you know, you're supposed to be trained not to do that. I understand she was trying to do the right thing. But like if he has a hammer and you don't, you probably shouldn't get in the way. You call the cops in that situation. Unfortunately, she didn't do that. She was trying to do the right thing. Not her fault. It's the Biden administration's fault that they let this idiot, this maniac into the country. They had a chance to stop him. And they failed. They didn't stop him. They let him do his thing. All right. Quick break. Let's get to a word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That is goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. And then I'm going to show you a little bit of promises made, promises broken. Zoran Mamdani. This ain't going to go over well in New York City. But first, a word from Golden Crest Metals.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
That is goldencrestmetals.com/LFA, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. All right. Thank you, Jeremy and Golden Crest, for being a part of the show. Zoran Mamdani, promises made, promises broken. Mamdani is bailing on his plan for free buses. It turns out, if you don't have the money, you can't buy the things that you want. This is not going to go over well in New York City. New York City Socialist Mayor Zoran Mamdani has admitted that he will not be able to deliver on his campaign promise of free buses this year, despite previously promoting the idea for the MTA bus service. The initiative was not included in his $127 billion budget proposal that was unveiled earlier in the year and failed to gain traction with state lawmakers who are negotiating the state spending plan with Governor Kathy Hochul, the bucktooth, Botox, booby bandit of Buffalo. Instead, Mamdani said he will focus on restoring the fare-free bus pilot program, a limited trial where select bus routes operate without requiring passengers to pay. Oh, you see how this is kind of playing out? This just happened in New York City with the childcare too. Free childcare for all, except it's actually free childcare for all New York City government employees, not the rest of you guys. Free buses everywhere, except only on a few routes, because we don't have the money. Oh, how's that socialism taste, guys? Both legislative houses included language within their one-house budget proposals in support of bringing back a free bus pilot program. That is something that we're encouraged by, and it continues to be part of budget negotiations. Despite the setback, Mamdani said that he's still absolutely committed to making buses fast and free in the future. Yeah, guys, trust me, I'm going to keep doing it. I just can't do it. It kind of sounds like Candace, right? Oh, we're getting closer, guys. We don't have it yet, but we're right on the cusp. Give me a little more time. Give me another chance. Mamdani, dangling the carrot. How's socialism taste in New York City? Huh? You don't got your free buses. You've got an unsafe city. How's that taste? How you liking that? He says, quote, we're encouraged by the conversations that we're having with the governor and legislative leaders to take action in 2026 as a first step. The efforts come despite pushback from MTA CEO Jano Lieber, who has warned that the plan will cost more than Mamdani has estimated. Quote, if a lot more people are riding the bus, are we going to need more buses? Are we going to need more bus drivers? Lieber said in an interview last month. Will we need extra depots? What will be the impact on subway fare revenue if everyone moves to the bus? That needs to be studied. Of course, he's not thinking about that. He just dangled a bunch of free crap in front of your heads to get you to vote for him. There's no way none of this is happening in New York City. We told you so. You didn't want to listen. Oh, you're just those right wing. You're just okay. Yeah, that's it. I'm right wing. That's fine. That's why I was able to accurately predict that all the crap that he ran on was never going to happen, unless, of course, you want to pay even more in taxes in New York City, property taxes, etc. Unless you want to do that. But then, if you're paying more through your taxes, it's not actually free, is it? Because you're paying more for something. Generally, if you're paying more for something, it can't be free. Free means you're paying nothing, right? Free means there's no cost. If you're paying more in taxes, there is a cost. These slow on intake liberals can't figure this one out. Wait a second, if it's free, how come it means I'm paying more? Then it's not actually free. And the truth shall set you free. All right. One more. Jim Crow 2.0. Remember Jim Crow 2.0? Oh, Charles Schumer. It's the one thing about when I have my throat erupting in blood. I could do Charles Schumer a little bit of Charles Schumer. Remember when they clutched over voter ID with the Save America Act? Oh my gosh. What about the minorities? What about the married women? The married women and minorities, they're not going to be able to vote. They're going to be disenfranchised. Oh my God. Well, isn't it interesting how they never seem to pass their own tests? We know this, right? The Obama Library. Yes, the Obama Library in Chicago, that architectural monstrosity that we have made fun of, is going to be requiring ID to access the library if you're an Illinois resident and you'd like to access the library for free. Illinois residents will have to show valid identification to receive free admission on certain days, which obviously contrasts with the Democrats' opposition to voter ID. Obama's website states that Illinois residents, quote, must be able to provide proof of residency. Be prepared to show proof of residency at the museum with a valid photo ID, Illinois driver's license, state ID, or city-issued ID. So you need ID to go to a library if you'd like to go there for free. But you don't need ID to vote. Asking for ID when you're voting disenfranchises minorities and married women, because apparently both classes, so to speak, of people are too dumb to get accurate IDs. But the same doesn't apply when you're talking about the library, right? So you mean to tell me that asking for ID at the library isn't going to disenfranchise or bar black people and minorities from entering the library if they want to enter for free? You mean to tell me married women aren't going to be disenfranchised and turned away at your gates of your library because you're asking for ID, because you're telling me that's the argument against it when you're talking about the Save America Act. So which is it, guys? Is it Jim Crow 2.0 or not? Liberals never pass their own tests. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching and listening. Greatly appreciated. We're going to be pre-recorded one more time tomorrow. We'll be live again on Monday here on Ungoverned, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, rumble.com/LFA TV. Jeremy Herrell is up next. As President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless America. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Thursday. Jeremy Herrell is up next with Live from America for the next couple hours. Greatly appreciate you being here. Make sure you subscribe to us anywhere you get your podcast by searching for Ungoverned. Hit the subscribe button on any of your podcast apps. It helps us fly up the charts there. We appreciate all the support. Make sure if you're listening on audio, go to rumble.com/LFA TV. Hit the follow button, hit the thumbs up button on this stream. We'll see you tomorrow pre-recorded and back live Monday morning on rumble.com/LFA TV, 10 a.m. Eastern Time for Ungoverned. Until then, have a great rest of your day. And thank you for your attention to this matter.
Good morning, everybody, and you know what time it is. It's 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 10 a.m. here in the central part of the country, and 8 a.m. on the West Coast. You are locked and loaded right here, rumble.com/LFA TV. Thank you for joining in today. I am the host of the show, Jeremy Herrell, the hip-hop patriot, and I am broadcasting from the Midwest Hawkeye State, patriotic red state of Iowa. And let me introduce to you the man, the myth, the legend. Sometimes legends are not called legends until they die, but this guy's still living. He goes by the name of Producer Eli.
Isn't that you can't be called a saint until you die? Anyway, I don't know. Hit that rumble button, hit that share button. We got some news to get to, baby. Let's get to it.
Yeah, I think it's a legend, too. I think you got to be dead to be a legend, but you're a living legend, so it doesn't matter. It does not apply to you. Patty is in the building. Kathy Ratcliffe is here. Fun Mom. She's been here since this morning. Joe, Bo, and Logan. Becca's been here as well. Shishu Bowling Fan is in the building. We got Kathy Ratcliffe. We've got Scotty, Liz Ellis, Suzanne Vermontis back in the building. Good to see her. Thank you very much for being here. Kikalo is in the building. How are you? Big Mama Campbell. Good to see you as well. Leslie, Trishy, Jennifer Webster, Barb Naylor, and let's see, who else we got? Why am I hearing music? I don't know why I'm hearing music here. Hold on, guys. Although it's good music, I didn't know why I was hearing it. Either way, it's good to see you guys. Erica Falkenberry, thank you so very much. Hey, we got a lot of news to get through. We've got rhinos to make fun of. We've got Democrats to make fun of. We've got laughs to have. We've got screams to do. That's Live from America. Karen from OHIO is ready. Kelly says, I heard it too. Gerald says, I'm here, man. GR Messick says, commie in the house? There's a commie in the house? I hope not. C. Ward, good to see you. All right. If you are new to LFA TV, stands for Live from America, because all of our hosts are all over the country. We got people in Tennessee. We got people in Texas. We got people in Iowa. We got people in New England. We got people in New York. We got people everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. So Live from America. You can also get the podcast of Live from America, the audio podcast, anywhere that you listen to your audio MP3 podcasts, such as iTunes, iHeartRadio, Spotify, Podbean, or any of the others. Just search Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. You get a twofer. Tom says, make fun of your fans too? Why not? If they deserve it, anybody can get it. Even me. I get made fun of sometimes too. But see, I'm part of Gen X, so I got rhino skin. I don't get mad when somebody makes fun of me. Not at all. Especially if it's a good joke. I even enjoy a good Trump joke once in a while, made from the left, if it's clever. See, I come from the land of, I'm rubber, you're glue. Whatever I say bounces off me and sticks to you. I don't get hyper-liberalized like a lot of the conservative base does these days. I'm not a snowflake. So if that sounds like something you want to listen to and share with your friends, the podcast right there, Live from America, Jeremy Herrell, you get a twofer, you get Rise Up, and you get Live from America. Also, LFATV.us. That is our official website, LFATV.us. That's where you can watch our shows, watch our short clips, donate to the cause. We will be going to D.C. on May 17th, 18th, and 19th. You can also shop at our store, read through updated news, and sign up for our newsletter right there at LFATV.us. Hey, guys, if you're one of those thick-skinned Gen X, early millennial, or even late baby boomers out there who remembers growing up and having to get bullied a little bit and having some pretty rough jokes told about you, people talking behind your back, and you didn't kill yourself because it didn't destroy your life, raise your hand, right? Trishy says, I'm rubber, you're glue, baby. Raise your hand if that sounds like you. Or raise your hand if you think you're a Republican or a conservative, think that you say that this is a republic and not a democracy, and think that you're strong, but you actually are a snowflake, and every time somebody says something about somebody that you might feel bad for, and it's not even you, do you start melting down? Raise your hand if you're a snowflake. I gotta know. I gotta know who's who. 7 card says words will never hurt you. Absolutely. All right, here's what we're gonna do, folks. We're gonna have a little fun this morning. And we're gonna start off with this video that I just think is hilarious. It's called The Toll Father. Trump turned the press conference into a mob movie. What about charging tolls? What about the Iranians charging tolls? The press says. Well, let's have some fun with it, shall we?
Are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for passage through the strait?
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
Is that something you're considering?
I'd rather do that than let them have them, right? Why shouldn't we? We're the winner. We won, okay? They are militarily defeated. The only thing they have is the psychology of, oh, we're going to drop a couple of mines in the water, all right? No, we have a concept where we'll charge tolls, okay? I thought you meant us.
Are you willing to end this conflict?
What about us? What about America? What about us charging tolls? We're the ones putting everything at risk. We're the one using our resources, our military, our people, our strategies, our Pentagon, our ships, our planes, our troops. Why don't we charge the toll? I'm right there with him. If we're the ones with the skin in the game, why aren't we making the money? Why is Iran making the money? Do they own the strait? And here's another question. What is it, the UAE that's on the other side of the strait? Why doesn't the United States and the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, why don't they just plow right through the land and make their own strait right through the tip of the UAE and say, screw Iran, we're no longer using the strait? Why not that? Why not redirect where the ships go? I know that would take a heck of a lot of work, but it can be done. Remember, we made the Panama Canal, a long time ago. Either way, whether we're making money from the strait or whether we make another way, the United States is always winning under President Trump. And if anybody out there thinks any otherwise, you probably live in El Salvador with Ryan Matta. Speaking of that, what a good segue. Eli, what did you think of what happened this morning with Ryan Matta? Before I tell the story, were you surprised?
Oh, no, I wasn't surprised at all. I mean, I knew that he would do what he did, so, yeah, no shocker.
So I've been trolling Ryan and others, Owen and all of them, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Candace. I've been trolling them like crazy. I say, you know what, I can take 10 minutes of my day and troll some people real quick. Just go post to post to post and say whatever I feel like saying. So Ryan Matta, I saw him this morning on X complaining about the United States in which he doesn't live anymore. Left his son, I believe, to go live in El Salvador. I don't know exactly what his arrangement is with his kid, but he fled the United States to go live in El Salvador, right? So why are you still complaining about the United States, bro? El Salvador is great, Eli, he says. So stay in El Salvador. Love El Salvador. Apparently you walked away from the United States of America. I bet you didn't denounce your citizenship, though, coward. Anyway, long story short, I said a bunch of things, including the following. Ryan, you've become such a faggot now. Such a coward and such a faggot. That all you do is come on here and complain about a country you no longer live in. That you ran from because you're a scared little coward faggot. I said, if I ever cross paths with you in real life ever again, I am going to stomp your face into the street. Because that's what coward, faggot, anti-American losers like you deserve. That's all. He reported it to X. X says you've been reported by the creator. I'm wondering, I haven't checked yet to see if I'm banned. They said you can do one of two things. You can delete the post and we'll give you your account back. Or you could stay suspended and request a review. I said, no problem. No problem. I'll delete the post. No problem. But that lets you know what kind of a person he is. Oh, I'm telling on you. And that's what a lot of conservatives have become these days, Eli. Snowflakes.
Yeah, absolutely. And to even be, you're in El Salvador.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody's traveling down to you, bro. It was just...
Yeah, nobody's going to travel down to you. But if I do see you, Ryan Matta, I'm on Rumble now. I will give you the man-to-man beating that you deserve. That's a promise. You too, Owen Schroyer. Same thing with Alex Jones or any of the rest of them. I'll catch a charge for these people. Maybe it'll ignite some balls back in this country again. Maybe it'll just encourage men to be men again, to see somebody that claimed to be one of us for so long and doing what they're doing to get their ass beat, like they should get. I've got no problem with that. Tetra Pak says, Fed slop, that word right there alone lets me know who you are. A cult who sided with the globalist plan for war and global collapse. Eli, oppress them, please. Oppress Tetra Pak. We're going to oppress you now. We're going to silence you now. And you can watch, but you can't speak. Drew, too. Same thing with Drew Hernandez. I don't care. All of them. All of them. They all need somebody to confront them in a real way. And that's what we've lost in this country. Now, there'll be some in this chat that go, not very Christian of you, Jeremy. Causing physical violence against another person? Ooh. Ooh. You want this country back or not? What do you think you're going to do? You think you're going to skittle, starburst, and rainbow your way to making America great again? You think that's going to happen? Sometimes you need real people to do real things. That's all. So anyway, he reported me, as usual, as always. And it is what it is. Before we get started today, folks, I would like to say thank you to Done With Debt. DoneWithDebt.com is sponsoring this show because they know that, like many people in America, you probably were one of those people who racked up a lot of debt during COVID and then the economy being destroyed during the Biden administration, right along with COVID, and you never got out of it. So, ladies and gentlemen, Done with Debt can help you get out of it. They have trained debt professionals on hand, ready to go. All you have to do is go to that website, fill out that little questionnaire on the right side of your screen. At the bottom, it says, how did you hear about us? And you could put LFA TV. And then once you get a hold of them and they set up a time to sit with you, they're going to ask you a little bit about your finances. And then they're going to say, what is your goal? And whatever your goal is, they're going to try to tell you whether that is achievable or not. And they're going to lay out a solid plan for you to get out of debt way early. So reach out to them today or call 888-322-1054. That's donewithdebt.com, 888-322-1054. Thank you, Suzanne. Nice to have you back in the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's go to the Lord in prayer. Sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, you just got to vanquish evil. And evil doesn't go away when you ask it, please. Here we go. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Deliver us from evil. You know, a lot of societies, a lot of civilizations in this world were delivered by evil because God gave them power to defeat them. You know the part where it says, on earth as in heaven? I remember being a great war in heaven. Eli, did you ever hear that story? About a great war that went on in heaven where Satan's demons, fallen angels were fighting God's angels. Even a fight happened in heaven to get rid of evil. So I think a fight can happen here on earth to get rid of evil. Don't you?
Let's go. Let's go. Let's do this.
You know, the funny thing about this is I think a lot of Christians think God is a cuddly, snuggly kind of God. But the wrath of God has shown many, many, many generations that you do not mess with the people that follow Christ. Period. And anybody out there that's trying to deceive, divide, or destroy, I feel like the armor of God is there, not only for defense, but for offense. Why do you think there's a sword? Why do you think that the armor of God consists of a sword? A sword is not a defensive tool. A sword is an offensive tool. And much like the Department of War, that's the way we are here at Lfa TV too. If you like that, you're in the right place. If you don't, you better be like Ryan Matta and run away crying, because this is not the place for you. Let's have our cups, lift up our cups and have our first slurp of the day. I love how people think that Christians are supposed to sit there and go, I'm just going to mind my own little business, mister. And I am just going to just do what I can do on this earth by going to work and coming home. I'm not going to get involved. I'm not going to change course of this country in any way. I'm just going to sit right here and be a good little Christian and not say anything. Wonder why Jesus didn't do that. Jesus came to be a great disruptor. Jesus did not come to bring peace. He came to divide. That's exactly what he said. To divide the good from the evil. And that's the mentality that we have here too. We just got to know where the stopping line is. That's all. So stop acting like a coward and start acting like a Christian. First and foremost of the day, Iran's leaders are dead. Iran's navy is sunk. Iran's air force doesn't exist. What you do have left is a ragtag, albeit probably hundreds of thousands of them, but a ragtag group of Muslims running around like chickens with their head cut off, pretending that Donald Trump didn't win by putting out propaganda, and the media here is eating it up. Halloween candy saying Trump is losing. That's our media today. That's our people today, like Ryan Matta. Anti-American cowards that want America to lose. Pro-Iranian propaganda and much of the U.S. media, which I would say this is the same thing, have claimed that Trump is losing the war in Iran. But the data doesn't show that. The facts and the receipts don't support those claims. Tens of thousands of Iranians have died. Most of the country's top leadership has been killed. And that's not only by reports from the United States, but also reports from inside Iran and reports from Israel and Jordan and Turkey. Oops. And in some cases, 1 and even 2 iterations of their replacements have also been killed. Step right up. The Iranian Air Force and Navy have been largely destroyed. Along with they don't have nearly the military capabilities they had 2 months ago. Along with multiple nuclear facilities, bomb-making factories, launch pads, and other assets necessary for continued war. Now, this is not to say that it is impossible for Iran to continue any kind of efforts of launching missiles from certain places and stuff like that. But rather, this conflict is moving in the right direction towards their defeat. Now, I use the word only because it could be worse. And under another president, it would be. Actually, under another president, we wouldn't even have gone on and done this. We would have just complained. But 13 servicemen and women have been killed. Both down pilots have been recovered, and Iran backed down to Trump's threats to open the Strait of Hormuz or face destruction. Now, people on social media have reportedly argued that Iran is winning and that it somehow has grand victory strategy that includes allowing the U.S. to kill its leaders. Imagine that. We won, even though all of our leadership is dead. Imagine if Iran killed pretty much all of Trump's administration, but one guy is left, or Tulsi Gabbard is left and says, we won. Would that look like a win? We've killed their leaders. We've killed their scientists. We've killed their military personnel. A lot of their nuclear assets, most of their weapons manufacturing plants. One outlet even claimed that this destruction brings Iran closer to completing a nuclear weapon. Think about that. Think about how stupid you have to be to say that. If they could have had one when they were close, they would have had one when they were close. They could never now. Not within the next 10 years. Not unless somebody gave it to them. As of April 6th, the U.S.-based human rights group Hrana documented 3,597 deaths in Iran from strikes, with military casualties believed to be significantly higher due to limited access to government opacity, meaning we don't know what's going on inside their government. Iran International separately reported at least 5,000 security forces killed as of March 31st. But since February 28th, U.S. and Israeli attacks have killed the supreme leader, the defense minister, the IRGC chief, the chief of staff, the naval commander, the Basij chief, the intelligence minister, and roughly 40 to 50 senior officials in total. The worst single leadership loss in Iran's history, modern history anyway. And you call that a loss for President Trump? You out of your mind? The rapid elimination of replacement commanders has been a defining feature of the conflict. Every time they put somebody up, you're next, they die. You're next, they die. Who wants to be next? Just like who wanted to be standing on those bridges? Who wanted to be forming a human shield around nuclear power plants? Nobody, but they're made to. You'll do it or you'll get shot right here in the head. At least if you go do it, you've got a chance of living. That's how things happen in Iran. As we just approached 3,600 people, thank you all for being here. Do not forget to smash that thumbs up and share to your social media. Now, you may have to do a manual sharing, meaning copying the link and pasting it on your social media. Sometimes quick shares from the Rumble app will not work, but that's a way you can do it as well. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and CSIS have both confirmed Iran's Air Force has been wiped out totally and its Navy completely destroyed. With over 90% of Iran's naval fleet sunk, Iranian ballistic missile attacks fell 90% within a week of the Department of War taking care of business. Drone attacks down 95%. How can you say they won? You've got missile attacks down 90%, drone attacks down by 95%. And of the 373 U.S. service members wounded, the vast majority sustained minor injuries, and 330 have already returned to duty. How do you call that a win? But that didn't stop the fake news yesterday, did it? You guys were here yesterday for Caroline Leavitt's news press conference, right? During the show, it was being reported, both in the live chat and in the world and on social media, that Iran has now closed the Strait of Hormuz again. And literally, we were like, I don't know if that's true or not. We haven't seen anything like that. We're seeing reports of it. But that's a lot of propaganda coming from Iran. And the fact that they had still been launching missiles right after the ceasefire for 2 weeks, let me know that there could be a lot of stuff going on that shouldn't be going on. But I didn't, and for 1 minute, believe, until I heard it from the White House, that the Strait, they just reclosed it with no personnel to do so. That they just closed it right back up with no resources and no ability and no Navy and no Air Force and no personnel to do so. Caroline Leavitt came on at the 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time hour and said that all of that is fake news. Fox News reported it, CNN reported it, RAV reported it, RSBN reported it, ABC reported it, CBS reported it, MS Now reported it, Newsmax reported it. Newsmax reported it after the press conference. Meanwhile, while Caroline Leavitt was on camera telling you that is fake news, Fox News then came on after they reported that it was closed and said, oh, we're actively watching ships go through right now. We can see them. And they put the camera on there, zoomed in, and you could see ships, tankers going through. Hicker NJ said, download the ship tracker app. I have it, and it's open. Of course it is. It never closed. And until I heard that from the White House, I wasn't going to say it was closed. The propaganda coming from these mainstream media companies that literally lie for a living. Have you seen the thumbnail that Eli made? We got to go show that. Poor Eli. He worked so hard on these thumbnails. And hardly anybody ever sees them. But we're going to show them now. Eli made this. I said, Eli, just put a bunch of the reporters from fake news, from MSM, in Iran, and put all of their mic flags on and put me and Trump yelling at him. Lie for a living. There it is. That's all they do. That's all they'll ever do. They lie for a living. Fox, CNN, all of them. They don't care to tell the truth. They care for the same thing that doomers on social media care for. Likes, clicks, get it quick now, get it quick now. Headline it, bury the headline, bury the story in the lead, bury the story in the headline. You know, Eli, the other day, I literally watched a report that came from a headline from New York Times that said, Israeli religious fanatics are having child weddings and engaging in polygamy. That's what it said. So if you see the headline, that's what you believe. Then we read the story. And buried deep in paragraph 2 was that they were Arab Israelis. Arab Muslims living in Israel because their nationality is Israeli, not Jewish. That is not a nationality. Jewish is an ethnicity. But the headline would want you to believe that Jews from Israel were engaging in child weddings and engaging in polygamy. But I didn't think that polygamy was allowed in Judaism. So if you read down in paragraph 2, it said Arab Israelis. But again, they lie for a living. This is what they do. They took a report from Iran yesterday that the strait was closed. And everybody ran with it. That report didn't come from the White House. That report didn't come from the Pentagon. That report didn't come from the National Security Agency. That report didn't come from Pete Hegseth. Nope. Came from Iran. And they ran with it because that's what they do. They lie for a living. Why don't we go to this right here? Candace Owens, yesterday, we're going to enlarge this real quick. She said this. Here's what Candace Owens said. This is Iran's 10-point plan, which Trump has accepted as a workable basis on which to negotiate. Have no doubt, this is the biggest strategic defeat suffered by the U.S. since the emergence as a superpower. That's what Candace Owens said. And this, we read these, by the way. This is the 10 points that they wanted in it, the 10-point peace plan, that the White House rejected immediately. Candace Owens didn't think that, though, did she? Then you see one of the White House spokesmen, Stephen Chung, who said, "You have no idea what the F you're talking about, you loser. Go back to whatever hole you crawled out of because you clearly can't read." But again, once she's done the damage to her millions of followers, then the damage is done. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, folks. Our biggest enemy in this country are our own citizens. Democrats and former black-pilling MAGA, former MAGA black pillars. Because I hate to say this, but the masses are ignorant. I didn't say the massy, he is too. The masses. The majority of Americans don't want to know about politics, don't care about what goes on. All they do is go on TikTok and X, see some talking points, and then they share them. And it spreads like a game of telephone. Producer Eli, do you remember that game? Game of telephone? Where I would tell you a secret? Eli, Rosie O'Donnell's a fat pig, and she hates Trump. Tell the next person. And then you tell the next person, you go, hey, Rosie O'Donnell's a slob, fat pig, and she hates Trump and has TDS. And then that person says, hey, Rosie O'Donnell said she wants to assassinate Trump because he's a pig, but she can't stand him and wishes he'd die. And it just goes on and on and on until it gets to the 10th person and it's a completely different story.
I remembered, I actually never played it. Was the goal to actually expand every time, or did people just do that?
No, the goal is to finish the last person saying the same thing the first person said. That's the goal. The goal of that game is to see how much of the original story, the original statement, would stay intact through 10 people, and then the 10th person would say what it is they just heard, and almost every time it was a completely different story. It was just not even recognizable almost. And that is what the mainstream media and the former MAGA black pillars are doing right now. And they don't do it because they think it's true. They do it for one purpose and one purpose only. To say, look at me, look at me, look at me, don't look at the truth. Sounds like another individual I know. Oh yeah, Satan, ladies and gentlemen. Sounds like Satan to me. That's exactly what he does. Distracts and divides. That's it. Distracts and divides. It's exactly what he does, and we can't fall for that stuff. Do you remember what I said for the last 6 weeks about what Donald Trump's agenda actually is? What he's really trying to do? Does anybody act? I want to see how good the audience listens. What have you guys heard me say about what Donald Trump is actually doing as president right now globally? I'll pull up the Rumble chat. I know it's going to take a bit because you're on a delay. Plus, you got to type. But I just want to see if you guys remember what I said. And I've been saying this for 6 to 8 weeks? Since even before the conflict in Iran, has commenced. RJC says kicking ass. Yes, but there's an actual thing that I think war against globalism to cripple China. You guys are listening. You guys are listening. Global peace, peace through strength, to end the new world order, to keep the East in charge, China, making USA first, resetting the world order. All energy from US, making the world depend on the US. You guys are amazing. You nailed it. So imagine my not surprise when I saw this. Now it's a few days old, and it's not from America. But boy, did it sound like he took the words right from Live from America.
Truth about this war that nobody wants to tell you. It isn't about toppling Iran's regime before you ask. It's about reshaping the global world order. And I think that's happening right now. And I want to tell you how Britain is staring down the barrel of a dark age we haven't seen for over 1,000 years. This all comes, of course, as President Trump says Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran if the key shipping lane in the Strait of Hormuz is not reopened. And of course, lots of expletives there we have blurred out for you. But this is bigger than a headline or a Truth Social post in this war. And the evidence is not actually being kept from us. We're just blind to seeing it because nobody's talking about it. America has made no secret of its new doctrine. It is stepping back from being the world's police and repositioning itself as a powerful, self-reliant fortress.
That is why President Trump has drawn a new strategic map from Greenland to the Gulf of America to the Panama Canal and its surrounding countries. At the Department of War, we call this strategic map the Greater North America.
Interesting stuff, isn't it? So what does America actually gain from this war before we get on to the Greater North America? Well, let's look at a map here, shall we? I'll bring this up for you. The Strait of Hormuz, you can see there, is one of the most critical energy choke points on this planet. It is also a whopping 45% of China's oil flowing through it.
Stop. We're going to play the rest. This is 4 days old. Everything that this guy is saying from England or the UK or Britain, wherever he is exactly what we've been saying for 2 months plus here on LFA. What did I say? Who did I say as a nation is our biggest adversary that we need to deal with? Our biggest threat as a nation, not an ideology, China. What have I been telling you that taking out Venezuela and taking out Iran does to China? Where's all our manufacturing that of goods that we have here in America? Eli, if I were to ask you right now, and just you don't have to do it, I just want you to guess. If you were to go through your house and tip it upside down and see where it was made, what percentage of the things that you have in your home do you think were made in China?
Maybe 60, 65%, maybe more.
That seems valid, fair. I would take a stab in the dark and say maybe 80 to 85% of the things that you have in your house are made in China. Now, they used to be made in the United States of America, right? But if China is asshole. If China is crippled from energy, how long do you think they're A, going to be able to keep these manufacturing plants there, and B, also be able to pay the tariffs that Trump has on them for those goods? Not very long. Which would then in turn have those manufacturers say, okay, we're done. But I digress. I'm going to keep going here.
That is a lot of oil that China needs. But it isn't just Iran. Cast your minds back to January this year, where Trump effectively has now captured Venezuela and declared its oil is under their control. And if you have a look at this graph, who there in the red relies heavily on that oil? Well, It looks like China to me. Now consider the impeccable timing of all of this since January. America is right in the middle of a tariff and trade negotiation with the very stubborn and very powerful, might I add, Chinese government.
It's almost like this guy watches Lfa TV every day, right, Eli? I mean, in some cases, it's frustrating that our research and the reporting done here from all of our hosts, including you and I, are so overlooked by so many people. Not the people here in the chat. They get it. That's why they're here every day. But it's so overlooked by so many people. And then you got, AI saying that we're not a traditional reputable news station. But then weeks later, just like we said yesterday, we get stuff like this, which is actually nice that the word's getting out there on a global scale. But man, how much nicer would it be getting out 2 months ago,
Yeah, it's refreshing to an extent, but it'd be a lot more refreshing 2 months ago.
Exactly. Everything is about timing. Moving on.
Who are not budging on Donald Trump's arrangements here. Well, look who's got the upper hand all of a sudden. It's America.
Yep.
They are now controlling the vast swathes of oil that China needs.
Absolutely.
That puts them in a very strong position going forward on these tariff agreements. And Europe is also getting hit hard a lot with this. With Russian energy totally off the table and domestic energy security weakened by this leftist obsession with net zero, Europe is becoming increasingly dependent on external oil supply and energy supply. And that puts America, again, in a very strong position because we will soon be wholly dependent on American supplies of oil and gas. They will dictate terms and use energy as leverage, not just economically, but geopolitically too. And what do we know that they really want? Greenland. They want Greenland. They've made that very clear and they didn't get it yet.
Preach it yet.
So the longer this war drags on, the more dependent the world is becoming on the USA. And it's not accidental. What we're seeing is the emergence of what you heard from Pete Hegseth there, the Secretary of State for War, and described by Donald Trump as the Greater North America. It is stretching from Greenland down through the Panama Canal, securing the entire hemisphere as a self-sufficient economic and security zone for the United States of America. But guess who's not on there? Europe. We are not part of America's future plans as it withdraws from the world. And it isn't just a coincidence that the United Kingdom has been targeted the most by Trump and America of late. The UK is internationally renowned for its special relationship with America. Trump is signalling that that relationship is over, not just to us, but to everyone else around us. And frankly, Keir Starmer gave him ample reason to do so, of course. But also because Trump can now point to our allies and say, you all let us down. And in his own words, as he said, we won't forget it. It is the perfect reason for America to withdraw from the global stage. So no more global policing, no more endless foreign commitments, just a fortified, resource-rich power base that others have no choice but to rely on. That is the new America. And that brings us to Britain. Because the consequences for us will be catastrophic. Right now, we are dangerously exposed. We have no energy security. We import around 60% of our food.
And you have
we
shit
have
for
no
military.
major industry. Our military is decimated, as we're hearing time and time again. And politically, we are deeply fractured now. Even culturally, we are crumbling at the seams, dominated by global political issues like Gaza, climate fanaticism, and movements like BLM that, frankly, have nothing to do with the state of play in Britain. The things that once united us, our faith and our national identity, are now pulling us apart due to years of left-wing globalism.
Let's go.
Unless we act quickly and decisively, Britain risks entering a dark age as America retreats, one that we haven't seen for over 1,000 years.
And you did it to yourselves. That guy's name is Alex Armstrong at GBN News. I'm going to reach out to him, Eli. I'm going to reach out to him and see if I can get him on the show. Because everything that guy said, straight from across the pond, was everything that we've been saying here for months. And I'm so glad that I can look back now and say, we weren't crazy. We weren't fanatical. We were on top of it. Because if this guy over there is getting it, and people all around the world are saying the same thing, then maybe, just maybe, we are truly toppling the global world order. And globalism is dying. Not without a fight, propaganda being its biggest weapon. Not without a fight, because why would they? But sooner or later, they're not going to have fight left in them. Have you ever heard the saying, there's no fight left in that dog? The globalists are becoming weak by the day. Their grip on banks, countries, and politicians are weakening by the day. Why? Because you elected Donald Trump. There's so much going on behind the scenes geopolitically that you don't even talk about daily, that I don't talk about daily. The positioning of this and that and the other when it comes to economics and military and trade. Where they're going and how far they are ahead before outside of what you and I even know and may not know for months. But it isn't about needing to have them tell us what they're doing. You can tell a lot from a tree by its fruits. All you have to do is watch what they do and sit down and critically think for yourself, why would they do that? Why wouldn't they just do this? It would be a hell of a lot easier. Why did Donald Trump, knowing that Iran was going to do what they did, tell them he was going to bomb nuclear power plants at 8 p.m.? Why do you think he did that? Now, a small-minded person would say, idiot. How did you not know they were going to go there and surround it like a human shield and stand on the bridges? How did you not know that they were going to put kids and women there? You think you knew that? But he and the Pentagon did not? You think you knew that? But the Department of War, the CIA, and the entire national security apparatus, they didn't know that? You think that they're stupid? Or do you think it was strategy? Do you think it was, okay, in fighting, ladies and gentlemen, there is a term called, well, you might even heard it in football, called a pump fake, where the quarterback goes like this, and he gets the defense to move, but really the entire play is going to be over here, but he pump fakes over here, right? Same thing with feints. In MMA or boxing, it's feints. If I'm going to hit you with this right hand, I'm going to be doing this with my left hand quite a bit. I'm going to be like twisting my hips to make you think that I'm going to kick you in the side of the leg. Then all of a sudden I come over with an overhand right haymaker and knock you out. It's look over here. I want to get your reaction. I want to see what you're going to do, and I want the whole world to see what you're going to do. Meanwhile, my objective is over here. You really think that he said, watch this, everybody. We're going to bomb their nuclear power plants, and we're going to tell them we're going to do it and exactly what time, and they're just going to let us? You think he really thought that? Come on. Now, Schenk from the Young Turks actually thinks Donald Trump is stupid. He thinks he's the dumbest person to ever occupy the office. Think about that. Twice elected to the White House. Multiple times becoming, well, not multiple times, he became a billionaire twice. Wrote multiple books on business, known as probably the smartest businessman to ever live. Used to be called into Congress in the 80s and 90s so that they could pick his brain on how to get out of debt and how to handle certain economic woes. But he's dumb. And you behind your computer screen watching podcasts all day, you're smart. Not you guys in the chat. I'm talking about the idiots that were out there saying this stuff. Come on, guys. CNN tried to make Trump look like an idiot in front of Mark Rutte, who is the NATO chief. Probably not a good idea to do right now, since Donald Trump is eyeing the massive punishment that's going to be coming for the backstabbing NATO allies who abandoned America during this Iranian conflict. Troops will be shifted from France. Troops will be shifted from Spain. Troops will be shifted from Italy, while other countries are rewarded for stepping up and saying they'd help. And that's the way it should be. It's about priority, folks. It's about loyalty. Nobody gets a participation trophy anymore. We're in Trump's new term. We're in Trump's second presidency. This isn't Biden. This isn't Obama. This isn't Bush. You don't just get a win because you were there. You get a win because you were effective. And those who weren't, oh well. Folks, we're 200 people away from 4,000. You guys know what to do. President Trump is done playing games with the so-called allies who left the United States holding the bag during the critical fight against Iran's terrorist regime. According to an exclusive Wall Street Journal report, President Trump is actively weighing ways to punish certain NATO countries for their shocking lack of support in the U.S.-led operations against Iran. But yet those same countries were saying, we'll get involved in the Ukrainian-Russia war. Just say the word. Just say when. We'll be right there kissing Zelensky's ass and putting rails of cocaine out on our fingers for him to snort as we go in and take over Russia. They were all too happy to do that, weren't they? The punishment could come in the form of shifting American troops away from these deadbeats and toward the nations that actually stepped up. How about that? This isn't speculation. This is Trump's delivering on his America First promise. Hey, Nick Fuentes, you little gay bitch, you might want to hear this. Oh, America First is dead. Yeah, I'm returning. Hey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, former Congresswoman, you might want to open up your cheating on your husband's multiple times ears and listen to this. Hey, Alex Jones, you might want to get off whatever dope you're on and whatever hallucinogens you're on with you and Joe Rogan. You might want to open up your ears and you might want to listen to this for a minute. Trump is delivering on his America First promise, on his America First agenda that he created, you queers. And finally making these freeloaders pay for the free ride that they've been living off of the United States military coattails while refusing to pull their own weight for decades. Time for you guys to eat crow and shut your mouths. Context is clear, crystal. When the United States and Israel launched decisive strikes to neutralize Iran's nuclear ambitions and secure the vital Strait of Hormuz, through which 20% of the world's oil flows, most of Europe sat on the sideline with their fingers in their butt, going, well, it's not our fight, while not saying that same thing when it came to their boyfriend in Ukraine. Nah. Time to make them pay. Trump is forgiving, but Trump doesn't forget. So what should be the punishment? And by the way, who's on the list? Spain, France, Italy, Germany, the UK. You're all going to get punished. And I hope it's in the way of bringing all of our troops out of there. You don't get it anymore. You want them, you're going to pay for it. CNN tried to get NATO chief Mark Rutte to side in with them in their bashing of Trump. They didn't expect him to say what he said because he knows he's on thin ice right now.
Is the world safer today than it was before the war was started?
Absolutely, because, and this is thanks to President Trump's leadership, degrading these capabilities is really very important for your and my safety here in the U.S., in Europe, in the Middle East.
Wow. He knows. He knows. He knows how much of thin ice he's on right now. Yesterday, I told you President Trump was a little pissed at Israel, didn't I? And I told you if Israel wants to play games, they can get it too. All we have to do for Israel is say, you're on your own. Hey, BB, and all the rest of you, you're on your own. Have fun. Call us when you don't exist anymore in about a week. Peace. Oh, never mind. I tried to bring that, but you didn't want that. Israel better slow its roll and shut its mouth and know what it's got to do next. I've told you from day one, I don't give a damn about Israel as a nation. Not as a nation in 2026. I don't give a damn. Other than the fact that they're an ally. That's it. You want to go against Trump again? You want to launch any more missiles again in places you're... Look, I'm okay with you launching them in Jordan. That wasn't part of the peace treaty. That wasn't part of the ceasefire. Go ahead, launch the missiles in all these Muslim countries all you want. But when it comes to messing up Trump's treaty or Trump's plan or Trump's agenda, BB, better know your role. Sit down. Listen to what President Trump was asked and what his reply was about this.
Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Do you have to respond to Iran?
What do you guys think about that? Does that sound like a man who's puppeted by Bibi Netanyahu? Hey, Eli, listening to President Trump talk, does that sound like a man who listens to Bibi Netanyahu about what to do and what not to do? Or does that sound like a man who says, it's my way or the highway?
It definitely sounded like the latter. It's
Yeah.
Trump's way or Trump's highway.
Absolutely. Nobody cares about all these people that say Trump is owned by Bibi. Are you out of your mind? First of all, he wouldn't have said that. And you know what? 7 card, you're right. This is the 3rd time that Bibi's done that. You want to get it too, Bibi? You can be one of those allies that we pull our defense away from. You can be one of those allies that no longer gets the help of the United States and the security and the safety of existing. You can be that. We don't care. Like I said, I've never simped for Israel. Has anybody in this chat ever heard me simp for any other country than this one? Anybody? You might have heard me defend hypocrites going after a country that they don't even care about all the money that we spend defending NATO, but they care about $3.8 measly billion that we give to Israel. I go after them for that, but has anybody ever heard me simp for them? Never. The only thing I've ever said is the Holy Land, the land. I don't give a damn about the people that occupy it. President Trump has said that many times about Israel, and I hope and pray that he puts them in their place too and says, if you do anything during this ceasefire, during this negotiation, like you did then or like you did the time before that, we're done with you too. Now, the FBI has arrested former U.S. Special Operations Command employee who was leaking classified information to the press, Prakash Patel. Check this out.
You know, we didn't talk about the first one for an hour, and then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker. We're looking very hard to find that leaker, and talked about there's somebody missing They basically said that we have one and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave the information. So whoever it was, we think we'll be able to find it out because we're going to go to the media company that released it, and we're going to say, national security, give it up or go to jail.
Yep.
And we know who, and you know who we're talking about, because some things you can't do. Because when they did that, all of a sudden, the entire country of Iran knew that there was a pilot that was somewhere on their land that was fighting for his life. And it also made it much more difficult for the pilots and for the people going in to search for him. All of a sudden, they know that there's somebody out there. They see all these planes coming in. It became a much more difficult operation because a leaker leaked that we have one, we've rescued one, but there's another one out there that we're trying to get. So actually, the country, Iran, put out a major notice, you all saw it, offering a very big award for anybody that captures the pilot. So in addition to a hostile, very talented, very good, very evil military, we had millions of people trying to get an award.
So, they arrested. Good. They did exactly what they said they were going to do. That's what I want to see. Say you're going to do something, go do it. Sundog says, you don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. God tells us to pray for the peace of Jerusalem and Israel. That doesn't mean that we're not praying for them. I pray for their peace all the time. I pray for peace in the Holy Land all the time. All the time. C3 says, Jeremy, it would be good to stream on YouTube. Well, we are actually. I actually want to go over to YouTube real quick. I want to say hi to some of the people over there. Peaches from Oregon. Greg, how you doing? He said, this Christian is here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. I like your style, brother. I like your style. Martha, how you doing? Big Will. Yes, I know, Big Will. I know about that video. That's why I said the last one. Yes, I know. I'm just trying to show you that Trump is not a puppet of Bibi Netanyahu and never was. But it's good to see, Eli, we have 40 people over on YouTube watching. On that channel YouTube gave back 40 people. Now, I know that's not a lot, but hey, for that channel that we got back, that's the most I've seen over there in a long time. Shout out to you people on YouTube. And, no, I know you weren't dissing me, Sundog. I know. I was just answering your question. 100%. 100%. All right, let's get into a little bit more of this story about the arrest, okay? The FBI arrested former Special Operations Command employee for leaking classified national defense information to the media. Courtney Williams of Wagram, North Carolina, allegedly transmitted classified material to individuals not authorized to see it, including a journalist, the DOJ said. She was arrested on Tuesday and indicted by a federal grand jury on Wednesday. Prakash Patel said this, FBI and our partners have arrested a former SOCOM employee who supported our top-level military warfighters for allegedly transmitting classified information to a member of the media. Outstanding work by the FBI Charlotte and FBI Counterintelligence and Espionage Division, as well as our DOJ partners. Let this serve as a message to any would-be leakers. We are working these cases, and we are making arrests. This FBI will not tolerate those who leak or betray our country and put America in harm's way in any way, shape, or form. According to the federal prosecutors, between 2022 and 2025, Williams disclosed top-secret classified information and communication with a journalist via phone and text messages. And I'm going to read a quote here for you, okay? By the way, we're almost at 4,000 on Rumble. You guys are killing it. Clearance holders accept a solemn obligation to protect the classified information entrusted to them, said Assistant Attorney General for National Security John Eisenberg. That they do so is critical to the security of our nation. When clearance holders violate that trust, the National Security Division will act swiftly to hold them accountable. We trust our warfighting individuals to cooperate as a team to protect our military and our country, said the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of North Carolina, Ellis Boyle. We will pursue criminal charges to keep these warriors safe whenever we find leakers exalting their own feelings over the safety of the United States of America. So, I'm going to play this video here for you. I think this probably will be the best one. Here's this video explaining all of this. Let's play it now.
Secret security clearance while she worked with Delta Force there with the Army in Fort Bragg. She's the whistleblower that called out the maltreatment that she was experiencing while working there. But the feds believe she was giving away a lot more than just workplace secrets, secrets that could have put soldiers' lives at risk.
For 8 years, Courtney Williams worked in the Army's Delta Force at Fort Bragg, behind-the-scenes work to help maintain cover for one of the military's most secretive groups. But now she's being accused of leaking top-secret information to a journalist that could have put soldiers' lives at risk. Williams was quoted in Seth Harp's book, The Fort Bragg Cartel.
My book is critical of these institutions because I think that waging war in secrecy for 20 years gives rise to a host of cultural problems that spill over into communities like Fayetteville.
WRAL interviewed Harp about the book in October. Williams was quoted extensively when referring to a toxic work environment within Delta Force, where she claimed she was sexually harassed and discriminated against while also sharing information about work she would do. A criminal complaint filed today indicates she had concerns about how Harp's reporting could affect her, telling her mother, "I might actually get arrested," and also telling Harp, "I would definitely have been concerned with the amount of classified information being disclosed." She continued, saying in part, "I'm taking deep breaths, but have a feeling this is going to be more of a nightmare for my children than not." Harp declined an interview but sent me a statement calling this a vindictive act of retaliation and saying in part, "Former Delta Force operators disclose national defense information on podcasts and YouTube shows every day, but the government is going after Courtney for the sole reason that she exposed sexual harassment and gender discrimination in the unit."
So the Eastern District of North Carolina says they will be releasing some sort of press release sometime soon, but don't have a public comment to give me at this point. I have also reached out.
So there you go, folks. There's the reporting on that. I do want to give you guys an update here on Rumble. We are currently sitting at number 5, right above Real America's Voice News, and right behind the Alex Jones Show and We Know. So great job, guys. We're almost to 4,000, and big shout out to those that are watching over on YouTube as well. We just started streaming again on YouTube, so feel free to share it out to all your friends on social media if they'd like to watch over there. Now meet Melissa Halverson, everybody. She posted this video hoping that the downed U.S. pilot would be captured in Iran. And much like that chef at the Pelican Club, she has now been fired as well. I love accountability. Roll it.
When you're at war with somebody, guess what that other country does? Exactly what they've been doing through history all this time, right? You take them hostage and you use them for leverage.
Wow.
So guess what Iran did? They put a bounty out on his head, and whoever finds him gets a great award. I can't wait. Hopefully it's like money or jewels. I hope the person who finds him is very poor and ends up being very wealthy. And I hope Iran holds their promise. When you're at war with somebody, guess what that other country does? Exactly what they've been doing through history all this time, right?
Yeah, exactly. You're exactly right. You dumb broad. She works for the Green Apple Pantry. Worked. Eli, her pronouns are was, were, employed.
You're exactly right.
Exactly. At the Green Apple Pantry, we are committed to fostering a welcoming, respectful, and inclusive environment for our neighbors, staff, and broader community. The views expressed by a former, like the word in front of Marjorie Taylor Greene's name on X, employees' social media posts are solely those of the individual and do not reflect the beliefs, principles, and mission of the Green Apple Pantry. We have zero tolerance for this kind of hateful or discriminatory behavior in any form. We remain dedicated to serving our community with integrity, respect, and care, and we appreciate your continued support and your trust. Now, Eli, I know that that's the official, responsible, and right way to handle that kind of a statement. But if it was LFA TV, and I fired some douchebag like Ryan Matta, I would say, here at Lfa TV, we don't tolerate douchebags, faggots, or queers. Not talking about homosexuals. Talking about the words we used to use in the 80s, like Ryan. So we got rid of his ass, kicked him to the curb. We gave him two choices: get his teeth knocked out or clean out your locker. He did the latter and reported me on X. Please come back and watch our new station, because we don't tolerate pussies on LFA TV. That's what I'd say. But, of course, that's me.
I want to quote Gunnery Sergeant.
Do it.
Full Metal Jackets. We do not look down on, but I can't, but that's what that just reminded me.
You can. I'm giving you permission. I loved that guy. Go ahead, Eli. I know which words you don't want to say, but it's okay. You're quoting a movie. He won't say it. He won't do it. He won't do it. He's too scared. He's too scared to say wops, kikes, Jews, and what's that word you won't say, Eli?
I'll say greasers, but I won't say the N-word.
Yeah, I know you wouldn't. Hey, lately, we've been playing a lot of Glenn Beck because, yeah, exactly. Glenn Beck is actually, I don't know what's happened to him. Maybe somebody gave him a MAGA pill or something. I'm not quite sure. But I'm very happy with the way Glenn Beck has been speaking lately. He seems like he's always been MAGA, even though I know he wasn't. But hey, there's always room for people who, I don't know, see the light. Glenn Beck.
p.m. Eastern, you could scroll for maybe 30 seconds and find somebody absolutely certain we were all going to burn to death in the fiery furnace of Donald Trump's nuclear war. He was about to wipe out an entire civilization, and he said it, so he meant it. Nuclear war. War criminal. War criminal was being thrown around like it was already settled law. Calls for removal, panic dressed up as analysis, people speaking with total confidence about decisions that were made and they weren't even in the room for. And I heard it all day long. And I kept asking the same question over and over, and nobody wanted to sit with this even for a second. My question yesterday was, wait a minute. When has the president ever told the world exactly what he was going to do? When has not just this president,
and then did it,
any president ever said, you know what, we're going in and we're going to hit these targets at this time? You don't broadcast your military plans to your own press, let alone tell the people you're targeting. Okay?
But they don't
Said
understand
this yesterday.
Trump.
Wait a minute. This doesn't make sense. If you do, you're not negotiating, you're performing.
Yep.
And if you're performing, you're putting lives at risk for the sake of optics. President doesn't do that. Okay. So what happened instead? Well, the Iranians spent the day preparing for the thing they were told was coming. They moved assets. They positioned people. Quite honestly, because of what Donald Trump said, they told the world exactly who they are. While our people in our country were calling our president a war criminal, they said nothing about the Iranians, revealing who they really are. You know, in case of war, we evacuate people, right? There's war coming. Let's get people out of this area. That might be target. What did they do?
What did they do? What did we just say in the last 20 minutes about Donald Trump exposing them? He faked, he fainted, he pump faked. They reacted. They reacted by putting their own men and own women and children on these infrastructure, bridges, nuclear power plants, and other necessary facilities for their military and for their livelihood. That's where they put them. What country does that? And Glenn's right. Not a single person was like, well, look what they're doing, these disgusting sons of bitches. Nope, they said Donald Trump's the war criminal. And he's so stupid. He's such a stupid military strategic commander-in-chief. He doesn't know what he's doing. He told them exactly what he's going to do. And look at now and then you had Marjorie Taylor Greene. You know what Marjorie Taylor Greene said? Marjorie Taylor Greene said, look at what these people would do for their country. They will die for their country. This is patriotism. Donald Trump is an animal, said the former cheating Congresswoman.
They put civilians in and around the key strike areas, power plants, infrastructure, all the locations they assumed were on a list. They moved their own people into harm's way. And nobody even asked how many people there were volunteers. Do you suppose they were all volunteers?
Yeah, good. That's what I said.
They put their own people in harm's way. That's a war crime.
Mm-hmm.
So here's key number one. The Iranians were not reacting to a strike. They were reacting to a message they believed.
Because they're so stupid.
There's a big difference there. And while that was happening, the rhetoric here just kept going up and up and up and up. He's insane. He's going to wipe out an entire civilization with a nuke. He's going to drag us into something we can't control. He wants nuclear war. Mm-hmm. And then 8 o'clock came and went, and nothing. No nuclear strike, no mass leveling of cities, no sudden collapse into world war. Instead, he announces a pause, a 2-week ceasefire, mediated in part by Pakistan.
And
conditional, structured, tied into something very, very specific, the Strait of Hormuz, opening safely. Negotiations are continuing. Neither side trusts each other, but both sides stepping back for just a minute. Now, if everybody truly believed we were headed for nuclear war and our president was going to be a war criminal, which everybody said, you would expect the kind of reaction that came about, when JFK and the Russians backed away from nukes in the Cuban Missile Crisis. How did Americans react? A sigh of relief and gratitude that leadership on both sides backed away from the brink. That's not the way we reacted last night. Nope. No pause from the voices shouting about nuclear war. Nuclear war criminals, now a chicken. What? The same voices just flipped. Now he's weak. Now he blinked. Now he didn't have the nerve. And I kept reading these things last night thinking to myself, he didn't have the nerve to do what exactly? Really, honestly, to do what? To follow through on the very actions that you said would make him a war criminal? To hit infrastructure so hard that you would inherit the aftermath? Power grids, civilian systems, the kind of targets that, you don't just win in a fight. Instead, you lock into rebuilding the country that you don't want to own. And he's been really consistent on that for years. You break it, you own it. That's why we're not going to break it. He has no interest in owning Iran. That goes to the other thing everybody's war. He's getting us into another long-term war. No, he doesn't. He is clear about that. I don't want to break it, so we don't own it.
I don't know what got into Glenn about 8 months ago, but the guy is nailing it on a daily basis now, and I love it. I love seeing somebody who has such a big voice and has had such a big voice for so long, even though I got away from him a while back, long time ago, when I realized that he and a lot of people at Fox, Mark Levin, Hannity, O'Reilly, Brett Baer, Bill Hemmer, what's the girl's name that does the show with Bill Hemmer? Martha McCallum. When all these people, when I realized that they were just establishment rhino hacks, and then I saw how they just gushed all over Ron DeSantis when he said, I'm going to run for president. I was like, I'm done with these losers. I was done with them a little bit before that, but that really broke the camel's back. That and calling the Arizona race. But then something happened to Glenn. He obviously went off on his own and created the Blaze and Blaze TV and many other publications. And now he seems to be a good voice again. He seems to be a good voice again. So I hope he stays there. Meanwhile, who likes the segment here on LFA TV, The Internet Never Forgets? Might be my favorite. I don't know. I like calling people on the air. I like the Rhino segment. But The Internet Never Forgets is just so tasty, so succulent, so full of flavor that I don't know. It might be my favorite segment here on LFA TV. Ladies and gentlemen, The Internet Never Forgets.
Iranians to know that if I'm the president, we will attack Iran. Whatever stage of development they might be in their nuclear weapons program in the next 10 years, during which they might foolishly consider launching an attack on Israel, we would be able to totally obliterate them.
Wow.
That's a terrible thing to say, but those people who run Iran need to understand that, because that perhaps will deter them from doing something that would be reckless, foolish, and tragic.
Wow.
Which foreign country do you consider to be our greatest adversary?
I think there's an obvious one in mind, which is Iran. Iran has American blood on their hands. Okay, this attack on Israel, 200 ballistic missiles. What we need to do to ensure that Iran never achieves the ability to be a nuclear power, that is one of my highest priorities.
So if you have proof that Iran is building a nuclear weapon, would you take military action?
I'm not going to talk about hypotheticals at this moment.
I want the Iran.
Because you don't know any hypotheticals. You low IQ, dumber than a box of AOC rocks. You don't know. You have no idea what you would or wouldn't do. And neither does Hillary. Why? Because neither of you dumb broads never got elected. Hillary's a twice loser. Would have been a third-time loser, too, if she wasn't involved in killing JFK's son. Oh! But Eli, do you find it shocking that the internet never forgot that these two dumbos said that they would take military action against Iran? Hillary Clinton said obliterate him, wipe him off the face of the earth. But now, Donald Trump's a war criminal.
I mean, I'm not surprised at all. Yes, the internet never forgets, and we're thankful for that. I just wish that it somehow mattered. You know, we can pull those videos back and,
yeah, I know,
show our viewers who know what's going on and want the truth, and that's great. But, it just, it's irritating that it doesn't do more. Like,
I know.
For the liberals, like, oh, okay, I see where I've been mistaken. But they're just like, no, you didn't understand what she was trying to say.
Yeah, I think the thing that you have to do when you're debating, like if I'm debating a lefty and I bring this up, right? I think before I even get into the debate, I have to go, okay, if we're going to do this, there has to be a basis of truth. There has to be something that we can agree on that is truth. And if either one of us can prove the other one wrong on that basis of truth, then I want to see a concession made on that topic by either myself or by you. And if you can do that in the beginning, you might be able to gain some headway. Because you're almost like, if they expect it, they'll adhere to it. So if you can get them to agree that there is a basis of truth out there somewhere, then you build off that. I think, but the problem is most of them, when they do get called out on something or when they do get shown something like that, they can always revert back to this, Eli. Well, that was a different time. And that was before Donald Trump broke the world and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So it's just like, it's almost not worth it.
Well, that was long before we were told to care about Iran,
Yeah,
so this doesn't matter.
Exactly. All right, I do want to take a quick break here, and I want to talk about OFP Farms, folks. OFP Farms. Denise and Corey over at OFP Farms, OFPFarms.com, promo code RiseUp. That is OFPFarms.com, promo code RiseUp. Goat milk and tallow soap. Goat milk and tallow soap and skincare needs and deodorants and beard oils and bath bombs and magnesium creams and so many other things over there at OFP Farms. You can go over there today, OFPFarms.com. If you use the promo code RiseUp, you can get a discount. Denise and Corey are waiting to package your order today. Shipping, they have shipping and return policies on there. They have frequently asked questions on there. You can contact them. You can leave a review right there on their website and more. OFPfarms.com. Promo code RISE UP. Also want to give a big shout out to our friends over at Golden Crest Metals. Golden Crest Metals, myself and Rich Jacoby, we do a show here every Saturday. Not last Saturday, it was a holiday weekend, but we do a show here every Saturday called The Crest Report. It's at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, whether you do or whether you don't invest in the precious metals, it is a good show. We talk a lot about news. We talk a lot about other countries, what they're doing with oil, what they're doing with crude oil, what they're holding to their chest, why things might be looking the way they're looking. It's a very good economic show. So if you want to get your taste of Lfa Tv on the weekend and wet your whistle with a little bit of news, then come in 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you do want to pull the trigger, then reach out to goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Fill out that little questionnaire. Reach out to Rich and his team, and they'll get back to you as soon as possible, okay? Good, honest, solid people, folks. Rich Jacoby. I've been with him now for the better part of a year, and we love doing the podcast together. So check it out. And that's tomorrow at 1 p.m., The Crest Report, and goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. All right, as we're just hovering still here around 3,900 people, I'd like to thank all of you guys who are taking time out of your day to watch today. I want to give a big shout out also to Suzanne Vermontes for putting all the links in there. Those are friendly links. You can click them and you can open up a tab for later. Jeremy, Trump is doing a rally in Vegas next week. Can you cover it? Well, we can show it here, but we'll have to pull from the White House feed that we get. I don't think we can get credentialed that quick and put it together that fast, but I'll look into it after the show today, okay? All right, here we go. Venezuelan oil surges back into the U.S. as Chevron ramps up its massive imports. Again, ladies and gentlemen, you know who's not getting all that Venezuelan oil anymore? I'll give you a hint. They're asshole. China. That's right. We're getting that Venezuelan oil now. And after we took Maduro out, and after we pumped a bunch of money and got the oil executives back in there to rebuild infrastructure and stuff like that, oil is flowing again, folks. And it's flowing by the ship right to the United States of America. Matter of fact, we might as well just take Venezuela, Cuba, and Greenland and call it a day, right? Chevron is importing approximately 250,000 barrels of Venezuelan crude oil per day to the United States, according to company officials. Now, we use 20 million barrels a day. 250,000 is just a drop in the bucket. But it's also just a start. So hold on to your horses. The increase follows recent developments in Venezuela after the recent capture of and extradition of socialist dictator Nicolas Maduro, who's in his cell right now going, me, 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 me. I'm singing like a bird on all your election thievery. The country's new leadership is now cooperating with the United States on a variety of matters, including the opening of its oil markets. Andy Waltz, president of downstream, midstream, and chemicals at Chevron, confirmed the scale of imports in an interview with the BBC, of which we do have a video of that. So let's go there now.
That's the number one question I get. Okay, all this oil is coming in, so when are gas prices going down?
I think they are going down. They are going down. I mean, Venezuela's just started to flow, but I went by a station today and it was $2.39. That's a pretty good price for gasoline today in Mississippi.
How low do you think it can go and you can still make money?
Oh, geez, I don't know. I think, look, that's a really tough question.
I feel like there's many types of fuel, Lauren.
Yeah, look, I do think ultimately it's good for Venezuela. It's good for the American consumer because you're adding supply. More supply drives down the price, and that'll eventually go to the pump.
And it's already starting. Output to the United States once exceeded 3 million barrels a day. But do you know when that stopped? It fell sharply due to the collapse of the country's economy following Hugo Chavez's revolution. So if we get up to 3 million barrels a day coming from Venezuela, if we get back to that, imagine how cheap gas will be, especially with that refinery opening up in Texas and us drilling like we are. KRZ Jules says, I have a direct connect to Chairman Mike McDonald in Las Vegas. Someone get Jeremy my info. Send it to lfaproducer@gmail.com. Okay? lfaproducer@gmail.com. Scotty says, when is China going to invade Taiwan, I wonder? Not while Trump is in office. That'd be the last thing they want to do. Not while he's in office. So we used to get 3 million barrels from Venezuela every single day. We get back to there, folks. We are in good positions, especially to where Donald Trump wants to take the United States. Now, Chevron is currently the only U.S. company operating in Venezuela with the ability to extract and transport crude oil, saying we think we can take that up another 50%. So call it somewhere between 300 and 400,000 barrels a day right now, Waltz added. He also said the additional supply from Venezuela could increase availability in U.S. markets as shipping continues. He says when things get back to normal, that additional supply of Venezuelan oil will actually translate to lower prices for Americans. So I'm stoked about that. I knew it would be good for us. I also knew that we used to get millions of barrels a week from them, and we're working on getting back there. Maybe we need to send another American company down there. I don't know, but I don't know the resources that Chevron has on it as its own. But if we can get another one down there, that'll only make it better. This, as there's a powder keg in Europe right now. Russian warships escort sanctioned tankers across the English Channel in complete defiance of Keir Starmer's threats of the Royal Navy. Why? Because they don't have a Royal Navy anymore. The UK is screwed militarily. The only thing that keeps Russia at bay and allows the UK to even exist to the level that it is right now is our security of them. If Donald Trump starts going, do it yourself, Russia's going to do whatever they want. They're going to be making money hand over fist, and guess who's not going to get any of it? The UK. Slam says oil prices currently at 97.93. You know they were 117 2 days ago? So we're going in the right direction. While the conflict in Iran is dominating the news cycle, in Europe, the globalists are hard at work trying to enforce their myriads of sanctions against Russia, notably against a fleet called the Shadow Fleet. When it comes to the United Kingdom, its failing Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who is no Winston Churchill, by the way, according to Donald Trump, has threatened to seize Shadow Fleet tankers passing their territory waters. Apparently, Starmer forgot that Moscow does get a say in the matter. So it arose today with a Russian warship escorting a sanctioned vessel through, vessel through the English Channel. And there's nothing that England can do about it. The UK can do about it. Nothing. There's literally nothing they can do. Putin is just going to be like, oh yeah, whatever, do something. He sent a warship to escort the sanctioned Russian vessel through the English Channel after Keir Starmer threatened to seize them. So he did that in defiance. He said, we'll seize them. He said, yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah, okay, whatever. You're one of those sit down and pee kind of guys. What do I care about you? I ride bears, and my country loves me. Your country's full of Islamic radicals who've taken over your entire culture and your entire faith of your country. What are you talking about? Keir Starmer mocked Vladimir Putin while the ship was going through. Think about how weak you have to be. Mermaid Mill says gas here is $2.63. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. We're in the $3 again here in Iowa where I am, but we'll get back there. Imagine mocking, Eli, imagine mocking the Russian president, calling him names, laughing at him, saying you're going to take his ships, finger up from Moscow. A Moscow middle finger.
You should never mock President of Russia. See, they are a very big superpower. This is why I have such a good accent. In case America fall, it never will. But if it does, I'm okay.
Eli and I are heading to Moscow if America ever falls. Actually, Eli, if America ever falls, I'll die right here on this soil. I'm never going to be a refugee.
Amen to the amen to that.
Imagine being a refugee, by the way. As an American. Imagine that, Eli. You're an American. Your whole life you said, I'm American. Right? And all of a sudden America gets attacked and you're like, you flee to like Venezuela or South Africa, or you flee to the UK. Imagine that. That would never happen. America, the only refugees from here will be Democrats.
It reminded me of Wayne's World where he said, I'm an American. Now I'm a Venezuelan. Hi. I'm in El Salvador.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly, Eli. Exactly.
Let's keep diving right in. Let's just keep diving right in.
Remember, everybody, if you're in the Las Vegas area, I want to say hi to Amy Mullins, who's over on YouTube. How you doing, Amy? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Red Rice Wilson says, my husband works in the oil industry out of the Gulf of America. How awesome is that? Good to see you guys over there on YouTube chiming in. But Rumble is where the cool kids table is. Just saying. No, we need YouTube to grow too, so stay over there. But yes, there's a Trump rally in Las Vegas next week. You guys might want to hit it up. Now, Eli, do you remember Casey Hutchinson? Do you remember that name at all? Try to remember. Casey Hutchinson.
Let me think. Oh yeah, Casey Hutchinson.
Yeah, she's right there on the Google machine. Well, ladies and gentlemen, she was the January 6th star witness. Remember Cassidy Hutchinson? Remember her? Well, the DOJ has launched an complete criminal investigation into her now. Oh, I love the investigations, but I'm ready for the. The Justice Department's Civil Rights Division has launched an investigation into January 6th star witness Cassidy Hutchinson. Grab the wheel, Eli. Remember? Donald Trump said, excuse me, I'm going to leap from the back seat, grab the wheel of the beast, and we're going where I want to go. Excuse me, I'm driving now. Remember the story?
So there's got to be a little partition, a little window separation. I'm sorry, I love you, President Trump, but you ain't no shape. I'm in no shape to dive through however small that little window would have been. So yeah. I can't believe that was ever taken.
There's no way you fit through the window. You like cookies, like me, okay? Now there, I got to call you fat back, okay? Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Rights Division, Harmeet Dillon, is spearheading the investigation. And remember, she hasn't botched hers yet. She's the one who went out and got Don Lemon and got him arrested. Let me read a quote here. The investigation into Miss Hutchinson began some weeks ago after the Justice Department received a referral from a Trump ally in Congress who accused Miss Hutchinson of lying to the Special House Committee that investigated the events of January 6th. During explosive televised testimony in June of 2022, remember they put that stuff all over TV like a spectacle, like a circus? Miss Hutchinson, now 29, said that Mr. Trump had encouraged the crowd that gathered to hear him speak near the White House on January 6th to march to the Capitol, even though he knew it was armed and could turn violent. The Justice Department has assigned its Civil Rights Division to investigate Cassidy Hutchinson, a former White House aide who outraged President Trump 4 years ago after her testimony before Congress implicating him in the violence that ended up erupting at the Capitol on January 6th. The move was a highly unusual one by the Justice Department's leadership, directing a criminal case that appears to involve accusations of lying to Congress to a specialized unit that normally focuses on systematic civil rights abuses, like police misconduct and racial discrimination. Cassidy Hutchinson testified that Trump got into the beast. You remember the beast, right? Okay, it's bulletproof. It's a beast. Nobody knows beasts like I do. After the speech at the Ellipse on January 6th, with the belief that he would be driven to the Capitol. According to Hutchinson, though, who received this information from Tony Ornato, the assistant director for the Secret Service, Trump grew angry in the back seat of the beast after he was informed that he was not being driven to the Capitol, that he was being driven instead to the West Wing of the White House. According to Ornato, Trump shouted, "I'm the fucking president. Take me to the Capitol now." Joe Biden is mentally retarded. I added that last part. Hutchinson alleged that at this point, Trump reached for the driver. It's a movie, Eli. Slow motion. "I'm the fucking president." Grabbed the wheel of the beast like Arnold Schwarzenegger in Predator. Muscled it away, Eli, from the driver. And yanked it and said, "We're going where I want to go." That sounds like a movie. A movie I would watch.
Don't get me wrong, I just pictured the whole thing, and it's something like an Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sylvester Stallone type of, I want to see it.
Yeah, exactly. He even did he did the Sylvester Stallone when he did it. Eli said, "I'm the fucking president." Now, of course, that was all a lie, clearly. The House Oversight Subcommittee. What, Eli? I know you wanted to say something.
It's all BS anyway. I heard the real story was because he couldn't fit through the window, he actually got out the back, started running alongside the side of the car, and then ripped open the driver's side door, threw the guy out, and then took control of the car. Get it right, dude.
Actually, Eli, you're a little bit wrong still. He jumped out the back window of the car, chased the car with silver blades that his hands turned into, like the T2. He ran after the car, ran up alongside it, stopped it, rolled down the window and said, "Have you seen this boy?" That's the real story.
Wayne from Wayne's World just happened to be driving and said, "Ah!"
Obviously, that was all a lie. Subcommittee headed by Representative Barry Loudermilk later found the unreleased testimony by the 4 White House employees present for Trump's January 6, 2021 speech at the Ellipse directly contradicted claims made by Miss Cassidy Hutchinson. She made it all up. None of it ever happened, obviously. Can you see Trump doing that, Eli, by the way? Watch this. I can see him on Truth Social. Watch what I'm about to do. And just yanked the wheel. First of all, I think the car would have flipped.
I think the most forceful motion I've ever actually seen him do is when he goes golfing. I've never seen him throw a punch. I've never seen him even jump an inch off the ground.
The Trumpinator. Oh, do we have the Trumpinator? Hold on, folks. I'll be right back.
You're fired. You're fired. You're fired.
This is what Trump looked like on that day. The only difference from this that you see right here. Come on, give me the wheel. Give me the wheel now. Nobody knows wheels like I do. Get to the chopper. We got to go to the Capitol. Go there now. Do it. Come on. He was wearing these shoes. It's the only difference. He had his gold Trump Force One shoes on. And without these, he could have never kept up with the beast, Eli. So when he jumped out the back window and ran upside the beast and grabbed that wheel, stuck his hand through the windshield, he was wearing these bad boys. Eli, you think anybody wants a roundhouse in the kick while Trump's wearing these bad boys? I don't freaking think so. Trump Kwando. Learn it.
If you sign up now for my program, you're going to get a girlfriend like Starla. Forget about it.
Forget about it. John Bon Jovi fan says, "Love the show. You are my new Steve Bannon. All we want is the truth, not to bash our imperfect GPOAT, greatest president. If we want that, we'll just tune into the fake news stations." Amen, right? And here, you know what you get? You get a little laughter, right, Eli? Come on. You'll get some laughter. Do it. Do it now. Go to the Capitol. They are stealing the election. Come on. I think we can move on, right, Eli? Come on, let's move on already. Get to it, huh? All right. Yeah. So Cassidy Hutchinson is now apparently under investigation. And good. She should be. Right? She should be under investigation. Lying like that. Making up stories like that. How dare she? What do we got here? Quarter till? All right. Where else are we at? Fascist Colorado Democrats. I think there's a lot of them, right? True International Pressure says greatest president of our lifetime. Someone did the Arnold yell, but auto-tuned it into an entire song. Yeah, I think I've heard that before. Lulu Red Eli says, y'all crack me up. Well, I'm glad we can do that. You know what I mean? I'm glad we can do that. It's good to be able to get people to laugh these days. We only need 200 to hit 4,000. DeClue says, yeah, I don't think we're going to get there. Conservative says, I just checked Bannon's podcast for 5 minutes. Had to switch it off and watch something else. Sheesh, what a negative Nelly he is. Look, folks, all these people used to be my friends. I really don't know what happened to them. I don't. These people have lost their marbles, dude. They've lost their marbles. I used to look up to Bannon, man, big time. I've probably had 10 face-to-face conversations with Steve. XX Machine says it's nothing but commercials, too. I haven't watched them in a couple of years. So, I don't know. As we're still number 6 on the live leaderboard. What's up, Eli?
I used to have the official Steve Bannon action figure with real punching and kicking action. Totally threw it away.
I didn't think Steve Bannon could punch or kick. Anyway. I know his studio smells like piss. I will say that.
Maybe piss and cigars or cigarettes or something.
No, just piss. Just straight piss. Now, let's get to these loser Democrats in Colorado, of which I'm sure there's no shortage of. And then we'll play a video of this loser. But first, Democrat Representative Jason Crow of Colorado recently appeared on MS Now, what a stupid name brand, and said that he is creating lists of people in the Trump administration to go after in the future. Wait a minute. I thought creating lists and people's names on it, Eli, for engaging in rights that they have under the Constitution is totalitarian? Dare I say a dictatorship?
You're exactly right.
No, I'm exactly right, Eli. I'm exactly right. These people don't seem to realize that they are the fascists. They are the ones who want to use the power of the state to go after their political enemies. They are the ones who are chomping at the bit to wield power over others. They are the ones who are saying that they are going to lock up every person in this administration for following the commandments of their commander-in-chief. They are the ones that are putting people now on lists. I bet you I'm going to be on that list. Carl says Alex Jones has lost it saying to use the 25th Amendment on Trump. Are you serious? He's not really saying that, is he? Hold on. I got to stop the news here for a second. Guys, hold on. Is Bannon really saying, is he part of the 25th Amendment crowd? That's not true, is it? Well, you were just joking, right? If that's true, I'm texting him today. And I'm going to say, what the hell, dude? Are you serious? Gina, that's true. He is? Wow. What a douchebag. What, Eli, we are changing that. I've been saying I want to change the introduction to the show for quite some time because it's a little dated. You know what I mean? But now, because Bannon's in that, I got to get rid of that now. We got to get rid of that intro. We need a new intro.
Yeah, absolutely. And this may be old from what I'm looking at, but I just Googled. Bannon says he's part of the 25th Amendment crowd, and the AI overview on Google says newly released files from the Jeffrey Epstein investigation have revealed that former Trump advisor Steve Bannon discussed using the 25th Amendment to remove Donald Trump from office during his first term. I'm sorry.
Yeah. The way you asked it is not going to answer what you asked. It's not going to answer. You have to say, did Bannon say it's time to use the 25th Amendment on Trump? That's the way you're going to have to ask it. But if everybody on here is saying that he's saying it all the time. So, wow. I knew Jones was. I knew Alex was. But I didn't know that Bannon was doing that too. If that's the case, I got to talk to Ben Berkholm as well. What do you got, Eli? I mean, I'm going to believe the people in the chat. I just want to see what the internet says.
Still kind of saying the same thing, but it keeps resorting back to the first term in 2018, so we have to see the show.
Well, I'd have to see the show. I can't really comment on it. If he really is, if that's the case, I'm going to say he's a douchebag. I'm going to ask. I'm going to reach out and I'm going to ask. I'm going to also ask Ben, but I do know that both Bannon and Alex have had Marjorie Taylor Greene on lately. And like we're friendly with her. And anybody who has Marjorie Taylor Greene on and is friendly with them, I knew Alex was, but I didn't know Bannon was. I'd have to hear that. But anyway, let's get back to this. It should be noted that Crow was one of the Democrats who urged the military to ignore the supposed legal orders. He's part of the Seditious Six. Remember that? He said now he's going to be taking names and creating his own list. When pressed on how Democrats were going to respond to what MS Now reported as enemies list from the Trump Department of Justice, specifically with regard to his participation in a video telling the U.S. military personnel to refuse hypothetical illegal orders from the Trump administration, MS Now's Ari Melber, who is another loser, after displaying a graphic of the alleged enemies list, said Pam Bondi's out, partly because she has 0 wins in this. Probably a good thing for the rule. But was it a bad thing for her? What do you say to her? To Todd Blanche, who appears to be pursuing the similar programs? What will Congress do? And if they do break laws within the DOJ of selective prosecution, will they be ever held accountable? And here is what Representative Crow said in response to that.
You can't hide from that. We are taking names. I'm creating my own lists of people that need to have oversight and accountability. It is so important right now that people understand that if you're in this administration and you're asked to violate the law or violate your oath or turn your back on the Constitution, that you will be judged one way or another at some point or another. You cannot escape it forever. You can't hide behind a mask. You can't hide behind your desk. You can't hide behind your title. We will seek accountability. Well, accountability will come sooner or later. You can't hide from that. We are.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You couldn't fight your way out of a paper bag. What are you honestly going to do? Carl says, watch Misfit this morning. Okay, I'll watch it. I'll watch a show. I didn't get a chance to see. I was getting ready for my show. But I'll be really, 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 really upset if that's the case. I really will. Like I said, I have spent so much time with Bannon. Like, that sucks. Like, I know he's been mad at Trump about some things. I know he's jumped on the Jew thing for a bit. I get that. But if he's actually calling for the 25th Amendment, that's a whole nother realm of crazy. Because you are aligning with that crowd of people. And that crowd of people that are calling for the 25th Amendment, those are not good people to be aligned with right now. They all are going to fall. Every one of them are going to fall by their own volition. Right? I showed you the clip yesterday of Candace, right? Getting close. We're getting close. We're getting close. It's very close. We're inching closer. It's dangerously close now. Those are the people you're dealing with. The Tuckers who said in 2006 that Islam was a stain and a cancer on the world, who now says, how dare you criticize Islam? These are the people you're dealing with, Eli.
That's just what worries me, though, dude. You know, Candace, Tucker, they used to be very prominent conservative voices. Now it seems they've switched, but a lot of people still listen to them. Same thing with Bannon.
I know.
Now we've just chalked up another one. So that kind of makes me worried for the midterms. Yeah, I know that we'll probably pull through, but a lot of ex-conservatives out there that are still spewing a bunch of ridiculous crap.
Yeah, I know, and it does suck. It really does. I hate to see the party divided by people who don't know what they're talking about, who really just get mad at a couple things and then they want to hijack the entire movement and hand it right back to Democrats. It's like, what do you think if you're calling for the Republicans to lose, who in the flying F do you think takes over? And you're okay with that? That's why you should get punched in the mouth if you're okay with that.
Exactly. That's what I was going to point out. It's like you've been saying over and over and over, okay, you're mad at the conservatives and the Republicans, so you're going to be a Democrat?
Yeah, I know.
That sure as shit ain't the answer.
Exactly. It's like, how far left are you going to go just because you're mad at the right? We're all mad at the Rhino establishment. We've been trying to take it over for years. And you people just set us back how long? But don't worry, I have a whole segment on these retards here in a little bit. And I'm going to tell you what, I've not heard Bannon said it, so I'm not lumping him into it. But if I see a clip of Bannon saying he's calling for the 25th Amendment, that's a whole nother story. I knew Jones did. I think some people got mixed up in the comment thread here. I think people were talking about Jones and Bannon, and I have not. Look, if Bannon said that, I would imagine there'd be some clips out about it, right? Thank you, Echo Bella. Thank you, Biggest Balls. Appreciate it. If Bannon's out there calling for the 25th Amendment, Eli, I think for sure. Hey, CRJ, don't unfollow him yet, because we don't have any verification yet on that. But I would think that you'd see the clips, Eli. I mean, I think I'd see them.
Not that it's overly trustworthy, of course, but I did take the opportunity and I went to ChatGPT and it said, no, there's no credible reporting that Steve Bannon has recently called for using the 25th Amendment against Donald Trump. So, we're 50-50 right now.
Yeah, I mean, don't jump to conclusions yet, folks. We're literally taking something that was said in the chat. I don't know in what context it was said. The chat's always about 30 seconds behind from which I'm speaking. So let's hold off and let's get some verification because, like it or not, Steve Bannon is a big voice in the MAGA movement. He is. And he always has been. I understand he's pissed off about the Epstein stuff, but Pam Bondi's fired now. So, but if he's saying 25th Amendment, then he's crossed the line. That's all. He's crossed the line. And we'll hold him accountable for it, if that's the case. I just don't think he said that. I don't think, to be honest with you, Eli, I don't think Berkman would go on his show if he said that. I just don't think Ben would go on there. Ben's got integrity. Just because Ben works for a RAV doesn't mean that he'd be going on with somebody who's calling for Trump to be, removed from office.
Yeah, if it was any type of situation like that, it would have been Ben having been on his show and then Steve saying it after, and then he's the type of person who would never go back on that show ever again.
Absolutely. Ben's got integrity. Hey, Active Girl said this. Hey, Jeremy, my first time here live. Speaking of Bannon, I left his fear-mongering crap a long time ago and switched to you. He's also on the Epstein files, and he took money from him. Well, I do know all about the Epstein stuff with him. But, hey, Active Girl, I want to say thank you for being here. Thank you for watching live. And, hey, I'm honored that you switched to me. We get a lot of that. We get a lot of people that say, I used to watch, Alex, now I watch you. I used to watch Bannon, now I watch you. I'm very honored by that. And to be honest with you, to be even put in the same name as these people who did once great things, it is an honor because it lets me know that we're on the right track here. But again, I'm not gonna until I see a clip of Bannon actually saying it and verify what show it came from. I can't go down that road yet. But I do appreciate you guys bringing it to my attention. I'll look for it now. Okay, I'll look for it. But I did hear Alex Jones say that. And he's already, pop his ass, he's already done. InfoWars, Misinfowars. That's what we're going to call it now. Misinfowars. Or Disinfowars, whatever you want to call it. Because he's just an idiot now.
I mean, realistically, and I really hate to say this, but since Alex Jones's whole lawsuit and being owned by people now and him just being on the show to make money to pay back continuously, we can't really trust anything he says, can we?
Well, I don't know in which capacity that his company was taken over and owned by someone else now. I don't think the initial sale or the auction ever went through, so I don't know what happened after that. It all kind of died down after he took over the airwaves. You know what I'm saying? But from now on, Eli, Alex Jones is straight up Miss InfoWars. That's what we're going to call him. Or AV 1965 said info whores. That's even better. That's even better. Now, let's get into this story. Stats are showing that Donald Trump's immigration policies are doing very well, and that long-term damage to the political power of blue cities and states are happening. Let's get into this. Now that President Trump has shut down the border and stopped the flow of new people into blue cities and states, they're not able to maintain their population levels because the actual people that live in those cities and states are fleeing for places like Texas, Florida, Tennessee, and the Midwest. How are you going to sustain? See, this constant flow of illegal aliens coming into these cities and states, they were making up for the people that were leaving, but not anymore. Now, while smaller populations, these cities and states are going to lose significant electoral power in the present, but even more so in the future, long term. This is a disaster for them. And that is a source for much of their rage that you see right now. And now that you've got Mark Wayne Mullen saying, I might even stop international flights of legal people coming in to visit your city and your state. You might want to rethink that sanctuary city status. The left tries to frame their anti-ICE protests as a humanitarian issue, but it has nothing to do with that. It's all about the loss of political power, which is all they have and all they ever really cared about. The entire issue can be summarized by a chart. Those red lines that you're going to see on this chart I'm about to show you, it's population loss. Wait till you see this. This will tell you everything you need to know about why they're flipping out as bad as they are. It's all about power. Look at population loss. Look where it's going. Look at that. Look at all the population lost in New England. Going down. Look at all the population lost in California. Check that out. That's crazy. With 2030 reapportionment already expected to cost Democrats massive House seats and electoral votes, this pattern can deepen those losses even further. And that's what Trump is doing. A lot of people don't understand Trump's long-term game. And I'm not saying that we understand it perfectly, but I will tell you this. We know how Trump operates, and we can call what he's going to do a mile away. Over the past several election cycles, immigration has become one of the most defining issues in American politics. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be honest with you. The main reason that I voted for Donald Trump, if I was a first-time voter in 2024, my main and prioritized reason for voting for Donald Trump was to secure the border and stop the invasion. That was it, Eli. It wasn't drain the swamp. That wasn't my primary reason for voting for Donald Trump in 2024. I figured that would just come with part of the package. It wasn't fix the economy. You couldn't do much more damage than retard Joe Biden had done, according to Kim Jong-un anyway. Mentally retarded. I'll never forget that, Eli. I mean, he called him mentally retarded. It almost sounded like, Eli, you know those phone calls when it's like, hi, Jeremy, you have a call from Eli Ellis. Would you accept? It's almost like that. It was almost like Trump was like, look, they said some very bad things about Joe, some very terrible things about him. I mean, Kim Jong-un called him mentally retarded. He almost spoke without an accent or without sounding like himself.
I swear, it feels like Trump was like not even by a microphone. He was just. So they said some horrible things. They said some horrible things about Joe Biden. I think they even said he was mentally retarded.
Dude, it was the funniest thing that I've seen in years. I laughed so hard when he said that. Laughed so hard. But although President Trump campaigned on more restrictive immigration policies in the 2016 presidential election, net international migration was actually higher in his first term than in Obama's. After migration rose to unprecedented levels by the end of Biden's presidency, Trump has followed through on his campaign rhetoric and his campaign promises, with his administration implementing a stricter approach to immigration enforcement in this now second term. Okay? Estimate that net international migration has plummeted to roughly 1/3 of the levels observed at the end of Biden's second term. Official U.S. Census Bureau projections already indicate that the net international migration in 2026 is expected to be roughly 9 times lower than in 2024. An estimated view that I view as broadly reasonable. The largest declines in net international migration have occurred in Democratic-leaning urban areas, particularly in California, Chicago, and the Northeast, but also in parts of Texas, Colorado, and Florida. Given that the census has already signaled that 2020-30 U.S. House reapportionment may already be unfavorable to Democratic states. We knew that was going to happen. And by the way, if they can get the SAVE Act passed, it's over with for them for a long, long time. Okay? The Democrats' loss will be the Republicans' gain. As people flee these blue states and cities for red states, the problem with it is a lot of them are bringing their blue state shit with them. That's a whole nother thing that we've got to figure out. Eli, you know what I think? Here's what I think. Suzanne, I want to say thank you for tipping Eli, tipping the waitress. She said LFA producer. That was nice of her. Thank you, Suzanne. What was I thinking? What was I going to say now? It took me off my square there. Oh, here's what I think. If you are moving from a blue state to a what can be called as an official red state, you should have to fill out a questionnaire. And before you get legal state resident status, it should have to be approved. Now, I know that takes away from free movement. I get that. I get that 100%. And I know I could pick out 2 people in here that'll disagree with me immediately. Well, that's not the way the United States is supposed to be. Well, you know what? Congress is never supposed to be the way it is right now either. The government was never supposed to be bigger and more powerful than the people either. So different times, folks, and different times, extreme times call for extreme measures. Imagine this. Imagine if you're sitting in Florida, red state, and all of a sudden millions of people from California come and they bring their blue state shit with them only because they can't afford to be in California anymore. They're too stupid to put 2 and 2 together as to the reason why. So they bring it with them and they overturn your state and make it a blue state. You're going to be happy with that? I don't think you'd be happy with that. I think it should be approved. I think you should have to fill out a questionnaire beforehand. Just like coming to the United States. How long are you going to be here for? Are you thinking about becoming a permanent resident here? Okay, if you're thinking about becoming a permanent resident here, you got to fill out this questionnaire. Where are you moving from? California? Denied. Denied. Sorry. Move to another blue state that has lower taxes. Don't know what to tell you. Denied. You can visit all you want. Please visit. Spend your money here. All money spends the same. Might not be worth the same, but all money spends the same, baby. Right? Come into my state. Spend money. Visit. Please. We'd love to have you. You're welcome. But as far as becoming a permanent resident here, where are you moving from? Oh, Chicago? No, sorry. We're full. We're full. Sorry. You're not getting granted permanent residency here. Sorry. We're full. We're not going to let you, because you got to understand, politically they do this as a strategy. You know that, right? They literally move people to other states to try to turn that state from red to blue or purple to blue. You know that, right? Gina Marie says, Jeremy, but there's a lot of MAGA in California. Okay. Then the next questionnaire is, what's your voting status? Okay. You can get around that pretty quick. If Californians want to flee because they're Republican and they're getting decimated in California, okay, fine. You're coming from California, that's a mark against you. What's your vote? What were you last registered as? Oh, you were last registered as a Republican. You're fleeing because of persecution. Okay, you can come. There you go. There's your safeguard. What were you last registered to vote as? There's your safeguard. Look, man. Desperate times call for desperate measures. And I think we're in desperate times right now, don't you? I do. 100%. Moving on to our next story here. There are 2 Republicans right now. Rhino Republican Mike Lawler and Rhino Republican Maria Salazar, I think her name is. Both of them want amnesty. Both of them want amnesty for any illegal alien that doesn't have a criminal record. They don't count coming into the country a criminal offense. Mike Lawler can stick his head where the sun don't shine. I got to give it to Laura Ingraham on here. I've never given Laura Ingraham ever the Smarty Award of the Day. I'm going to preemptively right now, proactively, give Laura Ingraham the Smarty Award of the Day, and she's never, ever received it. Because I think she's a Rhino establishment person too, but not as bad as these 2. Laura Ingraham absolutely demolished Open Borders Rhino Representative Mike Lawler of New York as he tried to defend his disastrous Dignidad Act, the latest Republican betrayal masquerading as immigration reform. Lawler, the same Rhino that was exposed back in January for whining that President Trump's deportation policies were, quote, aren't working and demanding mass amnesty for illegal aliens, got absolutely torched when Laura Ingraham, of all people, demanded to stop the tired cliches and actually explain the bill he's pushing, asking, have you even read it, idiot? Lawler penned an op-ed in the New York Times earlier this year. Let me read it for you real quick. Alex Ann says, Jeremy, I'm a registered Democrat, but have never voted for a Democrat in years, never changed it. So based on that, you will deny me? Yes. If you're coming from a Democrat state and you're registered as a Democrat, yes, I would deny you. You know how easy it is to go re-register as a Republican or even an independent? Pretty simple to do. And I'm not criticizing you or anything. You asked me a question, I gave you an answer. Unfortunately, you would fall into that category. Maybe not in actuality, but officially on paper, that would be the category that you'd fall into. So I would just go re-register as a Republican. You know how many times I've changed my voting registration based on if I'm pissed off at the GOP or not? I'm not trying to be rude to you. I'm just trying to say, you got to have a standard somewhere. You can even, I believe you, I don't know how easy it is to register in your state, but in some places it's super easy. And you know what? Might want to do it before it becomes harder. Here's the op-ed. Let me read it for you. Along with building on Mr. Trump's border policies, a realistic plan would provide a path to legal status for long-term illegal immigrants without a criminal record. This path would be rigorous and fair, and it would aim to keep families together. Fair means those who benefit would face mandatory work requirements, forego public assistance, and pay fines and any back taxes they might owe. No. How about no? No. Zero. Zip. Zilch. I don't care if they're billionaires and they give us all their money. I don't care. How about we just stop all the fraud in this country and we won't need any more money? How about that?
I'm curious, Jeremy. I'm so effing curious. Do we or do we not still have our own homeless problem, our own homeless veteran problem? Why is there never any focus, never any concentration on our own friggin'? I am so sick and tired of hearing these gatherings, these bills, these propositions of anything and everything that we can do for illegals.
Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Billionaires in this world could end world hunger and world thirst right now, today, if they wanted to. But they don't, because they're power, money-hungry suckers. And I can't stand a single one of them. He goes on to say, I should say, Congress would have to change the legal immigration system, too. Lawmakers should create a system in which applicants' merit matters more than it does now, better accounting for the country's economic needs. Hey, how about this? They come through the legal port of entry, and they come in and assimilate, and then we don't need to have our economic needs met. Or how about the fact that nobody can get a damn good job these days because they're all here working? I am a husband of a naturalized citizen. No wonder you're a piece of shit. Calling for mass amnesty. My wife came, not saying anybody married to a naturalized citizen is, but I'm saying if this is your stance and you go, and I'm proudly married to one, then you're a piece of shit. My wife came to the United States in pursuit of a better life. I will always fight to provide opportunity to those who have the potential and desire to contribute to American success. I'm wondering, did she become naturalized because she married you? Is that how she became a citizen? Because of marriage? Because if you ask me, that's no different than birthright citizenship, and she should be out too. You don't just get to anchor yourself here because you married some douchebag, whiny little pussy like this guy.
You've got to stop using
They're
the
not
cliches.
legally here.
Right, this in the shadows
They're not
line,
legally here,
I've been
Laura.
dealing with this for 25 years. I don't know what shadows you're looking at, but they're not in the shadows. They're working in restaurants. Some are. Others are engaged in widespread fraud in California.
Yeah.
But this idea
And
that
that's why
they're
this
already
bill-
given amnesty, they're not already given amnesty. Why do you come on television and say that? The president has been trying to remove people from this country. The only reason they're not being removed is because we don't have strong Democrats and Republicans to support it.
No, Laura. Criminal aliens, 100% should be removed from this country, period. And the bill provides for that. I don't want anyone getting a waiver. I don't want anyone getting a free pass.
It's in the legislation.
If you have committed
Have
a
you read the
crime,
legislation?
if you have committed a crime, yes, I have, Laura. If you have committed a crime, you should be removed from the country, period. Number two, what we are trying to do is say, if you have been in the country for more than 5 years, in other words, if you came here during Joe Biden's administration, you don't qualify.
How do you determine that?
You don't qualify under this legislation.
All of this
So
sounds great.
It's
Answer
very clear.
a simple question.
It's very clear. You have to be in the country before 2020. Yeah, you have to be in the country before 2020. So anybody who came,
please.
Yep.
All right. Please tell my audience, because they're very smart.
Yep.
How does an immigration officer determine millions and millions, determine continuous presence, and tell me the considerations they take into account to determine that?
Well, look, if they cannot prove that, if they cannot prove continuous presence, they wouldn't qualify for this. You have to be able to meet the qualifications of the program.
I just asked you a question. How do you determine it?
You have to be able to meet the qualifications of the program, and that means the Department of Homeland Security is going to they are going to make the determination, as they always have, based on the current structure and guidelines that are in place. But the bottom line here, Laura, can I make a few points? Because this actually matters.
Yeah.
E-Verify is part of the bill.
You bet it does.
Okay, so you actually... and it's part of the bill. And we want to verify that every single person who would be employed in this country is here legally. If you're not verified, you wouldn't be able to lawfully work, and we would hold those businesses accountable. The bottom line of the Dignity Act is very straightforward. You have to be in the country for more than 5 years. You cannot have committed a crime. You cannot collect government benefits.
Okay, that's false.
You have to pay a fine. You must pay back taxes. It's not false, Laura. You must pay back taxes.
All right, Congressman,
and you must be employed.
Okay.
Those are the terms.
Here's
Those
the
are
truth.
the terms.
Congressman, you know how much I like you, but you can't come on this show and say to my audience that you can't have committed a crime to be eligible under the quote Dignity Act, because there are several crimes that are quote nonviolent that do not qualify for inadmissibility. And on top of that, there are multiple instances, including family unity, public interest, and just discretion on the part of immigration officers. I can't imagine Democrat immigration officers under a Democrat president in the future was going to hold this strict, we're not going to let any criminals in. Gang member affiliation
what they're going to do,
wide
Laura,
latitude.
what they're going to do, yeah. What the Democrats will do if they get complete control of Congress and the White House, they're going to end the filibuster, and they are going to pass a blanket amnesty bill. That's the fundamental challenge here. What we are trying to do is say, if you came under the Biden administration, you don't qualify. If you have committed a crime, you don't qualify. And here's the thing about legislation, Laura. You understand this better than most.
I love what she said to him. But again, if there's no basis of truth, then you're just sitting there playing hee-haw with the fuck-around gang, and you're not getting anywhere, and you're chasing a tail in circles. Pardon my language.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I didn't know you cut to me. Totally agree.
Well, I mean, you were chomping at the bits for me to cut to you, and then you just turned away.
No, there's times where I chomp at the bit, and then I just say, screw it. I got work to do.
Him, Maria Salazar, all of them. All these rhino Republicans that are begging for amnesty for anyone. Why? Why would we do this? Why would anybody want to just allow people that are here to stay? Well, they're already here, so, let's just let them stay here. Why? Why? Why do you want them to stay here so bad? What reason do you have to want these people to stay here? You don't know any of them. Now you got something to say, right?
Yeah. Now I'll chime in, because if you don't have any interest, any heart in helping the veteran or the regular American citizen who's homeless 2 feet down your block, then I don't want to hear how much you care and love for the illegals. You're a hypocrite.
Yeah, and I love what he says. Well, the Democrats get back in, they're just going to do it anyway. Then why are you queer Republicans not passing the Save America Act? If that's what you really think, because I think so too, then why are you letting them get back in? That's what I want to know. Rhino Representative Maria Salazar's mass amnesty bill, here's another one, will allow illegal aliens deported under President Trump since 2017 to flood back into the United States. And there's 19 Republicans backing it. Let's get to this. This is what these sons of bitches are fighting for, you guys. On break, doing nothing except for this kind of stuff. Not trying to see how they can push the Save America Act through. Not trying to codify President Trump's executive orders into law. None of that. Not expelling people from Congress who have called for Donald Trump's assassination, and it says that all MAGA are extremists. Nope, not that. Nope. You couldn't hate these people more. They're all pieces of garbage. They're fighting for amnesty. That's what they're fighting for. And Maria Salazar's amnesty bill would allow everybody that Trump deported a pathway back. Imagine that. Imagine you're some piece of shit illegal in your own worthless third world country. And all of a sudden you get ring and it's an email. You're allowed to come back now. Bueno. Here's a list of the dirty Republicans who have allegedly signed on to the amnesty bill. Are you ready? I don't know if you're ready for this. You want to make a mental note? You want to write it down? Here you go. Number 1, Representative Maria Salazar of Florida. Representative Mike Lawler of New York. Representative David Valadao, California. Dan Newhouse of Washington. Mike Kelly of Pennsylvania. Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania. Gabe Evans of Colorado. Marlon Stutzman of Indiana. Don Bacon, of course, of Nebraska. Young Kim of California. Mario Ballart of Florida. James Baird of Indiana. Lloyd Smucker of Pennsylvania. Kimberly King Hines of the Northern Mariana Islands. Somebody who doesn't even have a say-so in anything. James Moylan of Guam. Careful it doesn't tip over. Monica De La Cruz of Texas. Nick LaLota of New York. Neil Dunn of Florida. Jennifer Kiggins of Virginia. And Zachary Nunn of Iowa. A video to play for you here. Here you go.
We give them dignity. At some point in the future, another legislator will write another law to give them path to citizenship. Right now, what we need to do is to buy peace for these people, allow them to stay, to continue working, because they are needed. You see, what I'm trying to do is to bring some common sense, which is the least common of all senses, to this conversation. The economy needs them. They do not have a criminal record. They have not gone into trouble. They have been here for a long time. They have roots in the country. Let them stay. Don't give them any type of federal programs. And allow them to pay taxes, help the Social Security Fund, and let them stay and contribute with the economy with no criminal record. What is wrong with that? We need them.
Yep. There's me and Eli's response to that. We need them. Guess what I don't need, Eli? Somebody that I don't know. We need Jesus. I need Jesus. For crying out loud, I've swore probably 10 times in this show, and I shouldn't be doing that because I should be having some self-control. But if we need anything, we need Jesus. We don't need people from other countries that we don't know. Maria Salazar knows none of them unless she's got family members that are here and she's not letting anyone know.
No, of course, the ironic thing is she didn't say why we need them. And we all know why Democrats know why we need illegals to pick the cotton in the fields, to pick all the vegetables, to serve us, to clean our toilets. Come on, Salazar. Let's be honest now, shall we?
Yeah. Are you real? Do you really want these people here just to work for you like the Democrats? Because what do you mean we need them? We need them. We need them like I need a freaking hemorrhoid, okay? We need them like I need a protruding boil on my back full of cancer. We need them like we need Tony Fauci back at the NIH. And that's 0%. 0%.
Yep. What that scumbag wretch should have been saying was, we need our own homeless to get back up on their feet and get jobs and contribute to society. We need to take care of our homeless veterans who are suffering on the side of the road somewhere in the rain. No, I never see you guys talking about that, ever.
Absolutely. Dude, I don't know when the last time I've heard a politician on either side of the aisle talk about getting our homeless off the street, getting our veterans the care they need, getting our homeless veterans off the street and the care they need, getting the impoverished children in each of these communities where the ghettos are to actually get some real academia there, to get real teachers there who really care about them, to actually give money to schools that are performing well or that desire to perform well. And none of that. We never hear any of that. It's always illegals, immigrants, and freaking illegals, and every one of them could die as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely. And I got to be honest, dude, I love Trump. I support him. I'm not against him or anything, but I seem to remember if it wasn't him exactly, I know it was Republicans in general during Biden's term that we were sending all those billions of dollars to Ukraine, saying all that money that we've sent over there, we could have ended homelessness 10 times over, 10 times over, 10 times over. I know it's not that easy, but I don't even think I've seen a bill or even the idea of it brought forth during this term in administration. You know, now, again, I'm not crapping on Trump, but I agreed with that. That was one of the things that sold me. I was like, I'm voting for this guy because he's right. There's absolutely no reason whatsoever there should be a hungry mouth in this country right now. But people, you're right. Republicans and Democrats alike still haven't done jack about it.
Yep. Right now, folks, we're number 4 on the live leaderboard. We're ahead of the Charlie Kirk Show, right behind the Wendy Bell Show, but number 4 on the live leaderboard, beating the Dilly Show, beating Real America's Voice News, beating the Charlie Kirk Show, beating Newsmax, beating Alex Jones Clips, beating Above the Rabbit Hole, beating the Mel K Show, Alex Jones InfoWars, one of his channels. He's got another channel up top that he's doing quite well on. But you guys are killing it today. Mark K, we're beating all of them. So thank you all very much for your continued support. Nearly 6 in 10 Americans, so 60%, support limiting birthright citizenship to children of the United States citizens or legal permanent residents. Interesting. And this literally right before we get some ruling from the Supreme Court on this, because they've already had their oral arguments. Somebody said, a tired said, Save Act talk has disappeared. That's only because Congress is doing F all right now on break doing nothing. And Trump is dealing with this conflict with Iran. So there's really nothing it can do. But it'd be nice if these idiots were putting out videos about how when they come back, they're getting right involved in the SAVE Act rather than amnesty bills that they're talking about doing when they get back. That would be nice. Most Americans support limiting birthright citizenship to children of citizens or legal residents. A new Rasmussen poll has revealed a striking shift in public opinion across the United States. 59% of Americans now support restricting automatic U.S. citizenship to children whose parents are either American citizens or legal permanent residents. So at least by Rasmussen, Eli, we now have 75% plus of Democrats and Republicans supporting the Save America Act, and we have 60% of Americans who support limiting birthright citizenship to American citizens. Like, the majority of the country want these two things, and these two things Congress is sitting doing nothing about. Tells you everything you need to know about both sides.
Absolutely unbelievable. By the way, every time you say that, I keep thinking you're saying Rasputin.
For years, millions of Americans have expressed concern about the pressures created by uncontrolled mass migration, particularly in border states. The idea that anyone born on U.S. soil automatically becomes a U.S. citizen, regardless of the legal status of the parents, has become a symbol of a system that many see as outdated and easily exploited. The Rasmussen survey exposes a reality that political elites frequently ignore. Ordinary citizens want order, not chaos. They want their laws respected, their resources protected, and their national identity preserved. Support for reform across demographics and political lines more than expected. Okay? While conservatives lead the demand for change, even a significant percentage of independents and a notable share of Democrats recognize that birthright citizenship, as currently applied, has created loopholes that encourage abuse. And you don't think that the Supreme Court knows or sees this? If they refuse to act on this, you know where they are too, for sure. This trend reflects a growing frustration with policies that appear to reward illegal entry and place an unsustainable burden on schools, hospitals, and social services. The discussion resurfaces at a time when the United States faces historic levels of illegal border crossings and a federal government that critics say refuses to enforce existing laws. Limiting birthright citizenship is increasingly seen not as a radical proposal, but as a step toward restoring order and reaffirming national sovereignty. Priorities that resonate strongly with voters who believe that a nation without borders eventually stops being a nation completely. With 60% of Americans backing a change, the message is unmistakable. People want immigration policies that protect families, communities, and the rule of law, not policies that encourage disorder, and I wholeheartedly agree. Wholeheartedly agree. Now, before we go to our next break, let's pivot into the Save America Act, which is also overwhelmingly supported by the American people on both sides of the aisle. I want to read off to you, if I can, the states that have already doing their own state version of the Save America Act. Already law, Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis signed Florida's own version of the Save America Act into law last week. The law, which requires citizenship verification against real ID data when registering to vote, will go into effect in January of next year. Not in time for the midterms. I don't like that. But still in time for the presidency. I like that. Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves also signed election integrity legislation into law last week, named the Safeguard Honesty Integrity in Elections for Lasting Democracy Act, or SHIELD. The law requires registration officials to check certain application information against the United States Citizenship and Immigration Service Alien Verification for Entitlement database to determine if they are citizens or not. This verification is required for registration applicants who are flagged as potential non-citizens or who do not provide their driver's license number when registering to vote. South Dakota. Ironically, John Thune's own state has moved faster than he has in the Senate. Governor Larry Roden signed South Dakota's Senate Bill 175 into law last month. And according to SDPB Radio, the legislation, quote, requires anyone registering to vote for the first time in that state to provide proof of citizenship. Like a driver's license issued after July of 2025, the state recently enacted a law mandating that citizenship status be denoted to driver's licenses or a copy of the birth certificate. Okay? Utah. Governor Spencer Cox signed Utah's House Bill 209 into law last month, and it is set to take effect May 6th, more than a month before the state's primary election. The law requires proof of citizenship when registering to vote in state elections. So there you go, folks. Now, on the ballot, not into law yet, but on the ballot, you've got Alaska, West Virginia, Kansas, Arkansas, and that's about it. Michigan has an amendment that would require, but that's going to be on the ballot as well for voters. So states are kind of moving in their own direction, and that's good. That's a good thing. All right, real quick here, folks. Let's take a quick break and talk about Rumble Wallet. This morning, Eli, I got tipped via Rumble Wallet. This morning, while I was on Rise Up, I actually got tipped in digital currency. So now I'm up to like $50 in digital currency with people tipping me through Rumble Wallet, and I never had digital currency until now, and I get to keep 100% of it. How cool is that? Folks, they can freeze your banks, they can shut up your cards, they can lock you out of your own money overnight. Banks don't protect you, they control you, and you've seen what they did to so many conservatives right here in this country and up in Canada. With Rumble Wallet, you don't just buy digital currency like Bitcoin or Tether Gold. You can actually buy real and own real gold on the blockchain. Now, that's a whole nother concept and definition to get to people who don't understand digital currency. Trust me, took Eli and I years to learn it. But through Tether Gold, you get direct ownership of physical gold bars, each one fully allocated, verifiable by serial number, purity, and weight. It's not an IOU and it's not paper gold. It's real gold without bank vaults or storage fees. You can buy, sell, or move it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And if you want, you can even donate to creators right here on Rumble. No permissions, no middlemen, no cancel button. The wallet is yours forever, and it is secure. Go to wallet.rumble.com. That's wallet.rumble.com. Or click the QR code on your screen if you're watching on your TV. Empowering voices, enabling transactions. Rumble Wallet. Like I said, I never had any of that stuff until recently. So that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. California Supreme Court has ordered Sheriff Bianco to pause his massive election fraud investigation. Of course they have. And preserve the 650,000 ballots that he seized. Of course they have. Now, by the way, if, for whatever reason, because of Eric Swalwell's sexual advancements towards assistance and aides, he may have to drop out of this race. I doubt he will, but he may end up having to, especially once we see the receipts that back up the allegations. If he does, there's only 2 Republicans in the lead of everybody else, and they would move on to the general election, which means you would get a Republican governor, folks. If that's the case, God is moving. If that happens, God is definitely moving in California. The California Supreme Court yesterday ordered Sheriff Chad Bianco to pause his massive election fraud investigation and preserve the 650,000 ballots that he seized. Now, if you guys remember last month, a state appellate court rejected California Democrat Attorney General Rob Bonta's emergency writ to halt the Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco's bombshell investigation. Chad Bianco, a Republican currently running for governor as a Republican, moved to seize approximately 650,000 ballots and initiate a recount after citizens group reported significant discrepancies. Bianco revealed that a team of 10 investigators has already begun counting the ballots before being ordered to halt their work as a part of the ongoing election investigation. According to Bianco, the team's initial progress suggested that counting the approximately 611,000 ballots would take about 5 days to complete. However, the effort was paused before a full review could be conducted. Of course it is. Of course it is. Earlier this week, Bianco paused his investigation because of an onslaught of legal issues. California Attorney General Bonta slammed Sheriff Bianco and celebrated the state Supreme Court limited victory. What the sheriff says and what he does are often two different things, says Bonta. Yeah, I would believe him. Quote, today's decision by the California Supreme Court reins in the destabilizing actions of a rogue sheriff. Sheriffs have the ability to do that, by the way. Prohibiting him from continuing this investigation while our litigation continues. I bet in the end he'll get the ability to do it. I bet in the end the Supreme Court will allow him to do it of California. He has the jurisdiction to do it. He's a sheriff of the county. He has credible complaints, so he's acting on that. I don't see how he doesn't have the jurisdiction to do that. Now, speaking of California, O'Keefe Media Group, California's top controller of communications official, admits that audits are not getting done. For more on that, let's go to O'Keefe Media Group, who's continuing to expose, and hopefully some arrests start happening. Guess we'll see. Let's get to this now.
Cities, counties, special districts, hospitals, insurance companies.
Breaking news, the California Controller's top communications official admits that audits are not getting done.
How is your boss handling all that, especially with the fraud and the waste, and they're questioning you guys, right?
It's funny because they haven't funded us to do those audits.
Oh, so you guys aren't even doing any audits?
We're not doing it.
Why aren't you guys doing the audits though?
We did some of them that are required, but in order to be more proactive, it requires us to have more staff to be able to do those. And instead of funding us, they cut us. They keep cutting our auditing teams.
There is no statewide plan on homelessness. They, the California counties and cities, are asking for $1 billion this year.
What are the plans to help with the homelessness?
See, the thing is, there's no statewide homelessness plan. Cities, counties, and continuums of care are asking for more money. They're asking for $1 billion this year. She knows I'm here.
Stop here real quick. Eli and I were just talking about this. Eli and I were just talking about how they don't give a damn about helping the homeless, but yet they're asking for $1 billion to help the homeless. And it will never go to them, just like the high-speed rail in California. But you know what money does get allocated to people when it goes to illegal aliens? Crazy, right?
Here.
Okay.
She's
she knows you're here.
Yeah, I told her, I think I'm going on a date. She goes, how'd you meet her? I told her, and she was like, just be careful.
And he still
didn't listen. This is the state controllers in the state's chief fiscal officer. The state controller is the state's chief fiscal officer, but this office is not supposed to be a passive bookkeeper. They're in charge of independent audit authority over agencies spending state funds. Meaning if taxpayer money is being wasted, abused, or improperly spent, this is one of the offices Californians would expect to look. But one undercover journalist asked the California State Controller's press secretary, Bismarck Obando, why the State Controller's office was not auditing state agencies more aggressively. The answer was striking. Obando admitted the office is barely conducting audits at the state agency level, even suggesting lawmakers do not want those audits to happen.
So you guys aren't even doing any audits?
We're not doing it.
They're just not doing them. Now, if you want to see the full reporting on that, you can go to James O'Keefe's page and watch that. It's a lengthy video. But now we're getting into the part of the show that I couldn't wait to get into. Now, Trump is celebrating Clay Fuller's big win in Georgia's 14th district. And it's Marjorie Taylor Greene's old seat. You want to know what President Trump said, which sparked Marjorie Taylor Greene to go all over like Alex Jones, Miss InfoWars and everywhere else and complain about him? Here's what Donald Trump said. Marjorie Trader Brown's, Green turns brown under stress, seat in Congress has been taken over by a wonderful and talented man. I bet this has got to leave her seething, you know it? I remember when he said this about me. Oh, I wish I could have cheated with him. Clay Fuller, who won convincingly and right from the beginning, despite many people running for that Trump plus 37 seat, and despite the stench left by Green, congratulations to Clay Fuller. A very large improvement over his deranged predecessor, President Donald J. Trump. Deranged. Which caused her to go on to Miss InfoWars and every other place that would accept her. Even though she's a former, why are you still on TV?
I mean, all the things that happened, we supported him through thick and thin. And that has glued people to think they have to support him through anything and everything. And that's wrong. That's absolutely wrong. The American people have to open their eyes and deal with reality and deal with truth. And the truth is, look, you may have supported President Trump for 10 years like I did and like you have, but this is not the same man. This is not the same man that we supported. And he is not doing the things. I mean, all the things.
It's not the same man you supported. He's actually calculably better than what he was in 2016. I want him to go. You want him to go back to the way that he was, where he was just like even more like polarizing is probably the best word. I want to say happy birthday to Margie, 56 years young today. Happy birthday, Margie. God bless you. But I think it's ironic for Marjorie Taylor Greene to talk about truth. Marjorie Taylor Greene, you know a man by the name of Coy Griffin? You know a man by the name of Coy? I'll air your dirty laundry now that it's years late. I'm not going to gossip. I think everybody knows what happened. Remember being on the road, Marjorie? Back in the day? You, the America First Patriot guys, Ben, Will, me, Outlaw, Tommy. Remember that? Remember Coy? Remember what happened with you and him? Remember what he told you? I remember. I remember seeing you every time we went out to fight for America when you were away from your husband. How'd you make your millions of dollars, Marjorie? Speaking of truth and transparency and the person we used to know. Speaking of the person we used to know, you're not the person that we used to know. You don't talk to me. You don't talk to Will. You don't even talk to Ben. Wonder when you're going to cheat on Brian. Eli, every single time that I jump on the internet, I see these crazy people doing this crazy shit. Rage-addicted, woke-right, black-pilling pieces of shit. Candace Owens, MTG, Thomas Massey, Alex Jones, Joe Kent, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, and, of course, the sucker of all penises, Nick Fuentes. These people all need to be put in their place. Opinions are one thing. Distraction, division, and deceit is another. Even Stephen A. Smith, a Democrat, says the people calling for the 25th Amendment like Marjorie Taylor Greene are just crazy people that nobody should take seriously. And he's a Democrat.
Like Marjorie Taylor Greene or a bunch of people on the right, bloviating, talking out of both sides of their mouth, knowing that they're pushing for something that'll never happen, meaning invoking the 25th Amendment, that ain't gonna happen. As long as he's alive and breathing, Donald Trump's going to be the president until the end of the year 2028. It's just a fact. The 25th Amendment will not be executed. Stop it. Just say what Stephen A. said. You got former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene right there, 25th Amendment, not a single bomb has dropped on America. We cannot kill an entire civilization. This is evil and madness. Yeah. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker. This is not foreign policy. It's a deranged madman threatening to wipe out an entire country. It's past time the 25th Amendment must be invoked. Stop. And unlike Marjorie Taylor Greene or a bunch of people on the right, bloviating.
Oh, by the way, he's not done. There's more.
Invoke the 25th Amendment. You're going to have to get the vice president to sign off, the Republicans in the House to sign off, cabinet members to sign off, basically declaring him unfit. It's something the president is fully capable of fighting by saying he's not unfit. And as a result, it's a reason why it's never been exercised in American history. Stop it. Stop it. All you're showing is how useless you are. To invoke the 25th Amendment, you're going to have to get the vice president to sign off.
Is he wrong? Is he wrong? Because to me, ladies and gentlemen, I know we have limited time left, but to me, this right here, that you see right here, these individuals who call themselves truth tellers, to me, they are no different than this.
I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
All saying the same thing. Elon Musk said that he will literally pay a reward for anybody who can find who's writing the speeches for all these people, because they're all saying the exact same thing word for word. To me, no different. And all of them should be exposed. Eli?
100%, absolutely. And, you know, we've showed this, not only us, but so many other news organizations like us have showed these compilations so many times to the point where any rational thinking liberal, which I know that's a contradicting sentence in and of itself, would have to, wow, wait a minute, okay, that's a script that every single one of them read word for word, but they still don't wake up.
Yep. And they still get millions of views, millions of viewers, people watch them. Crazy to me.
I never knew how this stuff worked the other day until I saw, I don't know, it was this video. It was calling out a podcaster or some type of content creator, and there was two guys sitting at a table, and they had literally hundreds of cell phones up on these little holders, and they had two laptops, and I guess what was going on was, it said, this is how so-and-so gets 5,000 likes in 30 minutes with only 4,000 views, and it's pathetic that's happening out there.
Yep, sure is. Now, I told you about Eric Swalwell, right? And the slew of reports coming in that he was sexually abusing multiple people. Those receipts are about ready to come out, and when they do, I guess we'll understand the fate of Eric Swalwell, at least as running for governor anyway.
We are just weeks away from California's primary, and this morning, Eric Swalwell is facing accusations of inappropriate behavior with female staffers. ABC 7 Eyewitness News reporter Zach Fuentes is tracking those claims from our newsroom. Zach, this morning, we're hearing from Swalwell in his own words for the first time since the accusations came to light.
Yes, we are. Swalwell is now speaking out, denying the claims. Politico reports the allegations of inappropriate behavior have come from multiple left-leaning influencers and other social media accounts without evidence. Now, yesterday, his campaign denied the allegations, saying he's being targeted because he's a front-runner in the race for governor. Well, now we're hearing from him directly. Swalwell was in Sacramento for a town hall event last night where he responded to reporter questions about the allegations.
Did you ever behave inappropriately with female staffers?
No, it's false. And also, some of the allegations I've seen, which is that we've had NDAs in the office. There's never been an allegation, and there's never been a settlement. And I will also just take stock that, look, we're 27 days before an election starts.
Swalwell says he's responding to the allegations because he didn't want there to be any question. Meanwhile, a new survey from the state Democratic Party shows Swalwell is the leading Democratic candidate, and in recent public polls, Swalwell has been in a statistical tie with candidates Tom Steyer and Katie Porter. Ballots for the June 2nd primary are going to be mailed out no later than May 4th, and the top two candidates, regardless of party, will go on to the general election in November. Live in the newsroom, Zach Fuentes, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
You know what's funny, Eli? I never expect a politician to go, yes, I did sexually assault those women. They're always going to say, no, I didn't, and there's no truth to that. They're never going to say, yeah, I did, you got me. You know? Nobody believes it. But it will be funny if this is what takes him down. If his own pleasure of the flesh takes him down before any of the other stuff does, how sweet that'll be.
I saw the funniest friggin' thing this morning. I laughed my ass off. It was this meme that said, President Trump is afraid of Eric Swalwell. You know who posted it?
Eric Swalwell.
Eric Swalwell.
Yeah.
Like, you know what's the most pathetic thing about this post is that you yourself posted it, you loser.
Yep, exactly. Echo Bella came in, donated $5, says, the news is hard to hear some days, but thankful Jeremy's insight and Eli's commentary keeps us straight. Thanks, guys. Well, thank you. We work hard to make sure that, we're not only delivering the truth, but in a way that isn't exhausting. Joseph said, why the F aren't patriots like Bongino, Bannon, Posobiec, and you guys not organizing a million Patriots march in Washington, D.C., peaceful, patriotic, angry march? You have to listen to the audience. We did that on January 6th. Were you there? Were you there, Joseph? We did that. And then a bunch of people got thrown in prison. So we did do that on January 6th. And the FBI came to my... Were you there? I mean, we could do it again. It probably won't have the same result, but, we did do it once. I remember, Eli, I was there. Were you there?
Yeah, I was there, proudly. It's just that actual patriots like us don't feel the need to show up and piss and moan and whine like the liberals do. They know what our stance is, and they know what we're capable of.
Yeah, I like to get out on the campaign trail and get people elected. You know what I mean? I like to, instead of walking around with signs looking like a dumbass left-wing loser, I wish, I'd rather go out and help people get elected and bring people to the polls and, campaign for people like Sean and Brandon were doing last week with the sheriff. To me, I'm not being a dick or anything. I'm just saying, to me, that seems far more effective. Right? Downey says, why did you cave and delete the post? Because Lfa Tv pays money that you guys donate to have us be a gold checkmark business organization on there, which opens up things for us to be able to do on there without just having the blue checkmark. So if I didn't delete the post, then I would have squandered, I don't know, probably thousands of dollars of your money. I could do that if you'd like. But when I'm operating as a business, I tend to make sure that I do what's best for the money you guys donated. Rather than do things, even though I said what I said of my own volition, I'm not going to further throw fuel on the fire by limiting another place where we can reach out and try to help win elections. Because all that does is silence our voice because of something that I did. So I just fixed it. That's all. I mean, that's a valid question, and I think that's a valid answer.
Yeah. Like I just said, there's caving, and then there's being smart and keeping a page open that we're using to help spread the truth.
Yeah, and that's all. That's all. I'd assume you were talking to me about the Ryan Matta stuff. Anyway, I think I'm going to start taking, Eli, if I can, I think I'm going to start taking the last portion of the show to answer questions in the live chat. I see some of you people over there on YouTube. Thank you guys for watching on YouTube today. We really appreciate it. Whatever happened with that kid you're going to help support in his political run with the concert in the truck? He lives right here. His name's Dylan, and we're still going to do that this summer. Yep, still going to do that. He lives actually right in the town that I live in. So, no good. Truth spreading is better, says the one I am. I agree. Capital Ming, regardless of what Trump flaw, God uses Trump for something. He is not religious, but he's definitely one of a kind genius. He's a modern Cyrus of this generation. Absolutely agree. Utah says, Jeremy, perfect answer. Thank you very much. Deb says, have a blessed day, Jeremy, Eli, Sabrina, and Liz. Steven, who do you support for Iowa governor? Actually, I got that saved here, right here in a picture. I don't know if I've got time to pull it up here. Let's see. That must be on my other phone. Hold on one second. My wife and I actually went to his website and reached out to him. Trying to think of his last name offhand. I don't know if I've got enough time here, but I'm going to look it up for you. Try to tell you the exact website, too. He's a Trump guy. I'll tell you that. I'll say that. You know what? I'll have that for you on tomorrow's show. How about that? Tomorrow's show, I'll have that for you. I can't remember his last name. So, but tomorrow I'll have that for you. Hey, guys, we got to go. There are right ways and there are wrong ways. But there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high, because you are a child of God and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Keep your chest out, your head up high, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? You're a child of God. And keep your pets, your friends, your family, all that close to you, because you never know when you can lose them. And never, ever, ever, ever stop seeking Jesus for all your faults and all your failures, like I do every single day. God bless you guys. Will Johnson coming up next, and he's going to carry on with those woke, right, black-pilled losers. See you later, guys. Peace.
Rebirth of America. Been a long time coming, and we all learned something that we won't ever give it up. No way. Long as I'm bleeding, I'ma never stop screaming that we first in America. Black, white, brown, all cities, all towns. The rebirth of America. Long as I'm living and breathing, I'm keeping America. Black, white, brown, all cities, all towns. The rebirth of America. Long as I'm living and breathing, I'm keeping.
What's going on, everybody? My name is Will Johnson, and this is The Culture Wars. Wokeism has infiltrated both the left and the right, and it is destroying the minds of people in the United States of America. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. Please, if you haven't, please bless us by hitting a thumbs up. Please bless us by hitting a thumbs up. Before you do anything else, please help us. Now, we're going to talk about the 25th Amendment. The Democrats are all calling for the 25th Amendment, and they're not the only ones. You have the woke right that's calling for the 25th Amendment. Jeremy played some of it with Stephen A., and I'm pretty sure you've seen a lot of it. And I'm going to share a lot of it with you today because they're calling for this because President Trump said something. President Trump still hasn't broken any laws. President Trump still hasn't done anything wrong. It's just the fact that President Trump is not doing what the elites are doing or what they want him to do. So they're calling for the 25th Amendment against President Trump for that very reason. Not because, again, because he's done anything wrong, because he hasn't. Now, I have to let y'all know. When I first moved to Texas, I started working for InfoWars. This was 7 years ago. 7 years ago, I was working for InfoWars, working for Alex Jones. And if you would have told me then that Alex Jones would have been completely against President Trump, completely basically going against the United States of America, and Marjorie Taylor Greene, I would have said, you're crazy. I would have said, this is never the case. It had never happened, never happened. Because Alex Jones is an intelligent man. I'm telling you right now. Now, I can't say so much for Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's gone off the deep end. She got major issues. She got daddy issues. Trump being the daddy. I'm just saying. She had daddy issues. So she runs over to Alex Jones, and both Alex Jones and her are basically bashing President Trump. And I don't understand this. This is disgusting. They know better. But it's like she's butthurt because President Trump wouldn't take her phone calls. And other than Alex Jones all of a sudden disliking Israel, I don't know what the deal is. Is it because President Trump didn't come to his aid when it came to Sandy Hook? I don't know. What do y'all think? Is it maybe Alex Jones is upset because President Trump didn't come to his aid when they were getting ready to shut down InfoWars? And to my understanding, they're still in legal trouble. I think Alex Jones is trying to do everything he can, which I don't blame him. He's trying to do everything he can to keep InfoWars active and alive. But why didn't he tell the truth when it comes to President Trump and Iran? Why is he not telling the truth? Why is all of a sudden he's against President Trump? This is right down disgusting. Listen to what he says with Marjorie Taylor Greene. And both of them have lost their minds. They really have. They've lost their everlasting minds. This is who they are.
The Republican Party needs burned to the ground. This is not the same man that we...
Right there. Right off the bat, right out the box. The Republican Party needs to be burned to the ground. Who else says that? The Democrats. She's not on the right. She's a Democrat. And I'm going to stick with it.
Supported. We voted for America First. That's what MAGA was supposed to be. The reason why I resigned is President Trump
No, you didn't resign. You got fired because you knew you weren't going to make it.
Called me a traitor and then said he was going to primary me like he's doing to Thomas Massie right now. And you were courageous to say the truth because many people are afraid to speak the truth. The president has gone insane and it's time to use the 25th Amendment. He's not mentally stable. Everyone has to be honest and realistic and wake up and look at the facts.
I hate the new Trump. I'm just going to be honest. I hate this person. This is a disgusting husk of the former person.
MAGA went from being America First to now it's America Last. The American people have to wake up to the truth. So the American people have to take the blinders off. The American people have to open their eyes and deal with reality and deal with truth. This is not the same man. This is not the same man that we supported.
And yeah, the Democrats are evil. They're completely psychotic. Gavin Newsom will deal with them. But right now it's Trump.
Oh, Gavin Newsom, the Democrats are all evil. We'll deal with them. But right now it's Trump. Really? Alex Jones. Man, such a disappointment. When I was there and they used to, talk about Alex Jones on CNN and they would always say, oh, he's conspiracy this, conspiracy that. And every time Alex Jones in the past would say something and it would seem like it was off the wall and really crazy, you know what it came out to be? That Alex Jones was right. I'll tell you, Alex Jones was right when it came to all the conspiracy theories and then he was pushing out there. Now, some of them didn't come right. Some of them wasn't true. Some of them he was just doing it for the clickbait, for the shock factor. And that's what he's doing right now. And I think, again, just my personal opinion, I think he's a little butthurt because President Trump didn't come to his aid when he got sued for $1 billion. He wanted President Trump to bail him out. Right? I'm telling you, look, on the outside looking in, that's what it is. That's what it is. And I don't even have any personal vendetta, personal beef against Alex Jones at all. None at all. Some people might take it that, well, Will Johnson used to work at InfoWars. You probably have personal thing. I don't. You know what the thing is? I don't like Alex Jones doing this. because I've had complete respect for Alex Jones, even after I left InfoWars. All these years, over 7 years, you've never seen me come out and just bash Alex Jones, even though I disagree with him on some stuff. And I'm not even bashing him now. I just don't. It's like, why is he doing this? Does he have such a deep hatred for Israel? Because we know Marjorie Taylor Greene does. You know, she's been having this whole thing with Israel since the space lasers, right? She's had this whole thing with that. She's a complete disappointment as well. And she's not the only one. He's not the only one. And I know there's probably some people like Will Johnson. How dare you talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene? How dare you talk about Alex Jones? You know, I'm going to stick with President Trump. I really am. I can care less. I mean, if people want to jump ship and they want to say that they no longer want to support President Trump, that's on you. That's on you. But I get to talk about it. I mean, if you're going to go out here and lie on President Trump, then I get to talk about it. I get to say what I want to say. I get to bring it up. And of course, you saw Marjorie Taylor Greene. She runs over to Alex Jones. She jumps on there and they're bashing President Trump. And it's all because of Israel. And so what do? What do? They run over and start bashing, or not they. And I'm surprised Alex Jones hasn't been on CNN yet. I'm just waiting for that to happen. I mean, because Marjorie Taylor Greene, she runs over to CNN. She's smiling. She's so happy to be there. Oh, yeah, look at this. Oh, look at this. Yes, 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 yes. And you know what? They love Marjorie Taylor Greene now on CNN. They love her. As long as you are against President Trump and ultimately against the United States of America, CNN will love you.
Congresswoman, thanks so much for joining us. I know you recently called for the president to be removed from office under the 25th Amendment to the Constitution after that threat that he made about destroying the whole civilization of Iran. The president has a long history of shocking and unprecedented social media posts. Why was this the final straw for you?
Because it's absolute madness. How can any person that is mentally stable call for an entire civilization of people to be murdered?
Okay, hold on. I got to stop it. See, Marjorie Taylor Greene, she'll have everyone believe that she's highly intelligent, that she's for America, when she's not. Obviously, she's not. President Trump, the reason why he said that, and again, I had to say it again, for any trolls that we have on here, the reason why President Trump said this about Iran, wiping it all out, is because that's the language they understand. President Trump made it clear, look, this is not what I want to do. I don't want to take out their electrical grid because it's going to hurt children. It's going to hurt women. President Trump knows it. President Trump takes all of that into consideration. She knows this, but she runs over to CNN and just feeds them the BS that they want to hear. That's all she's doing, because she's out to get Trump, because Trump didn't come to her aid, just like Trump didn't go to aid of Alex Jones. I'm telling you, that's pretty much what it is. I'm guessing, I don't know. I mean, but look, give me another explanation of it. Right? But she's on here lying to them. President Trump talks the words that they understand. And she knows this, but she's bitter right now. She's being hateful.
To be wiped out, to never come back again. That's what the president called for. And that shows that there's serious instability in his thinking, that he would, not only would he even say that in a private room, perhaps with his advisors, but actually go to his megaphone, his Truth Social, and post that for the entire country and the entire world. And it's unreal. This should never be tolerated. I know it's a very difficult, hard stretch to see it actually coming through, but the conversation needs to be had, and he's out of control, and people within the administration need to step up, take responsibility, and rein this in.
He's out of control. He's out of control. The people in the White House need to step up and rein this in. Get him. I mean, they're actually calling on J.D. Vance to initiate the coup d'etat. See, now this will be the second time that I'm aware of them doing a coup d'etat. Now, I'm pretty sure there's been other coup d'etats in the past, but this is the second time that I know that they're trying to attempt to do one, right? They're actually going after J.D. Vance. There's a video with Lawrence O'Donnell, and, you know, I should have gotten it, but there's a video with Lawrence O'Donnell where he's actually saying that there's been reports from the New York Times, people, been reports from the New York Times trying to say that they have inside track that J.D. Vance is not happy with President Trump. The New York Times. The New York Times. How many of y'all believe that? How many of y'all believe the New York Times is reporting information correctly? So how is it that the New York Times has access to all this information that's going on behind closed doors with President Trump's cabinet meetings and when he's talking about strategy and stuff like that? But the New York Times, they have all of the detail. They said Marco Rubio and the rest of the cabinet, they go, okay, yeah, yep. You know, if that's what you want to do, Mr. President, that's what we're going to do, But then they say they got the J.D. Vance. This is Lawrence O'Donnell reporting about what the New York Times saying. When they got the J.D. Vance says, I don't think this is a good idea, that we should be trying to stop Iran from getting these nuclear weapons and from Iran killing our soldiers. This is not a good thing for us to do. This is what the New York Times from Lawrence O'Donnell's been reporting. Blatant lies. Who in their right mind is going to believe anything that's coming out of the New York Times? And then on Lawrence O'Donnell on MSDNC, I mean, who in their right mind is going to believe a word that they say? There's actually people out there that believe that nonsense. And then, of course, what you saw, some of you saw this already, where Jeremy was talking about Stephen A. Smith. See, I got these right here, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Stephen A. Smith, of all people, talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene, calling it out, that they're trying to go for the 25th Amendment, and it's not going to happen. He knows it. They know it. But they're trying to get the public opinion saying that President Trump needs to go.
And unlike Marjorie Taylor Greene or a bunch of people on the right, bloviating, talking out of both sides of their mouth, knowing that they're pushing for something that'll never happen, meaning invoking the 25th Amendment, that ain't going to happen. As long as he's alive and breathing, Donald Trump's going to be the president until the end of the year 2028. It's just a fact.
Now, I would go as far as saying, because you notice he had that long little pause there. Did y'all notice that? He had that long pause there. Said, as long as President Trump is breathing, he's going to be the president. And then he had that long pause thinking about what he just said. Did y'all catch that? Because as long as President Trump is breathing, come 2028, come 2030, come 2034, if we, the people, want President Trump to be in the White House, guess who's going to be in the White House? Did you know that when 2028 comes, that if the same amount of people that voted President Trump in, the popular vote, the Electoral College, did you know that if we all wrote President Trump's name in, he wins the election? Did you know that? There has been presidents in the past who served more than 2 terms. See, we the people get to decide who we want to be our president. It's not these politicians. It's not these idiots up on Capitol Hill. You and I. We get to decide that. And no one ever really thinks about that. You know why I came to the realization of that? When they try to put President Trump in jail. But we, the people, the American people, said, we don't care what the court system is saying. We don't care what the corrupt court system is saying. We want President Trump as our president. And that's what happened, because we, the people, did it. So with that being said, and President Trump has made the statement multiple times, with that being said, they're truly coming after you and I. They want to get us, but President Trump is in the way, and we put him in the way. Think about what I'm telling you. See, they've never seen anything like it in the history of this world, where the people got to decide over the elites, over the tyrants, over the global cabal. We the people, the U.S. Constitution worked to a T the 2024 election. And no one is really mentioning that, except for here on LFA. Think about that. How many times have y'all seen all the other news networks actually acknowledge that, hey, the Constitution actually won the election because we the people said it? He paused because as long as President Trump is breathing, we can have him as president if we want to. Now, I guarantee President Trump's going to be done after this, but we could all write him in and they can't say no to it. They would have to go along with it.
The 25th Amendment will not be executed. Stop it. Just say what Stephen A. said. You got former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene right there, 25th Amendment, not a single bomb has dropped on America. We cannot kill an entire civilization. This is evil and madness. Yeah. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker. This is not foreign policy. It's a deranged madman threatening to wipe out an entire country. It's past time. The 25th Amendment must be invoked. Stop it. All you're showing is how useless you are. To invoke the 25th Amendment, you're going to have to get the vice president to sign off, the Republicans in the House to sign off, cabinet members to sign off, basically declaring him unfit. It's something the president is fully capable of fighting by saying he's not unfit. And as a result, it's a reason why it's never been exercised in American history. Stop it.
And that's right here. You see Marjorie Taylor Greene and the other Democrats below praying, begging. They're begging J.D. Vance. Oh, J.D. Vance, please do it. 25. Well, what they fail to realize is that President Trump didn't go with Judas Pence. He went with J.D. Vance. See, had it been Mike Pence would be going along with the Democrats right now. Had President Trump selected Mike Pence, see, we don't even think about Mike Pence any longer, or what I refer to him as Judas Pence. But had Pence been there, he would be going along right now with the Democrats for the second attempt in the coup d'etat. The coup d'etat, first one was 2020. They were successful. And now they're trying to do it again, but they want J.D. Vance to do it. Not going to happen. J.D. Vance is not going to do it. Not going to do it. And here, look at this. This is so golden right here. Talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene still. Marjorie Taylor Greene, you know, she went on the Communist News Network, went on Alex Jones, and listen to them talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene here. They love her now. It would not surprise me if she became a commentary on CNN. I mean, they're loving her right now, because they can constantly say that, oh, she is right wing, she is MAGA, and that MAGA is turning away from President Trump, which is total BS. Total BS.
We mentioned all those other voices in the Trump ecosystem, MAGA ecosystem. Marjorie Taylor Greene, the former Congresswoman. Candace Owens, the podcaster who's out there on many things. They say Trump should be removed. You can have her, by the way. They say Trump.
Did you hear what she just said? Did y'all hear what she just said? Please let me know in the chat. Did you hear what this lady here? Let me see if I can. You're going to be able to see her right there. The lady right there. Did you see what could you hear? I'm going to play it again. But listen to what she says about Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Those other voices in the Trump ecosystem, MAGA ecosystem. Marjorie Taylor Greene, the former Congresswoman. Candace Owens, the podcaster who's out there on many things. They say Trump should be removed. You can have her, by the way. They say Trump should be removed. The 25th Amendment, saying his threat to end Iran civilization, to wipe a civilization off the planet.
You think there's a single average Republican voter out there, if you went out and knocked on their door tonight and said, yes or no, should we let podcasters and Democrats remove Donald Trump by the 25th Amendment?
Let me flip it. Let me flip it, Tim.
I mean, really, that's a really good question. Should we allow podcasters, Alex Jones and Democrats like Marjorie Taylor Greene, should we allow them to decide to remove President Trump? What do y'all say? What do y'all say? What do you say? What do you say? You know, and go to the comments. What do you say? Right? What do you say? I saw someone in the comment a second ago said, you know, they don't even trust Marjorie Taylor Greene. Right? And I'm with you on that. Marjorie Taylor Greene, and as I mentioned before, Marjorie Taylor Greene, before she became a politician, she was doing some shady stuff. Marjorie Taylor Greene showed up to my hotel room. And when she showed up to, not my hotel room, she showed up to my hotel. And when she was on her way over there, I went ahead and turned in my key and I met her in the lobby. So I didn't have access to the room any longer. And she was asking me, do I still have my key to my room? And I told her no. And she seemed really disappointed. It's not like I said, well, do you need to use the restroom? Because there's a restroom right here in the lobby. She was really disappointed. I knew then, and I had never talked about it because it was like, maybe I'm just reading into it. And then, of course, things came out about her husband and how she was cheating on him and doing this. And then, you know, maybe I was just being naive at the time, or maybe I was just thinking, well, maybe that wasn't it. She can't be trusted. But now the Democrats, they all love her. They all love her. They think that now she's the best thing since sliced bread because why? Because she's against President Trump. If I came out here and I started talking and bashing against President Trump, I would guarantee that all of y'all be like, I'm not listening to Will Johnson any longer, but the leftist lunatic liberals, they would love me. They were like, oh my goodness, he finally come to his senses. And you know what? I'm never, ever going to support the Democrat Party. Never. I'm never going to do it. Because they support everything wicked in the sun. For me, for those of you watching me, you know, I always talk about the spiritual element in all of this. I can't willfully support someone who's trying to castrate children. I can't do that. That's what, and you know what, Marjorie Taylor Greene, shame on her. Shame on her, because she would constantly talk about how the Democrats, were always trying to sexualize kids. She was always talking about it. I mean, I posted a video where I was talking to her at CPAC one year and how she's talking about the Democrats, how they're ones sex trafficking children. And now here she is siding with these Democrats. Come on, people. Hello. Hello. Same thing. And I'm waiting for the day for Alex Jones to be on CNN. It has to happen at some point. Because remember, CNN, they were one of the biggest ones to take down Alex Jones. They talked about Sandy Hook, especially Anderson 360. Cooper. He talked about it so much. They had a personal thing about shutting down Alex Jones because they hated Alex Jones because at the time Alex Jones was telling the truth. He was calling out how these people were evil, how they were demonic. But then all of a sudden now today, I don't get it. I don't get it. And now they all want the 25th Amendment. It's like they can't think straight. If they can't get the 25th Amendment, they want impeachment. They know they're not going to get either one. That's why come the midterm elections, the 2026 midterm elections, the Democrats, they say either we steal this and cheat and steal this election, or we're never going to be able to get back in power to implement the socialist communist tyranny that we want onto the people. See, they have a personal vendetta against you and I. And see, they don't like the fact that the social media platforms like X have opened up. If the Democrats get what they want, they're going to impeach President Trump. And then they're going to move on to J.D. Vance. And then they're going to install Hakeem Jeffries. I'm telling you right now, I see the tea leaves. And then after they do that, they're going to go after Elon Musk. They're going to take everything away from him. They're going to have him under investigation. They're going to shut down X. Then they're going to go over to Facebook and YouTube, and they're going to be happy to bring back and implement the tyranny, the censorship. It's going to come right back like they never even missed a beat. Tell me I'm wrong. Prove me I'm wrong. And all these people that sitting there saying that we need to go after President Trump, we need to get him, we need to stop him. All of these people, Alex Jones, Candace Owens, all of them, what do you think they're going to say then? Probably a bunch of nothing, because they're siding with the Democrats right now. And Alex Jones, he's going to be for the censorship. Look how they did him. And now all of a sudden he's going to be for it. Marjorie Taylor Greene, look how they did her. And now she's with them. Now she's going to be standing with them. Make it make sense. Are we in the Twilight Zone? Are we in the Twilight Zone? Every opportunity the Democrats have, they try to take it and run with it. It's always been about impeachment, remove Trump. And if they can't impeach him, they can't do the 25th Amendment. I guarantee that they're going to try to assassinate President Trump again. I guarantee it. They said President Trump has done too much. President Trump removing the illegals out of the country, that's too much. President Trump stopping the sex trafficking of children, he's done too much. President Trump stopping the drug trafficking from the narco terrorists coming into the country and the cartel, he's done too much. President Trump going after this world globalist cabal with Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, they're saying President Trump is doing too much. He's not supposed to be doing this. See, this is a wicked world, and they believe the wickedness is supposed to have control and allow all the perversion to take place. This is in their minds. They don't say it out loud, of course, but that's what's been happening. And all they can think about, 25th Amendment, 25th Amendment. Maybe we can get J.D. Vance to get on board.
You were one of the members of Congress that was out there today calling to invoke the 25th Amendment of the United States. Walk me through how you would see that working. This cabinet, this Trump cabinet, which would be required, including the vice president, which would be required to invoke the 25th Amendment, they are not exactly profiles in courage and show no willingness to stand up to Donald Trump yet.
We need to remove this president. We need to use all options, whether it's impeachment, whether it's the 25th Amendment.
Whether it's impeachment or whether it's the 25th Amendment. And when they don't get those, because they've already tried to assassinate Trump multiple times during the election. During the election, they tried to assassinate President Trump multiple times, and you're sadly mistaken. If you sit there and think that they're not going to attempt to do it again, is anyone really thinking that they're not going to try to do it again? I mean, really? Anybody? Is there anybody really truly thinking that? I got something I want to share with you when we come back. Don't go anywhere.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
And now if you want to talk about a war crime, you know, Iran is a 47-year-old war crime, what they continue to behave. So, you know, I, as a Democrat, I supported what President Trump did, you know, to actually call Iran accountable. And I think it's been successful. As you've discussed, and I agree, it's not finished yet, you know, but now where we are now, we are 38 days into it. I mean, the Ukrainian war is in over 4 years. all these other kinds of conflicts are years. We're not even for 40 days yet. So where are we at right now? Yes, it's like if you make these kinds of let's go for the 25th Amendment, and then then we have a ceasefire. Then it's like taco. I mean, like you can't have it both ways. I mean, so where we are, it's like strange to be gleeful that that we still have to accomplish some things and make these kinds of statements. I mean, I'm old enough to remember we used to root for our military, and we would all agree that Iran is the world's leading terrorism underwriter. I mean, they are the part of the evil empire. I mean, remember.
You know what? I'm like really starting to feel bad because I was talking bad about John Fetterman. I mean, really, I would call John Fetterman, was it Sylvester on the Addams Family? Right? I said all this stuff, but I mean, my goodness. See, if the Democrats actually all use the brain cells like John Fetterman, I wouldn't have a need to call them Democrats. And the whole thing with Taco. Trump always chickens out. At what point did President Trump chicken out? I reminded y'all yesterday, remember President Trump? He said, little rocket man. He set foot into North Korea after saying how to, talking to him, saying stuff, how they would understand it, how they would perceive it. Oh my goodness, President Trump is like really tough. He's like really saying these things and like, oh, I think I'm gonna believe what he's saying. People, Iran, Ukraine, Russia, people know weakness in general. People know if you walk into a room someplace and you're being really timid, people are going to perceive that as that you're nervous or that you're shy, that you're to yourself. But if you walk into a room with your head up and it's like, how you doing? How you doing? When you express confidence, that is perceived as strength. What President Trump is doing when he's making these statements, it comes across as strength. Like, oh my goodness. And now they're trying to say President Trump is a madman. He's a madman because he's saying things that no one else would say. He's saying things that we shouldn't say as being president, as the United States of America. These are things that we shouldn't say. And again, they were accustomed to people like Obama going around kissing butt, getting on the knees, kissing the ring on the apology tour. That's what they're used to. That's what they want. And President Trump, no. This is truly President Trump putting the United States of America first, because if you have another nation trying to threaten this country, you have to deal with the problem. In 47 years, enough is enough. Enough is enough. Like, listen to Hakeem Jeffries, because he's another idiot. And this was just earlier today on here. And I'm telling you right now, he wants the gavel so bad. I'm willing to bet he's willing to murder somebody by the name of Trump just to get the gavel in his hand. He wanted so bad.
Tomorrow, under the leadership of Jamie Raskin, Judiciary Committee Democrats are going to brief the entire caucus about the different accountability mechanisms that are available to us, including, or available to the country, I should say, including but not limited to the 25th Amendment.
Okay. Can we just go ahead and say coup d'etat? Why can't we just say that? Is the coup d'etat on the table? Because that's what they're calling for. Just because President Trump says something you don't like does not call for the 25th Amendment. You notice none of these idiots were saying this about Joe Biden. He was falling upstairs. Joe Biden was trying to shake hands of dead people. Let me say that again. Joe Biden was trying to shake hands of dead people. He was even saying that he just got through talking to somebody who was deceased. Yeah, I just talked to her. Where's she at? They not a single time were they calling for the 25th Amendment of Joe Biden. Remember, Joe Biden was overseas and he just started wandering off, and one of the leaders, the young lady, had to go pull him and say, "Come back over here, come back over here. We're over here." Not a single time were they calling for the 25th Amendment. But President Trump showing how America is strong, being an alpha male, now they want to call for it. It's like President Trump being a man. How dare you want to be a man? You need to convince little boys to put on dresses. Then they will be saying, "Oh my goodness, he's so wonderful, so brave." If they would have had the gay thing at the Easter during Easter on the White House lawn, they would have, "Oh my goodness, it's so wonderful, so loving." You know, that's what Joe Biden did. They had all that perversion there. And President Trump says, "No, we're not having it. We're not doing it." Every single Democrat right now, minus John Fetterman. And again, I'm like feeling bad about talking bad about John Fetterman. But every last one of them calling for President Trump to be removed. And it's not just they want President Trump removed because he says something that they don't like, because President Trump waking up, they don't like it. President Trump another day breathing, they don't like it. They want President Trump removed because President Trump is fighting the wickedness, the evilness that the Democrats have been doing in the country. The perversion, he's fighting against it. And all of them keep kicking and screaming, "Oh, Epstein, Epstein, Epstein." I mentioned it to y'all before. You know the reason why they keep calling for Epstein? You know why? Because they don't have the documents to prove that President Trump did anything wrong. They can care less about everybody else in the documents. They could care less. And they'll go, "Well, we need to get everybody." They only want Trump. And it's not there. So because it's not there, they keep saying he's not releasing them. Release the ones that we want. Make them up then, right? Not going to happen because they're not there.
What Trump and Hegseth were planning was a war crime. It was a promise to destroy a civilization, to commit a genocide.
Oh, to commit a genocide. How many times did these Democrats say from the river to the sea? Do y'all know what that means? Y'all know what that means? From the river to the sea. Now, they actually meant it. President Trump, again, just saying the language that they understood. And then they came to the table. The Iranians came to the table. They went, "Hey, Pakistan, tell Trump don't do this, don't do this." Then they came to the table. But how many times did they say from the river to the sea? Do y'all know what that means? Talking about genocide.
To wipe out the capacity for that country, its civilians, to be able to operate. It was a war crime that had been planned, and it was about to be perpetrated, and Hegseth is saying that they were ready to push the button to do it. That is a morally bankrupt policy that Trump was seeking to put in place. We had already lost 13 service persons. 100 Iranian students had been killed. But yet, on top of that, they were planning an actual genocide, an actual destruction of a civilization. That's why Trump should be impeached. That's why Democrats should file impeachment articles against Trump. That's why the 25th Amendment to remove him should be invoked.
Now, everything he just said, none of it's true. President Trump mentioned it multiple times that he doesn't want to do this. And again, I mentioned it to you. President Trump doesn't want the women, don't want the children to be hurting. He doesn't want that. I'm telling you right now, he doesn't want that. He's constantly said that they're great people. Why would anyone say that they're great people and then want to go and genocide them? Right? That doesn't even make any sense. They're completely lying. Now, she kind of calls him out saying, President Trump is just, just because you say something, AKA the Constitution, First Amendment rights. Just because you say something doesn't mean they call for the 25th Amendment, but they don't care. For them, President Trump has done too much.
Obviously, Senator, the president did not kill an entire civilization last night. Is impeachment really a productive or even feasible tool at this point with Republicans in control of Congress?
Democrats must proceed with the filing of the impeachment articles. We need to work as hard as we can to put the Republican Party, which is morally bankrupt, which is spineless, which wants to be in a witness protection program, even as moral atrocities are being planned in their name. We must proceed towards the goal of removing Donald Trump from office, and we must do this now, and that has to be the Democratic agenda.
Wow. Not the agenda of the American people. Oh, no. Get Trump. Has the agenda ever changed? That's all that they've ever talked about, getting Trump. They wake up. Is this going to be the day that we get Trump? You know they do. All these liberal media news outlets, they were like, is this the day? Sometimes I used to wonder, like, these people, they wake up in the morning, are they sitting there brushing their teeth like, is this the day that we're going to get Trump? You know, because the TDS is real. They're like brushing their teeth. You know, yeah, we're going to get him today. We're going to get him today. Instead of thinking about how they can make the life better for Americans, they want to get Trump. Get Trump. TDS is a real thing. It really is. These people need to be medicated. No. They need to be institutionalized. They need to be put in a padded room. They're lunatics. Every last one of them, nothing but a bunch of lunatics. Lunatic liberals. They're unstable. These people, when they ran their campaign, I'm pretty sure they ran their campaign saying that they're going to do this and do that for the constituents. But now today, when they run their campaigns, you know what they say? We're going to get Trump. Same thing Letitia James did. Fat Alvin Braggs. We're going to get Trump. That's what they ran on. And they say, well, they won because they said they were going to get Trump. So we can say that we're going to run and get Trump. So we'll win too, right? You know what is so important? Because for this midterm elections, and I'm a little on the edge about it because typically during the midterm elections, Republicans don't show up. I don't like that. I learned this when I was in California talking to Republicans, and they were saying, well, you know, I don't really, participate in the midterm elections because I don't see it really making a difference. It irks me to no end when I heard that. I wanted to smack this dude when he told me this, and he was like 6'4". I wanted to smack this dude. Calling himself a Republican, saying he doesn't want to he doesn't really participate in the midterm. It's so important. Because typically what happens is that the Democrats would take it. And they're saying that right now they're on the track of getting both the House and the Senate, and it's game over then because they're going to impeach Trump. They don't need any evidence. They'll have the votes. Just like they didn't need any evidence in New York. They had the votes. The jury pool gave them the votes. That's all that they cared about. Same thing happened here. The last two times that they impeached President Trump in the House, you know how they did it? They didn't do it with actual evidence. They had the votes. That's all they care about. And most people out in the country don't even think about it that way. Well, they have to present the evidence. They made it up. They made it up. Same thing in New York. They made it up. But because they had the votes, they went along with it. I hate to think about how America will look if the Democrats win this one because they're going to get rid of the filibuster and it's over for us. Game over. It is straight up game over. I hate to say that and I hate to be like doom and gloom about it. Here's another one I want to share with you. These radical leftist lunatics. Remember Jen Psaki? She's another idiot. Another despicable person. Like, get him. Look at her. Get him. How do we get him? How do we get him? How do we stop him?
Do you think we're at a point where invoking the 25th Amendment is warranted? What's your view?
Well, I mean, I've long said that Donald Trump should not be the president of the United States. What we saw this weekend was not in some kind of aberration. It was a continuation.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
Sir, you this morning put out a post about this ceasefire. You said this, quote, temporary ceasefire or not, Trump already committed an impeachable offense. Congress needs to get back to work and remove him from office before he does more damage to our country and the world. Now, of course, it's worth noting that the president did not follow through on the threat that he made to wipe out Iranian civilization. You still think that the post amounts to an impeachable offense?
They don't care. They don't care. They're just using this. They're using this. So yes, they will take President Trump out. If we lose, I pray people will wake up and realize this. 100%. Thank you so much for the comment. And then there was another one I want to share on here. I should have saved it and it rolled off. Right here. This is a good one too. I hope y'all can see those, right? Y'all can see those. They will never, ever, ever have the evidence nor the receipts. You are spot on. All they care is to have the votes. Because if they actually have evidence right now, tangible evidence, they would bring it up. They would show the actual tangible evidence. They're like, here's the actual proof. You can't deny it. But all they need is the votes. They can disregard the evidence, disregard the receipts, because they never have them. All they need is the votes.
I mean, added to the long list of impeachable offenses, on top of all the just blatant corruption practiced by this president and his family.
Well, give us some examples. Give us some examples. You know, maybe like going to another country, doing, pay for play, something like that. Or, doing these extra special deals, selling paintings, so we can try to pay off some corruption debt. Give us some examples. Produce a laptop or something that's showing the corruption is taking place. Show us where, they're going over to making these extra special deals. Let us know about Burisma oil that President Trump was doing, right? Give us some examples instead of just doing this blanket thing that, the corruption the family's doing. What are you talking about?
I mean, there's a reality here about whether or not an impeachment vote will actually get called. But on principle, do I think Donald Trump should be impeached? Absolutely. And what was striking about yesterday was how many Republicans, how many conservatives, how many MAGA extreme Republicans like Marjorie Taylor Greene were saying that even by Donald Trump's standards, by the standards of someone who is incredibly senile, falling asleep in that speech that he gave a few nights ago, and clearly off his rocker, clearly out of touch with reality, that even by those low standards, he had reached, he had just gone crazy.
See, now they're quoting Marjorie Taylor Greene. So it must be valid. You know what? I'm MAGA. And I support President Trump 100%. I'm MAGA. I don't care what they say. Here's another one.
Congressman, if Republicans keep enabling Trump, what will Democrats do if they win control of Congress in November to hold Trump accountable next year?
Well, clearly, one of our key goals is to reestablish the checks and balances that were put into place by the Constitution and which our Republican colleagues are failing to uphold.
They're not wanting to put in checks and balances. They want to stack the Supreme Court, D.C., Puerto Rico, senators, so they can stack it for the side of the Democrats. Talking about checks and balances. She's lying through her teeth.
In this moment. And so among the things that we must do, in my personal opinion, is that we must proceed to impeach the president. We must impeach any cabinet official or official who has enabled illegal and unconstitutional behavior. And I believe that whatever administration comes in after this administration has to take seriously the prosecution of any crimes. It's not just enough for Congress to investigate individuals who have committed crimes against U.S. citizens, against immigrants, against war crimes internationally, need to be held accountable under the law.
You know what she's calling for? She's calling for every single person in President Trump's cabinet to be arrested. Anyone who basically even supported President Trump to be arrested. This is what she's calling for. She just said it. The next administration needs to go after all of these people. You know why? So they can prevent it from ever happening again. They're going to do everything they can to prevent President Trump's administration from ever happening again. They don't ever want a president that's actually going to put the American people first. Never again. That means they're coming after you and I. I've said it multiple times. I've said it multiple times today. As if you didn't know this. I know you know this. I know I'm preaching to the choir. Let me share something which you might not know. The Democrats are trying to say the Pledge of Allegiance is DEI. Have you heard this? Have you heard it? They're actually saying that the Pledge of Allegiance actually represents DEI. You can't make it up.
When people say the Pledge of Allegiance, they pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That's inclusion. So diversity, equity, and inclusion, we're teaching the extremists something. These aren't foreign values, these are American values. And when you attack diversity, equity, and inclusion, you attack the United States of America.
Wow. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? The Pledge of Allegiance is for the flag of the United States of America. And he's talking about for all. He's actually talking about all of the illegals that came into the country. He's saying it's for all. And I'm really shocked that he even said one nation under God. I'm really shocked that he even said that. The Pledge of Allegiance is not DEI. It is not DEI at all. 100% not DEI. The men and women that bled, fought, and died so that you and I could have the freedoms that we have today did not come about because of DEI. It came about because men and women did what needed to be done so that you and I can have these freedoms. Dadgummit. I never in a million years thought that they would take the Pledge of Allegiance to this extreme. Before, they don't even want you to stand when they're doing the Pledge of Allegiance. They don't want you to put your hand across your heart. They want you to stay in your chair. They don't even want you to salute. They want you to take a knee. But now he's saying it's DEI. Then what about all the other times with Kaepernick and the rest of them were taking a knee and sitting down in the chair? Where was the DEI then? There's been no DEI involved in this. Hakeem Joffrey's is evil. 100%. They all hate America, and they're trying to change what America's all about. Just like this dude right here, quick. I think we have enough time to put this in here. I do have one clip here with Lawrence O'Donnell. And Lawrence O'Donnell's upset because Pete Hegseth says we leave no man behind. For all the women that's watching, does that offend you? Does it offend you?
That brilliant rescue was described by the Secretary of Defense and by General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as a long-standing American military rule of never leaving anyone behind.
We leave no man behind.
That is, of course, the old school version of the idea back when only men flew American military planes. General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, put it this way.
We leave no one behind.
The general knows, unlike Pete Hegseth, that could have been a woman they were trying to rescue, and it might be a woman the next time.
Ladies, did it offend you that Pete Hegseth said we leave no man behind? We leave no man behind. Does it offend you? I don't think it does, because we know what it means. We leave no American behind. Just because he said they're stupid people. They really are. They're stupid people. God bless everybody. I'll see you tomorrow on the Culture Wars. Kevin Smith is up next. Today.
Good afternoon, everybody. What is happening, everybody? A little bit different today. Thursday, April 9th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning in to Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today before we get into all the news. Obviously, I've got some explaining to do. So, getting ready for the show, as one tends to do before they have a show. And I go to flick on the lights in my studio, and both of the light bulbs blew. They blew out like there was some kind of an overload. I don't know what the hell happened. So the studio is out of commission for today. So unfortunately, I do apologize. Hope the audio is okay. The camera angle is a little bit different. Yeah, so hopefully that's okay with everybody. Everything sounds good. Everything sounds good. So let's dive in to all the news today. Late breaking news as the show is getting ready to start. You had a massive announcement when it comes to fraud in California. No, I am not in a hotel. I am just in a room down the block down the hall from my studio. So, hopefully, somebody still wants me to put my hat back on. Yeah, no. You're getting the good hair today. You're getting the good hair today. Everything sounds good? Great, baby, because we got to talk about fraud in California. It turns out Gavin Newsom knew the entire time. And what's wild about it is that suddenly, out of nowhere, there is a massive fraud investigation going on in the state of California. Is it weird that this happened right after Nick Shirley, right after Cam Higbee, right after James O'Keefe went out to California to begin to expose that kind of fraud? Something tells me that it's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence whatsoever. As James O'Keefe 2 days ago releases a video, which we're going to show you today, on the fraud going on in California and how the people in the top echelons of the Gavin Newsom administration knew it was happening. They knew it was happening, and they did nothing. Also, Melania Trump, about 10 minutes ago, out of nowhere, seemingly, came out and made a statement about the ridiculous accusations going on about her knowing and being an associate of Jeffrey Epstein. Pretty wild stuff. This came out of the blue and absolutely out of nowhere, but it was necessary. It absolutely was necessary. And a little bit later on in the show, we are going to be joined by a congressional candidate from Kentucky's 3rd Congressional District, Donald Pay. I really want to introduce you guys to this young man. He's 28 years old, and he's running for Congress in Kentucky's 3rd District, which is a Democrat-held seat in the Louisville area. You got to make sure I say it right. If you say Louisville, people in Kentucky get very upset. You got to make sure you say it correctly. Louisville. Louisville? Am I saying it right? Hopefully I'm saying it right. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on, because apparently I have to buy new lights now. I didn't see that one coming, but anyway, what are you going to do? Sometimes that happens. You guys can use promo code RUMBLE to get 20% off everything on the website. That's promo code RUMBLE to get 20% off everything on the website. I hope this view isn't too close for everybody. I hope it's not too close for everybody. But let's dive right on in, because as I said, there was so much news breaking in the last couple of, I would say, Louisville. There you go. TPH, thank you. There's been so much news breaking, honestly, in the last hour that the entire damn show had to change last minute. We were going to talk about what's been going on with the fraud in California that James O'Keefe and many of the other independent reporters have been investigating. But about 10 minutes ago, the District Attorney of California came out with a raucous statement. An unbelievable statement saying that 5 people have been arrested in a $267 million hospice fraud scheme in the state of California. Rob Bonetta, the state attorney general, came out with a press conference just a couple of minutes ago, which is wild because, some of us in the independent media have been talking about how it's very odd that 40% of the money that gets spent on hospice care in America is just in Los Angeles County, when everybody knows all the old people in America are in Florida. Everybody knows that. And if you're on the West Coast, they're in Arizona. They're not in LA County. No old people can afford to live in LA County. If you're on a fixed income, you have left LA County. You have said adios, muchacho, and you are now eating Tex-Mex in Arizona. Everybody knows that. So it shouldn't come as a shock to anybody that this is happening. But while everyone was out in the streets doing the stuff that needed to be done, it turns out suddenly, boom, off the top of their head, California authorities have taken 5 people into custody as the state has been exposing an alleged hospice fraud ring taking place in SoCal. From the Post-Millennial, the arrests were announced by State Attorney General Rob Bonta. Bonta said that the scheme that the 5 suspects were involved in defrauding the state for $267 million. Bonta added in his comments that the defendants in this case did not provide a single authentic hospice service and just collected millions of dollars from the government. Here was the Attorney General of California.
And yesterday, we successfully executed search and arrest warrants at 10 separate locations and arrested 5 suspects so far throughout Southern California. I'm going to break down the details of this operation in a moment, but first, I just want to make one point very clear. This is just the latest example of the California DOJ's longstanding, ongoing, and successful efforts to combat hospice and Medi-Cal fraud.
I'm sorry, that's just crap. That's just crap. Why? Look, if somebody robs a state of $1 million, $2 million, $5 million, $10 million, okay, maybe in the grand scheme of things, you don't notice. California's got a gigantic budget, huge budget. They're not going to notice $1 million, $2 million, here, there, everywhere. You got LLCs opening up all over the place. I can understand missing that. But how in the sweet hell do you miss $200 million to the point where you allow $67 million to continue to go out the door? And it's not like they were, they were fudging the numbers a little bit. It's not like they were going, oh, okay, well, we got 10 patients and we're charging you for 12. Which would be fraud and a crime in and of itself. But they didn't have not a single solitary person was under the hospice care in the state of California, and somehow nobody checked. Nobody looked. You let $250 million go out the door to 5 people and didn't even, drive by the place? Which, of course, leads me to believe that if you've just arrested 5 people for stealing $250 million, that lets me know that that case was so obvious and so blatant and so out front that there's got to be thousands more. There has to be thousands more. I mean, one can only surmise, because where there's one, there's usually 2. But when it's so obvious, how much more is out there? That is the question. And I love, isn't it so strange? We cover national news on shows like this one, on networks like this one, all the time. National news, left, right, center, up, right, and down. But isn't it odd that the first time The first time you hear about the great work being done by the Attorney General of California when it comes to fraud, or the great work being done by Keith Ellison in Minnesota, is after Nick Shirley, Nick Sorter, Cam Higbee, James O'Keefe, Savannah Hernandez, Johnny Cho go into these places and show it to the world. Isn't it weird how suddenly the Attorney General of California suddenly decides to have a press conference about all the amazing work they do, when meanwhile California Democrats sit back every single day, and take credit for things that either are not happening or things that they did not do? But now, once James O'Keefe releases all these videos about the potential in the ballot processing frauds, or the petitioning frauds, or Nick Shirley goes out and gets the hospice fraud schemes out there, now suddenly the Attorney General of California is suddenly, he's finally coming out and realizing that there may, just maybe be a problem. Isn't that odd to anybody? The timing of that seems, or is it that the public pushed them to do it? That the public said, we have had enough. That enough noise got made by enough people. You see, this is that kind of thing that I talk about with the black pillars, and I know I've been very black-pilled on this show for the last couple of weeks. I'm doing a lot better now. Look at the markets. I'm doing a hell of a lot better now. But to the people who haven't stopped, to the people who are out there being assaulted in the streets, for the people who are out there being lied about in the press, for the people who are out there being slandered by the very people who are allowing the fraud to happen in and of itself. Thank you for not stopping. Thank you for not stopping. One of those people, of course, is my friend James O'Keefe. And we're going to show you one of the videos James put out in just a second, because it turns out everyone in Gavin Newsom's office knew, had some idea that this was happening. And nobody cared. Nobody cared. It's absolutely wild. The video is a little long, but here's James O'Keefe.
Do you feel there's fraud going on in the state of California?
Everywhere.
Where do you think?
Cities, counties, special districts, hospitals, insurance companies.
Breaking news, the California Controller's top communications official admits that audits are not getting done.
How is your boss handling all that, especially with the fraud and the waste, and they're questioning you guys, right?
It's funny because they haven't funded us to do those audits.
Oh, so you guys aren't even doing any audits?
We're not doing it.
Why aren't you guys doing the audits though?
We did some of them that are required, but in order to be more proactive, it requires us to have more staff to be able to do those. And instead of funding us, they cut us. They keep cutting our auditing teams.
There is no statewide plan on homelessness. They, the California counties and cities, are asking for $1 billion this year.
What are the plans to help with the homelessness?
See, the thing is, there's no statewide homelessness plan. Cities, counties, and continuums of care are asking for more money. They're asking for $1 billion this year. She knows I'm here.
Okay.
She's like,
oh, she knows you're here.
Yeah, I told her, I think I'm going on a date. Because how'd you meet her? And I told her, and she was like, just be careful.
This is the state controllers in the state's chief fiscal officer. The state controller is the state's chief fiscal officer, but this office is not supposed to be a passive bookkeeper. They're in charge of independent audit authority over agencies spending state funds. Meaning if taxpayer money is being wasted, abused, or improperly spent, this is one of the offices Californians would expect to look. But one undercover journalist asked the California State Controller's press secretary, Bismarck Obando, why the State Controller's office was not auditing state agencies more aggressively. The answer was striking. Obando admitted the office is barely conducting audits at the state agency level, even suggesting lawmakers do not want those audits to happen.
So you guys aren't even doing any audits?
We're not doing it. And so that's our pit. So
why
I tell her.
Why are you guys doing the audits though?
We did some of them that are required, but in order to be more proactive, it requires us to have more staff to be able to do those. And instead of funding us, they cut us. They keep cutting our auditing teams. The big one that we're doing now is the city of Stockton.
City of what?
The city of Stockton. So it just depends on the jurisdiction and what they want us to do. But on the state agency level, like none of them want us to go in there and like audit. So
you can't go in?
We can if we have the staff to do it. And that's the question. It's like we need funding levels to be able to do it. And the legislature hasn't given them to us because they don't want to find out what the deal is.
The office charged with protecting taxpayer dollars is admitting it is not proactively auditing state agencies and says the reason is simple. They do not have the staff, they do not have the funding, and according to the controller's own spokesman, some in power may not want to know what those audits would uncover. But the admissions in our hidden camera report get worse. In the next exchange, Bismarck from the California Controller's Office acknowledges that fraud in California is not hypothetical. It is real. He says money is being overspent, accountability is lacking, and again, this is coming from the people who have the power to enforce accountability, and the audits needed to catch that abuse are simply not happening. Why? His answer, a lack of resources.
Do you, with the fraud and everything about it, do you believe that there is genuine fraud going on within the state?
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, we're like the fourth biggest economy in the entire world. So yes, there's money to be found.
So how is the state getting away with it? Just like not doing the audits?
Not audits, spending money, overspending money, no one accounting for money. But audits are important.
And they're just not getting done.
They're not getting done.
Yeah.
No, like we just can't conduct the audits because we don't have the resources.
They can't conduct the audits because they don't have the resources. Well, they have a lot of resources. Fraud happening. Fraud is very real. Overspending is happening. We've just shown you, we've taken you through the homeless industrial complex, which is the snowflake on top of the iceberg. Money is not being properly accounted for. And the audits meant to expose it are, by the state controller's own admission, this is the press secretary, not getting done. Begs the question why the press secretary, he's the press secretary for the state controller and he's talking to a girl in a restaurant. He should be saying this at the podium in front of the taxpayers of California. But perhaps the most revealing admission came when Bismarck was asked a basic fundamental question. And as you watch this, remember, he's the press secretary. You can't believe the irony. What is the actual plan to solve California's homelessness crisis? His answer, there's no plan.
What are the plans to help with the homelessness?
See, the thing is, like, there's no statewide homelessness plan. So they've created a new homelessness agency, which I'm like, but there's not a plan to do it. It's more to like, here's how we're going to manage contracts for counties and continuums of care and cities. And give you money and we're going to, like, but there's not a plan, like, how are we going to fix this? Cities, counties, and continuums of care are asking for more money. They're asking for $1 billion this year.
$1 billion.
$1 billion to continue their homelessness programs.
The plan, apparently, is to have no plan, is to keep funding this failure like a bridge to nowhere. But even when the fraud is caught, Bismarck in the California Controller's Office says there is often very little the state can do about it. Watch this.
People got fired, but there's not much you can do because you can't really track the money. Once you cash the debit out, now what are you going to do with it? Like, you can't track the person down.
And we're going to call him for comment right now. Oh, man. Works half the time.
Please leave me a detailed message and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thanks.
Hi, Bismarck Obando, Press Secretary for the California Controller's Office. This is James O'Keefe of O'Keefe Media Group, Citizen Journalism Foundation, founder of Project Veritas. You're on video saying that the California Controller's top communications official, quote, are not getting done the audits. You acknowledge that 100% of fraud exists in California. You say we, that's you at the California Controller's Office, just can't conduct the audits. And you say there's no statewide plan on homelessness. My question for you is really simple. Why not say everything you said to the rando in the restaurant in front of the American people, in front of the podium? If you are the press secretary, so why not just be honest? Give me a call back. Be a hero. Sit down with me. Blow the whistle. You've got my number. Bismarck is aware of the report. Why? Because we have a text message showing that he has read the message. We have a acknowledgement from him. It says read receipt on there. Will they fire this man? I don't know. He doesn't appear to be a bad guy. He appears to just be the messenger, albeit he works for the institution, and the institution may or may not be bad. The taxpayer money can still disappear without a clear trail. So without accountability, our notion of freedom is just an illusion. We track down nonprofit organizations receiving millions in taxpayer funding for homelessness services in California in honor of Mr. Nick Shirley, who did this magnificently in Minnesota and California. And we went to some of these NGOs, including something called Abundant Blessings. This is part of the homeless industrial complex, housing and services for the homeless. The organization received tax-exempt status in 2019 and describes itself as a, quote, homeless housing and services organization with the mission to end homelessness by providing short-term and long-term housing. So we went there on the eve of this report to find out what they actually do. Let's play that tape. So here outside Abundant Blessings, 2414, we need help. We're the homeless. Nobody's there. Can't find anybody to help. Knocked on the door. They get $5 million in funding. There ain't nothing. So we got to go to the next place. Let's go. We weren't going to find anyone or anything because just the week prior, federal prosecutors arrested the executive director of this Abundant Blessings, Alexander Sufer, on a federal criminal complaint charging him with fraudulently obtaining $23 million in public money. This is according to the Department of Justice press release. DOJ filed this year, U.S. District Court, Central District of California. These people are being charged. Wire fraud is what, according to the criminal complaint, Sufer used public money for a down payment on his $7 million home, $125,000 brand new Range Rover, private school tuition, private jet, and stays at luxury resorts. You always have to follow the money. So now, Sufer faces federal wire fraud charges, a violation of 18 U.S.C. 1343. So much for helping the vulnerable. That's Alexander Sufer, Executive Director of Abundant Blessings. Next, we stopped at Urban Alchemy, another 501c3 nonprofit with locations across California. According to their most recent tax filing, the organization has received more than $60 million in government contracts, including a $12 million contract through ELASA, remember them, since 2021. There's the 990. Now, think about 990 tax returns. They're all public information. If you go to the Urban Alchemy website main page, you can see what the website looks like. Urban Alchemy tax filing main page, and then you see the $60 million highlighted on the tax return. 990s are public documents. In Los Angeles, Urban Alchemy says it provides mobile hygiene programs and operates what it calls safe sleep villages in Hollywood, Venice, and South LA. We decided to visit one of those sites ourselves.
2330 South Central Avenue, Urban Alchemy. We went in there. There's nobody. Packing all the stuff up. They don't even know where they're going. Received millions of dollars from the government. You can see the money right here. There ain't nobody in there.
Well, we're closing down. We're moving.
Oh, what do you mean you're moving?
Just sit down now.
We're just trying to help a family that's in the streets right now. And I just he said you guys are closing down?
Yeah.
So where are you guys moving to so that I know where to take them?
No, this site's closing down. So
this is
we're in the tent city village is not going to be available anymore.
I know that they got like a lot of money, and that's why I came here. There's like $12 million or something like that. Yeah, so I can't believe you're shutting down.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to answer those questions.
Yeah, I know. That's why I want to know who I can talk to.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
Tens of millions of dollars in taxpayer money, and this is what's left to show for it. The homeless industrial complex. Next, we take you to Christian, the homeless man saying he asked for resources, and they don't have any.
I'm from LA. I'm from LA, and I've only been out here since October, and I already see how everything works. You know what I'm saying? Every corner, they're selling crystal. The cops don't even do nothing. Somebody will get punched, and the cops will just pass by and keep going. Not even stop.
But we hear so much money being given to nonprofits.
Yes, $1 million to the Los Angeles mission right here. The social mission. They got like $1 million. You know what I'm saying? Last time I went for a blanket, they didn't have none. I go ask for pants, they don't have none. I ask for socks, they don't have none. Every time you go ask for something, they don't have it. They don't have nothing all the time. If I was to go right now and ask for a shirt, we don't have any. Come back tomorrow. And if they do, it's either going to be a girl shirt or it's not going to fit you. One of the two. Wow. Yeah.
Please make sure you subscribe to this YouTube channel and follow us on X. We're going to have some people guest hosting this show very soon. Some other brave reporters like Cam Higbee and Jonathan Cho, Anthony Rubin, and Savannah Hernandez. We're going to keep exposing the corrupt and keep on doing the work. We appreciate you tuning in every Tuesday.
I mean, it is a wide, and the reason why I showed the whole thing is because it's important context, and James and his team do great work with editing and stuff, and you know, they always have, and James has been a real hero of mine for a long time. He's been a good friend, and he's taught me a lot in the industry, and I just find it odd. I find it convenient, and I find it odd that the day after James O'Keefe releases this expose, that suddenly the California Attorney General finds it in his heart to have a press conference to inform the public of all of what is going on. I find that incredibly convenient and incredibly odd. So, I mean, it's like they think you're stupid. And look, I don't know what all will come of it. I'm not sure. But I know what happens if we do nothing. And I promise you, this is happening in your neighborhood. This is happening where you live. Doesn't matter where you're living. I was just talking to somebody today about the idea that when it comes to waste, fraud, and abuse, a lot of it is waste. It's just wasted money. And it never gets to the people it needs to. But I guarantee you, I'd be willing to bet each and every one of you that whoever's on the board of that nonprofit that closed down that tent city in California, I'd be willing to bet they're going to Gavin Newsom fundraisers. I'd be willing to bet that they would go into the comptroller in the state of California who know that this stuff is happening. I'd be willing to bet it. And I bet if you looked up their FEC reports and you looked up who's on the board of many of these nonprofits, you would find those names as well. It's troubling. It really is. While Americans can't afford homes in blue cities because they're being taxed to death, this fraud industrial complex continues to fester. Continues to fester. And what are Democrats' solutions for this? Tax you even more. Take more from the regular people. Force out the people who are willing and able to pay those taxes. Force them out to better run states. And why would they stay? Why would they stay? If you're an athlete, you know, you're getting ready to sign a $100 million contract with the Dodgers, or, you know, God forbid you come play for the Mets. Don't do that. Don't do that. You're not going to win. But if you were going to do that, why would you come here? Why? So you can pay the California jock tax? So that you can get taxed to death by Zoran Mamdani? So that he can funnel more of this money to his radical jihadist friends? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? I don't blame them for not doing it. I don't blame them for not doing it. The question remains is how bad do things have to get? Janine in the Facebook chat is right. The fact that there isn't more outrage about it, because it's not being covered. You know why it's not being covered? Because we've got more important things to talk about. You know, like the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know. The Strait of Hormuz. That's way more important than the fact that you're being robbed by the people that you elected. Way more important. It's the Strait of Hormuz. Hello? Why wouldn't you care about that? What are you, like an isolationist? Because you're focused on domestic problems? I don't know. Maybe I'm one of them. Maybe I'm one of those radical isolationists. Totally possible. Totally possible. Guys, in just a second, we are going to be joined by, I'm really excited about this. We're going to be getting into election season coming up really, really soon. And I plan on highlighting as many candidates as I can. People that I really believe in. People that I think will do a really good job. And one of them, his name is Donald Pay, and he's running in Kentucky's 3rd Congressional District. That's in the Louisville area. You got to make sure you say it correctly, because if not, the people from Louisville get very upset. He's running in, that's like northwest Kentucky. It is the only Democratic seat in the state of Kentucky. More importantly than where he's running, and the Democratic seat in which he is running for, is he is 28 years old. So while a lot of people, me included, talk a lot of shit online, do a lot of jibber-jabbering, do a lot of complaining, he's actually willing to be the man in the arena, and I'm excited to have him on. We're going to have him on in 1 second. Before we do that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. TV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmor.com/LFA TV. Order now.
Alrighty, guys, we are back. I'm really excited to introduce you guys to my next guest. You guys know that we talk on this show all the time about how the average person in the House of Representatives is slightly younger than your oldest relative. Well, today we're going to have somebody who's trying to change that. He's running in Kentucky's 3rd Congressional District. Everybody, please say hello to Donald Pay. Donald, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Kevin. Glad to be here.
Absolutely. It is so great to see somebody in their 20s running for Congress on the Republican side for once. It seems like there's like an unwritten rule in Congress that if you're in your late 20s, you can only run for Congress if you're a Democrat, as we see with the illustrious Maxwell Frost down in Florida. I don't know, Florida, how are you doing this? Florida, what are we doing down here? But it's exciting to have you on because you are running, as I said, in Kentucky's 3rd, which is a Democrat seat in a state everyone considers to be Republican, with, I would say, probably 2 of the biggest shoo-ins for Republican Senate seats and a Democratic governor, but not considered a purple state. So you're running in Louisville, which is one of those cities. I love Louisville. It's a great city. I'm also a baseball fan, so obviously you have to love Louisville. But why don't you tell everybody a little bit about yourself? What made you run for Congress? What is the driving force? Because your candidacy I find completely fascinating.
Yeah, well, I was born in Louisville, and just after a few years, though, the crime got so terribly bad that it was practically weekly where there were shootings and stabbings in the back alley to where my parents were like, hey, listen, we can't raise a kid like this. So we moved out. We went to a safer small town neighborhood, and it was there that my father ended up running for mayor. And it all started, believe it or not, it's kind of funny how the small things kind of just grow into big things, but it all started because the city wanted to pass an ordinance that required you as a homeowner to pay for parking in your own driveway. Just went all through my dad, and he rallied the troops, he rallied the community, and they stormed City Hall, and eventually he ran for mayor. And so that was kind of his platform. But I got to see when we moved here, I mean, it was tumbleweeds in the street kind of thing, one restaurant open. And I saw him gather around the smartest, most brilliantly, creatively minded people he could find. And they revitalized the city and just made it beautiful again. Small business started moving back. And Spencer County became one of the top counties in this nation for population growth the year that he dedicated to that. So I just see what it's like when you have really weak leadership for so long in a community and just how it brings everything down. It's almost like a deathly weight, and just how it sometimes takes somebody coming in with a fresh perspective to really bring the community back to what it should be.
Absolutely. And, it's so great that, look, I come from the big city. Obviously, we talk about New York a lot on this show, and I feel like a lot of times minor metros, smaller metropolitan areas, whether it's Louisville, whether it's St. Paul, whether it's Des Moines, some of these smaller cities seem to get overlooked when it comes to the national conversation. We're always talking about crime rates in places like New York and LA and Chicago. But a lot of times when you really dig down and deep into it, you see places like St. Louis, Louisville actually have higher murder rates than the places people joke around all the time that last year it didn't snow in Chicago because all the snowflakes got shot on their way down to the ground. But Louisville has a higher murder rate than Chicago. And I think that gets missed a lot in the national conversation.
I think you're right about that. There's a lot to it where we have our own communities, right? And the people that live here know it better than anybody. So yeah, it's not just a national conversation of what's going on, but also the real, when people feel it in their own backyards, that's how we know it's really, really real.
Yeah, no. And, as far as things like illegal immigration and whatnot go, I joke around with everybody I know that lives between the rivers. I'm like, I feel bad because everybody just focuses on like the big cities on the coast. They focus on LA and San Francisco and Miami and New York. But, it's these national conversations. I feel like they have a much bigger impact, particularly illegal immigration, on some of these Midwestern sort of metropolitan areas that don't really get enough focus. What has it been like? Because look, I know in New York, you basically have to either be a baseball player or a drug dealer to buy a home here. How has illegal immigration really been affecting the housing market in Louisville? Because I'm sure it's exactly the same, but it doesn't get as much attention.
Yeah, well, it's been really bad. I mean, my generation, I feel like, has really been, we've had the American dream stolen from us, right? To be able to afford a home, because we just have so much of a demand because of the amount of illegal immigrants that have come across the border. But really, and I'm glad you brought up ICE, because Louisville was a sanctuary city for I believe about 8 years, because the Democrat leadership and the establishment didn't want to cooperate with ICE, and therefore we see crime just rising. I mean, through the roof. And they like to say that crime is down, but it's not down. It's actually very much up. And so, yeah, it's unfortunate because it also strains the social programs, and it takes resources away from people that actually need it, actual American citizens. And yeah, so it's happening not just on a national level, but I mean, it's happening here in Louisville, the smaller metro communities. We've seen it, and Louisville's been greatly affected because of its sanctuary city stance. Now, thankfully, Attorney General Pam Bondi and the DOJ kind of got that straightened out. The mayor ended up caving after withdrawing federal funds, so we're not there anymore. But the effects, you can still feel it to this day.
Oh no, absolutely, and I tell people all the time that when it comes down to it, particularly the midterms, if you think electing President Trump was the end of the battle, you're just mistaken. This is going to take several news cycles, and that's why I was so excited to have you on, because so many times, and we're seeing this all over the country. Many of these congressional seats, they're picking the same people that lost last time. They're picking the same names. They're doing the same thing. They're running the same campaign from 1988. And look, I'm sure it got Reagan. I'm sure it helped get Reagan elected, or Bush, or whoever. That would have been Bush. But I'm sure it helped get all these guys. But they're not really up to date on how to campaign, what young people want to hear, and particularly in that Rust Belty kind of area down there in Kentucky that I designated all JD Vance land, just because that's the biggest national name from there. But the gutted towns, the coal mining towns, the ones that I hate to say, but sometimes it feels like America forgot about.
Right, and that is one thing I have to say, because yes, like politics and everything has changed with social media, with podcasts like your show. Now, what I find is my generation is much more in tune and with what's going on, and they very much question the authority, the establishment of what's going on, and rightfully so, because there's a lot of issues going on. But at the end of the day, we see a more tuned in audience than we've ever had before. And I think that's going to be beneficial over time, because listeners of your show know that when it comes to politics, you can't just vote and then, sign off for 4 years. It's an everyday thing, and issues that are passed every day. And it's so important. If we don't understand what's going on, then we can't protect our communities.
No, we can't. And, it's just in the idea of that sort of forgotten neighborhood. I'm a history nerd. I think I've watched every documentary on PBS. I think I've watched every one of them. And there's so many towns in these particular areas that really built not only our side of the country, but built the entire country in general. There's a lot of, East Coast cities that benefited from the coal miners and the steel plants and the factories that used to really power many of the communities that are right around Louisville and the rest of Kentucky, that I feel like East Coast elitists kind of snub their nose at, and it's bothersome. Do you guys get that? I mean, look, I know that I'm an East Coast elitist. I mean, I went to public school. I'm not AOC elitist, but is there a feeling down there about that people only seem to care about the coasts, or that nobody's paying attention?
Well, I think that pretty much everybody in Louisville would rather have the Florida beaches than the Ohio River. But, but no, I think that, I think blue collar work, at least in Kentucky, I mean, very conservative. It's weird that we have a, liberal radical governor, but a lot of people in Kentucky, by and large, we appreciate the hard work of the blue collars, right? That is the spine of the industry here that holds Kentucky up. And so, no, I don't know if there's a lot of elitism going on. I mean, of course you have, your different sides of the tracks, but no, I think as a history buff myself as well, I appreciate the contribution for the East Side and the manufacturing that has gone on around here that really did light up our nation.
Absolutely. Sorry, somebody's mowing the lawn outside, son of a bitch. But no,
those blue collar workers, right?
Everybody, no, I think it's just my neighbor. So hopefully he'll move to the other side of the yard in a minute. But I really want to focus on the age thing, because there's a lot of people online with opinions, and there's a lot of girls on TikTok that like to talk about politics, but to actually be the man in the arena, to actually throw your hat in the ring, to actually say, I'm going to step up and do more than just talk crap on social media. What has been that sort of reaction from people? I mean, I'm 36. I'm an old man compared to. I joke around that whenever I go to Turning Point, I'm the oldest person in the room. What is it? What is it like being young, dealing with some of the more party elders or the people who have been around? Wait your turn, kid, kind of thing. You've been feeling that, or is there some momentum around the youth of your campaign?
Yeah, I don't really think that there's been a lot of, outright rejection, but I think more than anything, it's been my generation so much more tuned in than I think the last generation and beyond, that we really do want somebody that understands, where they come from, what their issues that they're dealing with, right? Like I mentioned, not even being able to afford a home. And these are issues that I think people really want to see, and that I've gotten a lot of, that really want to see presented in Washington, because it is a very interesting dynamic when you have somebody younger running. But I feel like that's the greatest advantage that I could possibly have, is because I'm very tuned in with the community and what's going on. And we haven't really had, as you mentioned, somebody that in this area that has been more of a younger generation to really meet the younger crowd and get them out to vote as well.
So let's address the elephant in the room here. How in the sweet hell does the state of Kentucky have a Democrat governor? Because I've been wrapping my brain. You got Mitch McConnell, mainstay, been around since the birth of the nation. You got Rand Paul, who's so conservative he almost disagrees with us on everything. How the hell did Andy Beshear get to be the governor? Because he is seen as I wouldn't say a long shot for the Democratic nomination in 28. I wouldn't say he's one of the favorites. I'd say he's probably in that like sort of sleeper, probably going to run for president, but probably isn't liberal enough to beat out a Gavin Newsom. How the hell does that happen?
I think that's one of the greatest miracles we've ever witnessed in modern time. But, it probably had to do a lot with, with his father and the connections that he had while he was serving. But I don't know. I don't really understand. I think really it was mainly Louisville and Lexington that elected him. Everywhere else is very red in Kentucky. So, but it's a very, it's one of those things that it does kind of call into question the policies that are being passed, because, you might have a Louisville mayor or a, liberal Kentucky governor that, definitely want to go against ICE, want to go against, the president. And then we have the Kentucky legislature saying, actually, no, we should side with the president. We should do what's right with the American people. And that's why they passed the Safer Kentucky Act, right? To make sure that there was actual consequences for violent criminals in this state. Whereas before, they had a bail project that, bailed out over 4,000 people and no accountability. So.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. We invented bail reform here on Long Island. So to the rest of the nation, you're welcome. Maybe stay off the subway when it gets dark outside. But we like to be the first in the nation here in New York. We elected our first communist in quite some time. So we like to lead America in both the good and in the bad. You were talking about affordability. And I think that is something that people hear, and it's sort of an abstract term. A lot of the older people out there are going, well, I was able to buy a home. Why aren't you able to buy a home? And what the hell are we going to do about it? This show is easily the most popular show on the network. I say I'm a Republican because I have no other choice. I'm definitely way more of a populist. What are some ideas you have to tackle affordability, to make it so that people our age can afford to buy homes, start families? Because look, if you're not living together, it's difficult to start a family. And we're seeing birth rates in America be at its lowest level ever. It's a serious problem that I think our generation really needs to, like you're doing, step up, focus on, and really attack.
Yeah, it is a serious problem. And I think a few things. So number one, with the millions of illegal immigrants that came over the border, right? That created such a in its own little bubble a housing crisis because we've just not had the supply to meet the demand. And so, of course, sending them home will alleviate the stress on the housing market. But I also think that all of the waste, fraud, and abuse that we are seeing in Washington right now, really a lot of that all needs to be cut, completely reformed, and bring that back to the economy, bring that back into builders and having more supply to be able to take care of that. I mean, I think those two things, cutting that waste, fraud, and abuse, and then sending the people who shouldn't be here, the illegals, home, would really relieve the economy in terms of affordability on housing.
Absolutely, man. It is so great to have you on. I wish you the absolute best of luck. I campaign all over the country, so perhaps I will make my way down to Louisville once we get into the real thick of it. How can people go and support your campaign? Where can they follow you? Where can they see what you're up to?
Yeah, I mean, you can follow me on the campaign, X, Donald W. Pay, or go to donaldpay.com and support the campaign from there.
Absolutely, guys. And if you guys are in Northwestern Kentucky, I believe, up in the Louisville area, see, I'm getting better. I'm not just, I know about places that don't have oceans. I'm getting better, I promise. Donald Pay, thank you so much for joining us, my friend.
Thanks, Kevin. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. All righty, guys, we will be right back.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to mypillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's mypillow.com, promo code LOUD, for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's mypillow.com, promo code LOUD. Thank you. I want to thank Donald Pay for coming on. If maybe I'll make it down to Kentucky, into Louisville. Maybe I'll make it down there, give him a hand in that race. Super excited for him to be getting involved. And, I like seeing young people step up and run for office, but more importantly, run for Congress. So I'm happy to have Donald Pay on, guys. Go give him some support. DonaldPayForCongress.com. So, NATO sucks. NATO sucks. Really badly. Actually, they're really genuinely useless. So, we've gotten absolutely no help, virtually no help from the NATO countries in Iran. So Donald Trump is now threatening to pull troops out of Western Europe, which is something I think Donald Trump ought to do anyway, considering there's really no point in us having a military base every 9 feet in Europe. There's really no reason for us to have that whatsoever. But isn't it the weirdest thing? Hold on a minute. Donald Trump says he's going to pull troops out of Western Europe and out of the NATO nations because they have chosen not to help us in Iran. And then the Secretary General of NATO comes over to America and he says, actually, maybe we'll give you a hand.
It came time to provide the logistical and other support the United States needed in Iran. Some allies were a bit slow, to say the least. In fairness, they were also a bit surprised. To maintain the element of surprise for the initial strikes, President Trump opted not to inform allies ahead of time, and I understand that.
So the White House now looking at possible punishments for some NATO allies. According to a piece in the Wall Street Journal today, quote, the proposal would involve moving U.S. troops out of NATO member countries deemed unhelpful to the Iran war effort and stationing them in countries that were more supportive.
No issue there. None at all. I mean, I would say don't put them in countries that have helped America in Iran. I would say take them and bring them home. Bring them home. Let them do things here because we have our own problems. There's really no need for America to be defending all of Europe. And I'm not saying take them all out. You want to have strategic air bases. Obviously, there's, places like the Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany that is a huge help to America globally. But, do we need them everywhere? Maybe that's how we could save a little bit of money. I've long said, and look, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm not, I don't know. But I've long said that the best way to keep American soldiers safe overseas is by not having them there. By not having them there. Something to think about. Guys, it's 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. Markets continue to rise today. Giddy up. Let's go. Life is good. Guys, head on over to lfatv.us. That's lfatv.us. That's your home base, your mothership, your landing pad. For all things LFA TV related, check out the LFA TV store. And while you guys are there, consider becoming a monthly donor over at LFA TV. That's how we keep the lights on over here. The Amazon guy came about 10 minutes ago, so I'll be back in studio tomorrow now that I've got new light bulbs. Thank you guys so much for putting up with the weird camera angle and the audio today. I'll catch you back live tomorrow. Until then, everybody, stay loud.
Patriots, welcome back to LFA TV Live with Hannah Faulkner. I hope you all are having an incredible Thursday afternoon so far. I just tuned in. I guess I just turned on LFA TV to see Kevin Smith. At first I was like, what is he wearing? And then I'm like, oh, it's just a pullover collar. I guess he's live from his room, a hotel. I don't know where he is. But anyways, grateful for you all and grateful to be here with you this 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern, or wherever you are tuning in from. Grateful to be here with you all today. We have so much to get into. If you have been following me for a while, you know that I'm very passionate about mass deportations. We need more. We need to get rid of every single last illegal alien from this country, because that is the compassionate thing to do. The most compassionate thing we can do is to say, listen, if you want to come to this country, you've got to come here the legal way. And honestly, I'm actually against that right now. I think we need to have a full-blown 10 to 15 year full stop, no legal immigration, no asylum seeking, no refugees into the United States of America. We have no culture. We have no shared identity. We don't even know what the official language of the United States of America is because it's so muddled into all these different cultures that have come here that are obviously not assimilating to Western civilization, to European civilization and our way of life. And now we're seeing the consequences of that. And so today we're going to be talking all about that, as well as a message that we just got out from the White House with some angel families that had family members, daughters, sons, mothers, husbands, wives that were murdered, kidnapped, raped by illegal aliens due to the Biden administration's and honestly the Democratic Party's failed policies. They're soft on crime and open border policies. But you know what? This administration isn't perfect. I'm grateful for all that they're doing, but we've got to have more mass deportations. Anyways, so grateful for you all. We've got WW Wilson in the chat. Howdy, Hannah girl. Good to see you. We've got Logan. We've got Kathy Ratcliffe. We have Real Joe Bag Donuts. I like that username. That's pretty cool. Logan, I did not get your text. I'll have to... I'm not going to the rally next Thursday in Las Vegas. I'll be here. My brother's racing, actually. He's doing a bunch of spring nationals. Going to be racing literally every single day next week. So I'll be at his races, enjoying that and supporting my brother. But I hope you have fun if you're going. And I hope you enjoy the rally because that's going to be really exciting. Anyways, I want to go ahead and start off today by showcasing this article that I saw. A Haitian illegal alien was charged, a Florida mom, because he killed a Florida mom to death with a hammer in gas station attack. This is a picture, it's a little bit blurry, of the attack, and this is the Haitian migrant, the illegal alien. A Haitian illegal immigrant has been arrested and charged with the brutal murder of a Florida woman. He is 40 years old and is accused of using a hammer to beat the 51-year-old woman to death in an unprovoked attack outside of a Fort Myers gas station. The incident occurred on April 3rd around 7:20 a.m. According to the Department of Homeland Security, he had been unlawfully residing in the United States since 2024 when his temporary protected status granted under the Biden administration had expired. He allegedly confessed to the killing during police interrogation. This is the illegal alien. The horrifying murder captured on surveillance video shows him attacking a vehicle parked outside of a Chevron gas station with an object in his hand. The victim, a store clerk, exits the convenience store and appears to question him, who then walks towards the woman aggressively and strikes her in the head with a hammer, prompting her to fall to the ground. Repeatedly, he attacked the unarmed victim as she lay unconscious in a pool of blood, the video shows. The woman, who has not yet been publicly identified, was pronounced dead on the scene. Local news reported that she was the mother of 2 teenagers. This is the video that was reported by the police. Sick. I have no words for the level of evil. These people are not, we cannot coexist with them because they do not want to coexist with us. It's disgusting. And then you have articles like this. This came out from The Lion this morning. It says, "I just don't want to die. Missouri teen's alleged killer revealed as a legal alien who came under Biden. A suspect in the murder case of 15-year-old Miles Young from Springfield, Missouri, is being held on an ICE detainer as an illegal alien. He says, 'I just don't want to die.' These were some of Young's final words just before he died from a gunshot wound allegedly fired by the illegal alien. Young fell victim to a fatal ambush on March 12th where he believed he was going on a date but was actually walking, or rather riding, into a coordinated attack. King, both 18 years old, along with at least one minor suspect, plotted Young's murder, Fox News reports. Some witnesses believe Young might have been targeted in relation to the 2025 murder of 14-year-old Jackie Straley. An adolescent girl picked Young up under the guise of wanting to have sex with him and drove him into the ambush. She believed Young was to blame for his death. A probable cause statement reveals, although it's unclear what the girl's connection to the murder was. We could just continue reading on and on about these stories. There's so many stories out there, but at the end of the day, this is what happens when you allow people who cannot coexist with your way of life. They do not understand your way of life. Their IQ, their standard of their IQ in their country is significantly lower than our standard in the United States of America. And some people might comment, some people might say, well, that's racist. No, this is just objective reality. And because we have refused to acknowledge objective reality, now we walk down the road and we are the minority. We as white men and women are the minority. And that's a problem when you don't have an established culture, you don't have an established religion, and you do not have an established way of life, an established language. I mean, this is extremely dangerous. And now you have to deal with moms and dads of Rachel Morin, Laken Riley, Jocelyn Nungaray. I mean, the list is endless of these thousands upon thousands of young girls and young men who are brutally murdered, assaulted, raped, kidnapped by these illegal aliens who were let in under the Biden administration's and even broader, the Democratic Party's failed soft on crime policies. This is a video that the White House just put out this morning of several different angel moms and dads talking about why this is so important that we continue on mass deportations. Take a listen.
Of Rachel Morin. Rachel is a mother to 5 children. She went out on a walk after work. She never came home.
My name is Michael Morin. My sister was Rachel Morin. She was brutally raped and murdered by an illegal alien.
3/4 of her head and brain hemorrhaged because of the violence. Brutally raped and then stuffed into a culvert, a drain pipe. It was the most devastating thing that our family has ever experienced.
I'm Tammy Nobles. I am Kayla Hamilton's mother. My daughter, Kayla, was murdered, raped, tied up, and left on the floor like trash. He was a known MS-13 gang member. He was allowed to come into this country and murder my daughter. I don't understand how these Democrats are fighting for the criminals. You're fighting for Kayla's murderer. You're fighting for those that have committed horrific crimes on American citizens.
It's my wife, Wendy. I'm DJ Corcoran. We're the Corcorans. Our son was Pierce Corcoran. He was 22 years old, and he was killed by an illegal immigrant. We feel better about this today than we did the last 4 years. It was really just a slap in the face, insult to injury, when they allowed all these illegals to come through across our border, knowing what these angel families have suffered through.
My name is Nikki Jones, and my husband is Shane Jones, and he was killed by an illegal alien back in 2019. Today means a lot because for years I've been trying to get my story out, and the press just censors me.
My name is Rosalie Seward. And I'm Louise Schlosser. We lost our father over 30 years ago in a car accident. He was killed by an illegal who had no driver's license or car insurance and left him to die. He had 6 children, multiple grandchildren, and he's a beautiful person, and we miss him every day. So thank you, President Trump, for everything you've done in honoring our families.
I just want to say, too, our mother, who was devastated by the loss of our father, she knew that Trump would do something about it.
My son, Bradley English, he passed away on October 27th, 2004. He was struck by a vehicle driven by an illegal alien, and they let him out after 2 years and 1 month. They said they deported him, but they didn't, and we've just been devastated ever since. Life will never be the same.
As a mother, you cannot fathom the pain that you feel. It doesn't go away, but it's been 2.5 years, and it still feels like it was yesterday. It doesn't go away. Today, President Trump honored us. The most powerful man in the whole world honored us. He looked at us, he saw our grief and our pain, and he genuinely cared. And I just want to say thank you, President Trump, for your kindness and for your integrity in keeping your word, but also your love for the American citizen and for humanity and for us who've lost so much. Thank you.
Absolutely heart-wrenching. And I'm not sure about you guys, but it just fires me up again to keep fighting even harder on these very principled ideas. We have to execute more and more mass deportations. Enough is enough. CLVR in the chat said it's so sad for these people, and I couldn't agree more. It's beyond words, anything that we could put into words. Capital punishment for all illegal aliens convicted of capital crimes. I couldn't agree more. I have no compassion for people who shed innocent blood. No compassion. Because it really takes a specific kind of evil to shed the innocent blood, especially to take a hammer and to beat someone's skull into the ground when she was just walking out of a gas station. And as someone who, historically, I loved running. Obviously, I've had knee problems for the last 4 months, so I haven't been able to run at all. But I loved running. I went on so many different runs. I went on mile-long runs. And I stopped going on far jogs and runs because I was scared. I didn't want to find myself as a victim of these illegal aliens and their evil, heinous crimes. And it's like, well, not all illegal aliens are criminals. It's like, listen, if you come across the border illegally, you are therefore a criminal. Just because you didn't murder someone doesn't mean you are a criminal or guilty of a crime. You are a criminal if you come across our border illegally. It shouldn't be that complicated. But, in addition to all this, of course, we've got mass immigration of various cultures. But even more so, we have people coming across the border such as Muslims, jihadists, terrorists, people we have no idea what they're capable of. And so that's why I'm grateful that finally Congress, you've got fireballs and just courageous congressmen like Brandon Gill. It's very hard to find, but Brandon Gill, Andy Ogles, they have been speaking out against this and the Islamic takeover of the West. Brandon Gill, I believe he was on Fox News, and he made some very powerful statements in that we cannot, actually it was on Benny Johnson's show, we cannot allow these people to continue infiltrating our country. And we're going to continue to allow this to happen unless we define what an American citizen is. Otherwise, it's going to continue to happen. This is Brandon Gill.
But you're right. We've got communities like Frisco that have been totally transformed, whether it's Islamic immigration or immigration from anywhere else in Asia. I don't want Muslim prayer call. I don't want to hear Muslim calls to prayer in my community. I do not want the caste system socially in the schools that my kids are going to, because we've had so many people come to the United States who are not assimilating into American culture. I want to live in an America that's actually American. And if you go to some of these areas, you feel like you're in a foreign country. And that's a problem. America is for our people. We have a distinct heritage, a distinct culture that's rooted in historical experience in the United States. And that's something that we as conservatives should seek to actually conserve. And that means not flooding our country with infinity immigration every single year, whether it's because of illegal immigration or legal immigration under the guise of, economic interest or anything else. And the reality is with H-1B, and I think I watched some of the clips that came out. This is a program that has an enormous amount of fraud. The idea that we would bring in a 7-Eleven worker from India or anywhere across the globe into our country to work at a gas station because we can't find Americans to work behind the counter at a gas station. I mean, that's asinine. I mean, it's idiotic. And we all know it. So, in my opinion, the H-1B program at this point should just be abolished outright. We don't need it. There's too much fraud in it. You've got all kinds of issues, particularly in areas like Frisco, where fake businesses are popping up and they're being used to bring more people in with these H-1B visas. And then, by the way, you have chain migration, where once people come here, they start bringing their family and to an unlimited degree. This stuff has to end at some point. And I think that point.
That's Brandon Gill, finally a congressman that is speaking the truth. Someone in the chat said, stay where you are if you don't want to live like an American. Exactly. A quiet one, okay, said Hannah, I don't run, but I love to hike, or I used to. Scared to go by myself now for the same reason. Honestly, hiking, I could not imagine hiking. I mean, hiking, it's like, honestly, it's even scarier to go hiking because you never know who's hiking with you. Evil must be removed permanently. CP is the only solution. So we've talked about remigration. Now, I'm actually curious all of your thoughts on remigration because there's a lot of opinions out there. Most people do not agree with remigration. They're very scared of this term, and they almost like want to run away from it because it's like this big scary term, remigration. But I'm curious your thoughts. There is a group, Remigration Now, I believe is the name of the group. They have Eva Vlardingbroek, so many powerhouse speakers from all across Europe that are advocating for remigration and establishing a culture in their European countries. I think it's very important what they're doing, but they just put out a new video and it will leave you with chills. Take a listen.
Do you recognize your city? Do you recognize your streets? Do you recognize the nation that your ancestors created for you? In the ruins of multiculturalism, our former glorious cities are now ruins of their former selves. It is no longer our homes when it's no longer our people inhabiting them. We are being ethnically replaced in our own homelands. Europeans have never been afraid of change. It is the rapid direction towards irreversible decline that angers us. We are conquerors. We build empires, standing by while our civilization is on the edge of collapse is not who we are. Our ancestors were visionaries who sailed around the world. Risk, struggling, and achieving the impossible was their daily life. Not because it was profitable, but because they knew who they were. They did not stop fighting when Portugal and Spain were occupied by Muslims. They did what was necessary to build what is rightfully ours, our European civilization.
What do you mean?
What they built was not given. It was earned through risk, determination, and sacrifice. It will only survive if we fight for it. Our heritage of culture, people, history, and language is something that must be defended at all costs. The future belongs to those who strive for something greater, to those who act in the spirit of the reconquistadores. The future belongs to us, Europeans. We will reclaim our cities. They will fail to replace our nations. Building a strong Europe where our children can live in peace is our duty, and it is inevitable. The solution lies with you, young Europeans. Will you allow them to continue their crimes against our people? Or will you rise and demand the only solution that will allow us to restore Europe and make our civilization rise again and achieve heights never seen before? The solution is the fight of our lives. The solution is remigration.
Remigration 2026. I'm curious what you guys are thinking about that, but I agree with this young man. We will reclaim our cities. We will protect our country. We will defend our heritage. We will defend our homeland and make America safe again. Make America great again for the future generations so that they can live in a safe, thriving, and flourishing nation like our ancestors got to enjoy in this great United States of America. We'll see what happens, but I think it all starts with us. It all starts with each of and every one of us saying enough is enough. I don't know about you guys, but this morning when I saw that Melania Trump held a press conference advocating for all of the Epstein perpetrators to be held accountable for their actions and more of the evidence to come to light, I was pretty shocked. And I think just about every single news outlet was shocked as well. Now, for all of the conspiracy theorists, I don't know. There's something that they're thinking behind the scenes, but this is Melania Trump this morning advocating for justice to be served when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein and all of the Epstein victims. You guys let me know in the chat what you guys think of this. Is there something going on behind the scenes that we're not getting? What do you guys think? Take a listen.
Here's the First Lady, Melania Trump.
with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect. I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation. I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach. To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell. My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence. My polite reply to her email doesn't amount to anything more than a trivial note. I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I met my husband by chance at a New York City party in 1998. This initial encounter with my husband is documented in a detail in my book, Melania. The first time I crossed paths with Epstein was in the year 2000 at an event Donald and I attended together. At the time, I had never met Epstein and had no knowledge of his criminal undertakings. Numerous fake images and statements about Epstein and me have been circulating on social media for years now. Be cautious about what you believe. These images and stories are completely false. I'm not a witness or a named witness in connection with any of Epstein's crimes. My name has never appeared in court documents, depositions, victim statements, or FBI interviews surrounding the Epstein matter. I have never had any knowledge of Epstein's abuse of his victims. I was never involved in any capacity. I was not a participant, was never on Epstein's plane, and never visited his private island. I have never been legally accused or convinced of a crime in connection with Epstein's sex trafficking, abuse of minors, and other repulsive behavior. The false smears about me from mean-spirited and politically motivated individuals and entities looking to cause damage to my good name, to gain financially and climb politically, must stop. My attorneys and I have fought these unfounded and baseless lies with success and will continue to maintain my sound reputation without hesitation. To date, several individuals and companies have been legally obligated to publicly apologize and retract their lies about me, such as Daily Beast, James Carville, and HarperCollins, UK. Now is the time for Congress to act. Epstein was not alone. Several prominent male executives resigned from their powerful positions after this matter became widely politicized. Of course, this doesn't amount to guilt, but we still must work openly and transparently to uncover the truth. I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors. give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony. Each and every woman should have her day to tell her story in public if she wishes, and then her testimony should be permanently entered into the congressional record. Then, and only then, we will have the truth. Thank you.
First Lady Melania Trump holding a press conference this morning, giving a spill and an update on Epstein and what she hopes to see happen, ultimately bringing justice for all of the victims and those that were perpetrators in the Epstein ordeal. Obviously, we'll see what happens. I'm hopeful, but we'll see. W.W. Wilson said, I have learned that Melania is mild-mannered till you pee her off. Then look out, laugh out loud. Like I said, give them time. All will be shown. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Time will tell, and we're only 1 year into this, so I'm hopeful still, and I do believe that truth will come to light in the end, and I hope to see these evil individuals brought to justice, and hopefully justice for the victims within the Epstein whole ordeal. Anyways, lots to get into. We have a special guest joining the show today from 7 Weeks Coffee. But before we welcome him in, I just want to share a little piece of the hypocrisy of the Democratic Party. So of course, the Democrats, and specifically Tim Walz in Minneapolis, Minnesota, he doesn't want ICE on the ground protecting Minneapolis. He doesn't want ICE on the ground protecting Minnesotans as a whole. But what he does want is legalizing adult bathhouses where residents can engage in sexual activity in Minneapolis. It's actually insanity. Take a listen.
After the George Floyd riots, after the anti-ICE mobs, we hoped that Minneapolis would start to clean up its act, but we didn't think they'd take it in this direction. After a 38-year ban, Minneapolis city leaders are considering, I can't even read this, considering legalizing places, this is a quote, where sexual activity between consenting adults may be facilitated. We're talking bathhouses, because apparently doing that in your own home is, I guess, now outdated. Well, these clubs, bathhouse club places, were shut down during the AIDS crisis, obviously for health reasons. But now activists say they need to come back. Bring them back, because they believe sex clubs provide dignity and, quote, community safety. They even claim that it's about promoting modern public health strategies. Here to weigh in, Dustin Greggy, Town Hall columnist. Dustin, come on, they were supposed to vote on this tonight, but the vote was put off, I understand. So what happened?
No, and frankly, this wasn't the only one either. They were also looking at designated parking lots where homeless people could sleep in their cars. We're talking about decriminalizing drug paraphernalia. This is the DSA platform of Minneapolis, and this is what they're trying to do next. They're trying to commercialize sex. And frankly, this is going to be the roadmap to actually bring sex work back into Minneapolis at some point, because this is their agenda, and this is what they actually want to pull off.
But what happened with this vote? So let's just focus on one outrage, which is the sex clubs, bathhouse, and whatever. So let's focus on that. So they're supposed to vote on it tonight, but they postponed it. I believe there was some outrage expressed, including in the Muslim community, which I imagine was not, many were not all too happy about this. So the left, the cultural left meets the conservative Islamic community here at some point.
No, it's very possible, but at the end of the day, even Omar Fateh, who is actually a part of that community, part of the DSA platform, he himself has come out in favor of this as well. So it's not going to be a big issue for them at the end of the day. They still want to push this through despite that, because at the end of the day, yeah, the Democratic Socialist Campaign, this is what they want to push.
Yeah, weed, sex clubs, OnlyFans, what else? What am I missing? It's basically all that. Oh, online gambling.
You never know what the headline of the day will be. You really can't guess because it continues to get more bizarre. Every time you get in the news, you get in the headlines. Oh my goodness. Someone said Democrats can never shock us, is how low they can go. They are godless, just that simple. It explains it all. W.W. Wilson said in the chat. Absolutely, they are. They are liberal God haters. It is it's really not that complicated. And some days I wake up, I talk about this all the time in my personal life. I'm like, you know what? I love doing the live show. I love talking about the issues of our day, but there are really only a few ways to articulate the insanity of the Democrats. Truly. Disgusting and disgraceful USN vet 0811 said in the chat. Anyways, I'm very hopeful because even though we have all these crazy, headlines and just wild takes, I have hope because there are solid organizations out there. There are young people that are fighting for America, fighting for freedom, and fighting for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And so today's guest, Anton, he is the founder and CEO of 7 Weeks Coffee. I'm so excited. I haven't tried their coffee yet, but I have one of their merch pieces from the brand. I'd love to check them out. But I'm interviewing him today. He's going to share with us a little bit about how we can find unity within the pro-life movement because there's obviously a lot of division within the pro-life movement. Rightfully so on some areas. Honestly, it's a very principled idea to support equal protection and to be for treating abortion like what it is. It's murder. And so we're bringing him into the show today to share a little bit about his mission and why he's doing what he's doing and how we can ultimately find unity within the pro-life movement. Take a listen. Anton, thank you so much for coming on the show today. I was actually talking with a good friend of 7 Weeks, Ali with Counteract USA, and she was telling me all the wonderful things about a little bit about how you guys got started. You and your wife started 7 Weeks Coffee and gave me a little bit insight into what you guys are doing. So I appreciate you joining the show today.
Thanks for having me on, Hannah. Happy to be here and excited to chat.
Absolutely. Well, I for me, obviously, I've heard bits and pieces from various people about how you started this company in the first place and really what your mission is. And I've seen some of your social media posts, but if you don't mind kind of sharing a little bit of the behind the story, what really prompted the idea to start 7 Weeks Coffee and what you guys do through your brand?
Yeah, well, second question first. We are on a mission to fund the pro-life movement one cup of coffee at a time. We've raised over $1.7 million supporting over 1,500 pro-life pregnancy care centers across the U.S. But it all started 4.5 years ago with the simple idea to sell coffee and raise money for our local pregnancy resource center. It's so funny. You kind of see where God leads you in life, and you look back and how He connects all the dots. And I grew up in a Christian home, always was pro-life, but didn't really know what that meant until I got to visit a pregnancy care center when I was right when I graduated college, and I was so moved by the work they're doing. Like you literally see the life-saving work, the testimonies that come out of these organizations, the moms they're supporting, the lives that they're saving. But I was so moved because the need is so great. They're often underfunded, understaffed, and that was a few years before I had the idea for 7 Weeks Coffee. But that's what really got me into the pro-life movement. And so, with the idea of 7 Weeks Coffee as a way of how can we tangibly give back and support local pregnancy resource centers, and that was kind of the crux of it. But I started with just a simple idea to raise money for our local pregnancy resource center. That first month, we sold $8,000 worth of coffee, dropped off a check for $800, and yeah, like I said, since then we've been able to raise over $1.7 million, supporting over 1,500 organizations across the U.S. And I think we're just getting started with that, honestly.
Wow. No, that is so beautiful. And I have to say, I knew that you guys, a little bit about your company, and I need to try your coffee. I need to get some of your coffee, but I have one of your hats. I think it says like pro-life, pro-coffee, and I wear it often. But for someone, I never connected the dots, that it was actually from 7 Weeks. So grateful for what you guys are doing. And that's just such a beautiful testimony when you say yes to the Lord and what the Lord has for you and has put that burden and really that passion in your heart. So it's just beautiful to hear from you. But if you don't mind kind of talking a little bit more on the life side of things, obviously there's a lot of debates. There's a lot of infighting within the pro-life movement, and those that are just kind of getting started, they're just getting their feet in the water. They want to fight for life. They want to protect the most vulnerable, the most defenseless of our society. And then they kind of get a little scared. They get a little nervous because they walk into it and they realize that there's so much infighting. There's so many different opinions on the life issue. And they just thought that we would all, unite around the one issue that we want to protect babies in their mother's womb. And that's it, So if you don't mind, kind of just talking about the unity side of things, how can we ultimately achieve unity within the pro-life movement? And maybe what's your message to a young person or just even a person in general that has just now getting involved, just now getting started with the pro-life movement and is a little bit discouraged by the infighting within the movement?
Yeah, it's always one of those things where like within certain movements, there's always going to be division. But especially right now in the pro-life movement, it's really important to figure out what we can unify on. There's debates between equal protection laws and those who don't believe in prosecution. So that's one of the big ones that people fight about and divide upon. And for me and for what Seven Wings Coffee, our goal is to just support pro-life groups in general. So if your mission is to stop abortion, to save lives, we're there to support you. So we don't really take a stance on like more of the nuances, if you will. But I think it's really important that we figure out how to work together. For example, I think it's like 0.2% of all charitable donations end up in the hands of pro-life groups. And so for us dollars to already have such a small pool of funding, why are we dividing, even more after that? So I think it's really important that we just have like a very strong commitment to what is our goal. And, for me, it's a few basic things is, we never want to restrict or like prevent a pro-life group from what they're trying to do. Like I don't think that's ever the solution to outright like oppose each other. I believe that we should have conversations in private and try to work out our differences that way. And two, just figure out like the main goal right now in the movement, which for me it's pretty simple. Like we have to win the pro-life movement on a state by state level. That's the main focus. And then two is figure out some type of restriction on abortion pill. That's like the second biggest focus. So those two things I think are very like clear direction that we need to figure out how to come around and support each other. There's so many different groups doing a lot of different things within the movement. So it's all about how we can be collaborative, support one another's work, and also just be unified in like the direction, like, hey, like at a state level, there is abortion is going to be legislated on, whether it's going to be protected in the Constitution or banned. So that's the number one thing. And then two is like, how do we prevent this abortion pill from being so freely accessed? And I think those are the two things we need to continue to hone in on. And then continue holding our legislators accountable. The biggest one we're talking about right now is that on July 4th this year, I don't know if you knew this, Hannah, it's the 250th anniversary of our country. It's also the same day Planned Parenthood is set to be refunded. Yeah. So I'm not sure how we're supposed to celebrate life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness in 250 years of this great nation by simultaneously funding the greatest killer of American lives, which is Planned Parenthood. So that's a really big thing that we also need to be aware of, is like on the advocacy side for people who say they're pro-life in Congress or in Washington and all that to really hold their feet to the fire that like, hey, if you really believe in protecting lives, one of the most sensible things you can do is not refund the greatest abortion provider and obviously killer of human lives. So those are a few things, obviously it's not going to solve it all, but I think that's like the main direction we need to head as a movement.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and obviously there's been a lot of talk on how to get more young men involved because the majority of those leading the pro-life movement is young women. And, that shouldn't be something that people are shying away from talking about because it's just the objective reality of this matter. And a lot of young men that I know would obviously consider themselves to be pro-life. They go to a lot of these events and it's a very feminine, it's very much so directed towards getting young women involved, which is important. I think there was a time and place for that, obviously, with the feminist movement, especially going through the 60s, 70s, and 80s and Roe versus Wade. We need young women involved and we need them to counteract these very feminist pro-abortion lies, but we also need young men because God has called men to lead. His three main institutions, the government, the family, and the church. And so it is important that we do empower these young men to be involved, to fight for life, because, it takes two to procreate and to make this life in the first place. And so we need to make them a part of this and to include them in the fight for ultimately protecting children and these vulnerable babies. So, I mean, obviously you're a man. You started a pro-life coffee company that's giving back to pro-life groups. How do you think the pro-life movement can ultimately really empower, encourage, and equip young men to be involved in leading the charge in the pro-life movement?
Yeah, I totally agree. It's important to have a balance of both. And we definitely have an amazing pro-life movement led by some amazing women, which is good, but we do need men to be involved as well. Like this is a 50-50 issue, right? Like you said, it's procreation takes a man and a woman. Like abortion affects a man and a woman. That's the, killing of the unborn is ending fatherhood as just as much as it ending motherhood. And so men need to be involved. And also just this idea of like, men are called to protect the most vulnerable. We're called to defend our families. We're called to stand up against evil. We're called to go into battle and defend what is right, what is true, what is just. And there's nothing more defenseless where men need to defend, which is the unborn. And so men do need to be involved in the pro-life movement. And I hopefully, what we're doing at 7 Weeks Coffee, and that, we can be a voice in that, because it's important that men are involved. Like your voice is not just like optional. Like you are called to be enraged about this issue, to be upset in your heart about this issue, to be offended that the most innocent are dying around us. And I think that's where it's an important thing that we need to confront, because there's a battle here and men are called to lead the charge into battle. And so I believe that's the number one thing we need to focus on is bringing more men as well into this movement, because this is not just a women's fight. This is men defending, godly men defending the innocent. And so, we want to see more of that. How we do that, there's probably a lot of different approaches, but we're going to be talking about it a lot more at 7 Weeks Coffee, and I hope other groups do too. Like we need more people, and we need men to be involved.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and I just want to touch on this. Obviously, you guys are kind of a part of the parallel economy. Obviously, you guys are giving back to pro-life groups and really doing great work on that front. But I'm just curious. Obviously, you've got apparent pro-abortion woke coffee companies like Starbucks, and even there's so many more that aren't really talked about, that are even including within Starbucks, and of course Target and Bud Light, and you have all these companies coming out that are adamantly pro-choice, pro-abortion, anti-family, anti-God, anti-American values. And so I'm just curious, your message to Americans, to conservatives, to Christians that are watching this right now. Why is it so important that we as Christians and as conservatives really make a conscious effort to support companies and organizations that are sharing our values?
Well, yeah, it's the old adage to shop your values, because business today is not bipartisan. There's a very partisan effort, and then we fund certain ideologies through the dollars we spend. So, I mean, that's the biggest thing we need to be aware of. But two, it's really, my big thing I love to talk to people is like other business owners. Like, there's so many business owners like out there, independent. They don't, and it's not about necessarily being outwardly pro-life like we're doing, but it's about seeing your business, if you're a Christian, that your business has a responsibility to serve the Lord with that and to use it for his glory. So what you do with your business, the people you hire, the money you make from it, like all should be heading and supporting a certain ideology, which is, the biblical principles. That's what your goal should be. So like, really, I think it's on us, business owners, to create valuable products that people would actually like decide to purchase. So for example, us like 7 Weeks Coffee, we're not just selling average coffee with an amazing mission. Like that doesn't define success. Success is excellence in product and excellence in mission, because we believe your dollars are hard earned. And like for us to provide you a good product, like we want to make sure it's exceptional, much better than Starbucks, Dunkin' Donuts, all the terrible companies, and all just the average companies as well. Like we want to be a leader in the product category, and so we really need a movement of like business owners to step up to really take ownership of their product and to have excellence, not just in the mission, but also the product or services they provide. So that's what we really care about 7 Weeks Coffee. So for us, like that's why when we source our coffee, it's all direct trade from farmers, which is a step above fair trade. Direct trade is the most transparent way to source coffee. It's all organically farmed, pesticide free, meaning it's going to be a healthy, pure coffee that you're going to want. It's all tested, so it's mold free. These are things that we do on the back end to make sure our customers are receiving an exceptional product, much better than what they're used to. And so that's really important. So when we talk about a parallel economy, we need to talk about exceptional businesses stepping into that. That's really the missing part right now.
Absolutely. Well, I am very much so looking forward to trying your coffee. I'm a big coffee fan, especially ones that are pesticide and chemical mold free. So I appreciate that you guys really took the initiative to make sure that it was of the highest quality and efficacy. I really appreciate that. Obviously, with the values and the principles that you guys have backed your coffee brand behind, and then of course giving back to pro-life groups. It's very important, like you said, especially with a lot of these Christian conservative organizations and even more so businesses that are coming up, that we are putting a good product behind the mission and the principles. So I appreciate that. I'm not sure if you have any final thoughts. I know there's going to be a lot of the older generation that'll probably stumble across this episode. So if you have any final thoughts, I mean, where do you guys see your company going in the next 5 years, especially under this administration? And it's an interesting dichotomy. I heard someone say, this administration is the most pro-life administration, yet it's also not pro-life at all, considering they support, 70% of abortions, which is the chemical abortion pill.
Exactly.
So any final thoughts that you have to share with the audience?
It's a sad situation. What we've kind of seen in Washington, where the administration has kind of pulled back on supporting life. But here's my thoughts: is that no matter what happens in Washington, a woman in a city in your backyard is going to face an unplanned pregnancy, and someone's going to be there to meet them, and that someone is usually a pregnancy resource center. So get involved at the local level, support pregnancy resource centers, get involved in your local pro-life movement, because at the end of the day, there's a mom who needs help. At the end of the day, there's a mom with an unborn child who we want them to choose life, and we want to be there to save their lives. And so that's what we want to do at 7 Weeks Coffee. And so we've donated $1.7 million. It's only been 4.5 years, 5 years this fall. So the next 5 years, I think we're going to have a much larger impact and continue to fund the most important work, which is defending the most vulnerable. And so I would say do the same thing, get involved locally. Don't worry what happens in Washington. Be there to support that mom in need. And if you enjoy coffee, give us a try, and you can help save lives every single morning with your morning cup of coffee.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I appreciate what you guys are doing. God bless you all. And we'll have all the links in the description below. Thank you so much for coming on the show today.
Thank you, Hannah.
All righty, everybody. That is the CEO and founder of an incredible coffee company, 7 Weeks Coffee. They are just such a great group of people. I've heard wonderful things about them. I haven't tried their coffee yet, but I'm excited to try it. At the heart of this issue, at the heart of the life issue, is something that I don't think that's talked about enough, is the importance of waiting until marriage, the importance of embracing purity, because 97% of abortions is ultimately for the sake of sexual convenience. And so if we want to solve abortion, we need to encourage abstinence until marriage. And I just saw, I believe she's a comedian and actress, Chelsea Handler, was slamming marriage and saying it was an outdated and a silly idea. She said it was patriarchal. And the funny thing is all of these feminist, liberal, God-hating women who hate the patriarch, who hate traditional values, who hate common sense, purity, chastity, all of these virtues, are the same women who encourage women to sleep around and to buy into hookup culture. This is Chelsea Handler on why she hates the hookup culture, or why she hates the patriarchy, and instead wants to trade it for hookup culture. Take a listen.
Yeah, I'm not out seeking men. Yeah. That is not my agenda in life. I'm here for women, and I'm here for myself. Like, I've never been, I'm sure there have been times in my life where I've been boy crazy about someone specific, but boy crazy in general is not my vibe. I've never been very thirsty for a man or a partner. So like, if you've got to really kind of get my attention for me to pay attention in a serious way, because otherwise it's a bunch of casual encounters. You know what I mean? Yeah. I like that. I like traveling a lot. I like hooking up with guys. I don't like to get too serious. I don't want someone in my space all the time. I just am not interested in that. You know?
It's such a different way to live. Nobody's ever that honest about that. Do you see yourself committing to, like, I don't know, marriage or being with somebody? You said you've never been with somebody for that long. Like, could you?
I just think marriage is so outdated.
Really?
It's just a really silly idea. But, since I've bemoaned marriage my whole entire public life, I would be really hypocritical for me to get married, which means I'll probably do it. At some point I might just go, okay, fuck it. I'm 50 years old, so I might as well just go get married. What could go wrong at this point? But I don't care about marriage. I don't care about that kind of like, I feel like that's a very patriarchal thing anyway. You're kind of like, it's property a little bit.
I think it makes sense when you are building a family. If you want to have children and you want them to have the same name, and if you're building that type of thing. Right. But if you're 50 or older and your life is you've done a great life for yourself, and you can go to Mallorca whenever you want on any weekend. Maybe I can understand then why it doesn't.
Yeah, that's not something I attained to do.
Yeah, it's not on the bucket list.
Yeah, yeah.
So the patriarchy, according to these liberal God-hating feminists, the patriarchy is oppressive, it's objectifying. But you know what? Giving your body away to countless men you'll never meet and never see again is empowering. That's the logic of the feminist movement, and that's why women are the most unhappy in this generation than ever before, is because when you get outside of God's design, you're going to see the consequences, and that's what we're seeing today in 2026. Anyways, guys, it is Thursday afternoon, not February. I cannot believe I just said February. It is April 9th. So grateful to be here with you all. February is long gone. I cannot believe we are 2 months past February. It's truly insane. This month is just this year is flying by faster than we know it. But grateful to be here on Lfa TV. Make sure to hit that subscribe button. Make sure you're following us here on Rumble. Make sure to check out all of our sponsors here at Lfa TV. If you're looking for a great coffee brand, obviously we just had Anton, who is the CEO and founder of 7 Weeks Coffee, but we've got another coffee brand that sponsors us here at Lfa TV.
Hey guys, we're back with another amazing deal from Everyday Dose Coffee. Remember, Everyday Dose Coffee. This is the size of the box. Now, you guys have heard me talk about this for quite some time. This is known as Coffee Plus Benefits, meaning that you're getting coffee with no crash, coffee with no jitters, 100% Arabica coffee, L-theanine, chaga, lion's mane, and collagen protein. And now, they have a birthday bundle out, 55% off. 55% off, and you get free 5 coffee to go sticks or 5 coffee to go packs. Check it out. You get that. You get the coffee. You get entered in to win $500. You get a rechargeable frother free. You get a gunmetal dose spoon absolutely free, and you get the recipe booklet too, ladies and gentlemen. And all you have to do is go to everydaydose.com/LFATV. No promo code needed. That's everydaydose.com/LFATV. 55% off. Go there now.
Dose 55% off if you want to use code LFATV. All of that is in the description below. Thank you so much to our sponsors. We could not do what we do here every day on LFATV without you all. Now, if you're like me, if you are pro-life, but you're not just pro-life, you actually want to hold the murderers accountable for their actions and bring these perpetrators to justice and give life to these babies and grant them the same right to life that you and I have, then you're going to want to be in Englewood, Colorado this June 5th and 6th at the Last Stand for the White Rose Resistance. Seth Gruber, he's a powerhouse in the pro-life movement, truly one of the best voices you will ever hear. He is so great at articulating the issues and the spiritual battle that we are living in every single day. You're not going to want to miss it. Allie Beth Stuckey, Abby Johnson, Frank Turek, Nick Freitas, Dr. George Grant, and so many others will be there. I'll be there speaking on a Gen Z panel. Abigail DeJarnett, Grant May, some of my friends that I've brought here on the show here on LFA TV will also be speaking on the same panel, and they just put out a trailer episode promoting their Last Stand conference, and it's pretty epic. Take a listen.
There was a time when America was more than a place. It was an idea, a vision, a standard. Strong men led their families. Mothers nurtured the next generation. Children played under open skies. And faith was not just welcomed, it was woven into our way of life. We weren't a perfect nation, but we were proud. Proud of our flag. Proud of our families, proud of the values that built the greatest nation the world has ever known. We built homes that stood for generations. The family was sacred, life was sacred, and we trained our children to cherish both. But something changed. Now our children are more connected to screens than to their parents. Truth has become hate speech, evil is called good, and what was once unthinkable is now funded, protected, and sold. But throughout history, when evil crept in, it was the church that rose up. When tyrants ruled, children were slaughtered, it was the people of God who stood in the gap, not with empty words, but with unwavering courage. This moment now is no different. This is our time. It's our turn. It's our last stand. In the face of evil, you and I stand.
Inglewood, Colorado, this June 5th and 6th is actually a day before my birthday. I'll be speaking June 6th, so it's a day before my birthday. I'm excited to be in Colorado. I don't think I've actually ever been to Colorado to stay there other than like a layover, so I'm very excited. Colorado is absolutely beautiful, stunning, so I'm excited to be there this June, not only for an incredible conference, but also to hopefully celebrate my birthday on June 7th. But hope to see so many of you guys there. I'm very grateful for all of you, and I'll give a little shout out. I see some American flags in the chat. I always love seeing the American flags. We've got J. Tyler P. USN Vet. We've got Carol is in the chat. B. Hops, WW Wilson. Who else do we have? LFA producer said you cannot make it sound like it's your choice when no man will ask you to marry him. Oh my goodness. Anyways, you guys are awesome. Thank you all so much for joining us today. GR8, great. TATR, great. I don't know what your username. I just realized I set my thing down on my computer and I've got gum everywhere. Anyways, you guys are awesome. Thank you all so much for joining us today. We'll see you guys back here tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. You're not going to want to miss it. Stay tuned for the next guest. He's up next. God bless you guys and have a great rest.
Hello and welcome to the Paul Herrell program. Thank you so much for being with us today. We got a great show for you. We're going to talk a little bit about, well, everything. But specifically, we remember Irina Zaruska. We remember the Ukrainian refugee who was stabbed to death on a train in North Carolina. Well, the news is that according to an unsealed court document, the murderer in this case has been found mentally unfit, mentally incompetent to stand trial, which brings to mind the question that we've been asking for a while, which is, are we a lawless country? How long is this going to go on? How long are we going to live like this when, quite frankly, we don't have to live like this? Now, there is news out because there's, two different tracks here. You have the state court, the state charges against Irina Zaruska's murderer, and then you have the federal charges, right? So according to this news, this would not apply to the federal charges. But it still begs the larger question. This guy shouldn't have been out on the street in the first place. We've talked about it. He'd been arrested countless times, I think 14 times, and was let back on the street, all because of a political agenda, all because of this wish to make the world the way you want it to be in your mind, the way you think it should be in your mind. And innocent people are dead because of it in so many instances, not just in North Carolina. We're going to talk about that. As well as Melania Trump. The First Lady of the United States gave a speech this afternoon, unexpected, about Epstein, urging that the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, saying that he did not act alone, and urging that the victims should be sworn in under oath in front of Congress to enter their testimonies about what they experienced, the abuse they experienced at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein, that it should be submitted into the congressional record. We're going to talk about that, as well as at the bottom of this hour, we're supposed to be checking in with Dr. Andrew Paquette from the Zark Files. Of course, if you've caught his stuff before, or caught the interviews we've done with him, we're going to talk about election integrity, election fraud, and just how unsecure our elections are with the electronic voting machines. We're going to talk about all of that, much, much more. A huge news day here on the Paul Herrell program, and it starts right now.
The Paul Herrell program.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. So we are broadcasting here on LFA TV, as well as my personal Facebook page, as well as YouTube, and also X. We do appreciate everybody out there watching. However you're watching this broadcast, please like, share, and subscribe to LFA TV or to the Paul Herrell program YouTube channel. We would very much appreciate that. Do all of the things that you are supposed to do, please, regardless of what platform you are watching on. For those of you watching on cable, we appreciate that. We would love for you to go subscribe to any of the venues you can get us on the internet. That'd be great. Rob and Eric are not here today. Rob had a previously scheduled appointment, as did Eric, and so I'm flying solo here. But again, we are going to be joined by Dr. Andrew Paquette at the bottom of the hour, so you don't want to miss that because it's always good. He's actually got a new game out. It's what caught my attention. He's got a new card game, or I guess it's in development. He's got a few mock decks about, and he's using it as a teaching tool to explain to people just how elections can be stolen. And as somebody who wrote my own card game, Left Wing Will and the Red Pill, I have a soft spot for anybody who is going on that kind of endeavor, because it's certainly not easy at all. Maybe with AI these days it could be a lot easier, but this game wasn't written with AI at all. As a matter of fact, at some point, we keep saying this, but Rob and Eric and I need to play this game on air for you guys. Just to have some fun, and who knows, I might get in it. I thought about doing like a round table thing where I just kind of pull some cards out, because there's so many political topics in this game. I could just pull a card out and just see how long I can riff based on the randomness of the draw, I guess. But let's get right into it. This is an outrageous story. This is a story that once again exposes just how much work we have to do here domestically. Again, everybody's focused on what's going on in the Middle East. We're continuing to pray for peace. I'm praying for the end of the war. J.D. Vance is going to go to Pakistan, as Obama would say, or Pakistan, and going to try to negotiate some sort of lasting peace. And we will see if all parties involved actually want peace, which is obviously easier said than done with a ceasefire that lasted 12 hours, and now not really sure exactly what's going to come of that. Do have some positive reports, by the way, that some ships have moved out of the strait. But again, it's very difficult to understand because we as independent journalists or as average Americans, we don't trust the media. I keep hammering this. We don't trust the media on anything they tell us, but some of us are tempted to trust the media 100% when it comes to war or geopolitics or what's going on thousands of miles away. And that doesn't make sense. And by the way, that was exposed with the Ukraine-Russia war. Many of us had to learn that lesson already. That, what we were being told about Russia and Ukraine and the virtues of Volodymyr Zelensky were all lies. That were fake. And yet it was parroted on Fox News and MSNBC. There were liberals and conservatives alike that rushed to put Ukrainian flags in their Facebook bios and their Facebook profiles. Like, we all saw that. That wasn't just people on the right. That was people, that wasn't just people on the left. It was people on the right, too. Because we were sold this idea that Russia, as it stands now, is the equivalent of Rocky IV, Red Dawn of the Soviet Union of the 1980s, when Ukraine, in actuality, is a money laundering depot for the Uniparty and has been for a very long time. And so people had to slowly learn. And I talked to a family member about this one time. I said, hang on, we just got out of COVID. We just realized, of course, not me. I'd been doing this for a while. I knew they were lying the whole time in COVID. The whole time. But some people didn't, right? And so people realized, though, a lot of people woke up, wow, the media actively trying to deceive us, the media actively suppressing therapeutics so they can get their emergency approval for the vaccines that then all of a sudden the word myocarditis was in the American vernacular. Nobody had really even heard of myocarditis before then. So people realized, hey, the media is lying to us. And we made decisions based off of what we thought was true reporting, and it wasn't. A lot of people woke up from that, and then we go immediately into this Russia-Ukraine thing, and people had to learn the lesson. Now, wait a second. If they were lying to you about the domestic issues, why do you believe them on the international issues? And so this is what makes covering this war so frustrating and difficult for me, anyway. Because I see something and I don't really even know what to believe. And then, of course, we have the right that's infighting. I understand, I don't know if it was a real post or not, but I understand President Trump just made a post slamming Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly and Alex Jones. So that's certainly not going to solve anything in terms of the divide. But we might cover that. I haven't had a chance to read it. I saw it right before I came on the air. Anyway, back to this story that I'm sorry wasted so much time here. But headline, crazed homeless man accused of slaughtering Irina Zaruska on the train. The video we all saw. Found incompetent to stand trial. This is the coverage from the New York Post's Chris Nesi. Irina Zaruska. Okay, and I love how this is one of those things where, obviously, I know you're innocent until you're proven guilty, technically on paper, but that's why the alleged killer, we all saw this guy on the camera. It was a viral moment. The left wasn't outraged at all. They contained their outrage until, Renee Good tried to run over a police officer and then was shot. Then they were outraged about that. They weren't outraged about this. And they would say the same thing about me. Oh, you were outraged about Zaruska, but you're not outraged about... Well, no, because I'm able to look at a video and determine who is innocent and who isn't innocent, and Irina Zaruska was 100% innocent in a black and white fashion. She's just sitting there on a train. And then you have the murderer come up, this black guy on the subway, who then is heard saying, I got that white girl. Got that white girl. Right, yeah. So it was a racially motivated crime. Now, I'm no fan of hate crimes. I think hate crimes are essentially ridiculous and really just a way to put, in a lot of ways, to put white people in jail for longer sentences than minorities. That's what I think hate crimes are for. But it actually is pretty preposterous when you think about it. Like, well, What was going through your mind at the time you committed the crime? Did you have any racial thoughts? Okay, well, then you're going to go to jail longer than had you just been insane. But this guy was clearly racially motivated. I'm just pointing that out based on the tape that we do have. I got that white girl. The deranged homeless man accused of savagely butchering Irina Zarutska, a 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee, on a Charlotte light rail train, has been found incapable to proceed on state murder charges, according to a motion filed April 7th. DeCarlos Brown Jr., which is the name of the killer, the alleged killer, DeCarlos Brown Jr. was evaluated December 29th at the Central Regional Hospital, and the subsequent report determined he was not competent to stand trial. According to WBTV, his attorney has asked the court to delay his competency hearing by 180 days. The results were previously sealed in state court and were only revealed as the motion was filed. Prosecutors did not object to the requested 180-day delay of Brown's Rule 24 hearing, which was previously scheduled for April 30th, which will determine whether he is fit to proceed with a death penalty trial. So the idea, and again, here she is. This is Irina Zarutska, and we saw the image on the train. We saw the video. It went viral. We remember it all. The idea that the guy who just came up behind her and stabbed her, and she bled out in seconds and died alone and confused, not understanding what in the world just happened, while other people looked on, by the way. The idea that a man that did that is not competent to stand trial is, if that is true, like if that's allowed to stand, then I mean, we really don't have a country. We don't have a republic or a democracy or whatever you like. We are a joke of a country, and we're not going to survive this. We're not going to survive this if this type of stuff continues. We're just not. It's gonna become something different. It's going to get a lot worse before it gets better, or it'll just all of a sudden get better. I don't exactly know how it all shakes out. I'm just telling you that is ridiculous. We have to have an aggressive. So along with everything else that's wrong with this country, one of the things that is wrong is our criminal justice system, obviously, but like specifically, like getting down to the brass tacks, like the idea of death row for 10 years or 20 years or 15 years or whatever it is ridiculous. Yeah, okay, exhaust your appeals, but give somebody a speedy trial and don't let them sit on death row for forever. Okay, it's just we've got to stop this. We need to go back to practical means of execution, and I would even argue that public executions would go a long way in putting the fear of the fear that is absent. People. There's some people apparently that would, I think, benefit from this to understand the consequences of their actions. I think public executions, I know it's crazy. Like the me of 10, 15 years ago would have been like, no. I really do think there's a psychological component here that needs to be addressed. Assuming you have a righteous government, though, right? I guess let's be clear. If you don't fix the fact that you have a lot of wicked Epstein-related officials in our government, then they'll just be publicly executing the good guys. They'll be calling evil things good and good things evil. We certainly don't want that. So I'm saying, assuming we get to a point where we have a more righteous government than we do now, public executions 100%. I also think going back to some form of shame as punishment instead of time in the county jail. Time in the county jail, obviously appropriate in some cases, but I mean, I was talking about this we had these guys. Me and Rob were hanging out the other day, and we had these guys from a mercy ministry, a Christian ministry, come in. They were selling candles, and it's kind of an addiction recovery ministry, if you will. And they were selling these candles. Rob bought some of these candles that they had made the other day. They actually smelled quite good. And so we got to talking to them about their testimony and about how Jesus had saved them and how their lives are, a lot better. But, some of them had served jail time, and we were talking about that. What was that like and everything else? And they were talking about how a lot of times the judges in their case will go ahead and not sentence them and send them to the rehab program and how good that is, like from a practical standpoint of you're practically getting to if the goal is rehabilitation. But I also said, yeah, the goal is rehabilitation, but the goal is also, I mean, part of it is punishment. Part of it is also suffering. You're going to have to do this time because you committed. I said, but wouldn't it be a lot easier with some of these cases if you put them in stocks, like in public, like this is the county courthouse. We got a few stocks out here. And, you got picked up on your third DWI or whatever it is. And so you're going to have to be put in stocks for 6 hours as people, walk by and see you. I mean, I don't know about you, but that might work psychologically speaking. There is a psychological component to the government punishing criminals that we've completely abandoned. And I think it leads to people on subways stabbing innocent Ukrainian refugees, because they're white. I mean, there's a lot of yada, yada, yadas in between there. But it just got me thinking, we abandoned that. There is no shame in breaking the law and having to do anything like that. Instead, you go to the county jail where you get a bed and you get 3 square meals a day. And so for a lot of criminals, they'll take that deal all day long, especially if they are, relatively homeless already, or don't have money. So I don't know. The criminal justice system is absolutely insane. Now, it is good to point out. Well, let's just read this Matt Walsh tweet first before we go any further. Matt Walsh responded to this story, and I thought it was really good, which is why I pulled the clip. The whole idea of incompetent to stand trial is effing nonsense, he says. If you're too incompetent to understand that you shouldn't butcher an innocent woman on the train, you should die. Period. Arrest, convict, execute. You are not fit to be part of human society. How many more innocent people must we sacrifice for the sake of coddling and babying the absolute scum of the earth? Our ancestors had it right. They would have had this guy hanging from the gallows an hour after conviction. The old system of justice was light years better than this insane BS we're dealing with now. I can't disagree with that, Matt Walsh. Can't disagree with that at all, actually. That is exactly right. And yet we defer so much to the criminal now. And because it's all about cultural Marxism and who's the next marginalized group, and we're just ashamed to punish people. And that also comes from the bogus white guilt. So let's be clear. I mean, let's just ask the rhetorical question. I mean, if this guy was white, do you think that he would be found to not be mentally fit to stand trial? Now, this guy could very easily be crazy. Yeah, he could also be. He also could be demonically possessed. I would hedge my bets on that. But that doesn't mean he's not competent to stand. It doesn't mean that he just can't be held accountable for his actions. We're not a serious country. We're a lawless country on so many. And you know what? This lawlessness and this moral failing, it affects everybody on all planks or rungs. That's the word I'm looking for. On all rungs of the socioeconomic ladder. You can be a very rich person and be a terrible person. You can be a very poor person and be a terrible person. You can be a middle class person and be a terrible person. And we have a government. I mean, it's crazy. The United States of America, the state of North Carolina, tolerates this kind of absolute nonsense. It's nuts. Benny Johnson's reaction to this. By the way, Benny Johnson sharing that we'll get to that here in a minute, sharing that New York Times story about how the war actually happened. He's taking a lot of heat for that, but this animal was competent enough to vote, he says. He was competent enough to get welfare. He was competent enough to get public housing. He was competent enough to get EBT. He was competent enough to get free bus rides. He was competent enough to acquire a murder weapon. He was competent enough to slice a girl's throat in an instant. He was competent enough to immediately brag about murdering, quote, that white girl End quote. This animal was competent enough to stand trial for 14 previous violent offenses and be set free, but now that he's facing the death penalty, he's miraculously incompetent and cannot be judged. My blood is boiling. Impeach and punish the corrupt judges who allow this violent repeat offender to be free and kill Irina. Federal charges better stick and deliver the death penalty to this monster who was caught on camera committing a racial hate murder. Make it a public execution. End this madness. We cannot share a society with people that are with these people. Kill evil, which is what the government is supposed to do. I mean, that's the whole premise of a government. The government is given the authority to do this. They're given the sword. This is biblical. They're given the sword to punish evil, to restrain wickedness. And right now, folks, I mean, we're sitting here, we're a year and a half into Trump's second term, and there are some great things that are happening, but there's also still a lot of lawlessness that has just gone unpunished. No deep state arrests, and all of this trickles down. I actually believe there will be a huge trickle-down effect. We were talking about this with Eric the other day about, raising your family and how, how we were kind of speculating, like, what are the effects? Like, if you're raising your kids to do what's right, you're raising them to, you're raising them in the fear and admonition of the Lord, right? But is it easier or harder to do that when you have corrupt government officials that are never held accountable? Like, you hold your kids accountable when they mess up, but virtually no one else gets held accountable. Unless, of course, you're standing up for good things, right? You remember the Kentucky clerk that stood up when she was told that she had to give a marriage license to the gay couple, and she said, I can't do this. This is against my convictions, and I'm not going to do it. Now she paid the price. The government comes after her. The government will go after little old ladies praying outside of abortion clinics if you're Joe Biden, who use the FBI as his personal police force. And there's still elements of the FBI right now that apparently are covering things up. And so is it just on a basic level? And I can't point to any specific examples, but I would say that it's harder to raise your kids in the fear and admonition of the Lord when you have a government that is so lawless. There are two tiers of justice based on your skin color or based on whether or not you went to an Ivy League school and got caught in a crime, or based on whether or not you worked for the CIA and got caught in a crime, or you worked for the FBI and got caught in a crime. It's obviously harder on all of us to raise our kids in that sort of environment. I think that's a no-brainer. I think that's obvious of a message from Dr. Paquette while we're doing this here. So we're supposed to talk to Dr. Paquette at some point today at the bottom of this hour, so that may be in 4 minutes. It should be in about 4 minutes, but we don't know for sure, so just FYI. The lawlessness, though, continues in our country with stories like this. Headline, horror. Young father brutally beaten to death in Chicago. 4 suspects still at large. Christina Layla writing this story. Police are searching for 4 suspects who fatally beat a young father in Chicago late last month. Alexander Xander Kanowski, 25 years old, was brutally beaten in the early morning of Tuesday, March 24th in the Avondale neighborhood. Chicago police responded to the scene at around 3:20 a.m. and saw a young male suffering from severe injuries to his head. Lake and McHenry County Scanner reported this. Kanowski was transported to Illinois. Anyway, Xander Kanowski was a father of a young daughter and had a son on the way. So there's that story. Then we have that. So that's out of Chicago. But then we have this. Now, this is where we're bringing it on ourselves. This is from Homeland Security. The Department of Homeland Security released this on April 7th, a few days ago. Headline, Haitian illegal alien violently kills innocent mother by repeatedly hitting her with a hammer outside a gas station in Fort Myers. Today, the United States Department of Homeland Security announced that the U.S. Customs Enforcement assisted the Fort Myers Police Department in tracking down and arresting Robert Joaquin, a Haitian illegal alien accused of bludgeoning an innocent mother to death with a hammer. Now, folks, viewer discretion is advised, but the Homeland Security, viewer discretion advised, they released the tape of this, and they said, these are the consequences of importing the third world. I want you to watch this. These are the consequences of importing the third world. You have the Haitian immigrant bashing in somebody's car. You see it there in the top left of the video. The Haitian immigrant bashing in somebody's car. Here comes the mother out. What are you doing in my car? And then she's hit. And then she's bludgeoned like 5 or 6 more times and is killed there on the spot. So the point of this is we don't have to live this way. We do not have to live this way. But here's a segue for you. How do we change it? Well, we go vote. That's one way we can go change it. We can go to the ballot box and we can vote. However, what are the results of the election? Well, you can try to challenge the election if you don't like it. Maybe there was some funny business going on, like we all saw in 2020, and then maybe you go and you protest January 6th. But shocker, the whole thing was a setup to try to squash populism and get you to shut up and never question the elections again, get the senators to never question the elections again. So we got big problems because we can identify the problems. We can say that we have to go vote, and not all elections are rigged. I'm not suggesting that, but the big ones seem to be. Thanks to Dr. Andrew Paquette, we were able to cover his reporting on what happened in Bexar County, Texas, last month during the primary between John Cornyn and Ken Paxton, and just in one county alone, it looks like there was obvious electronic voting machine fraud. But unfortunately, it's also very complicated to comprehend and understand. Joining us now, back with us, we have Dr. Andrew Paquette from the Zark Files. Andrew, welcome back to the show, sir. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. Although, as you can tell, a little wind blown from the weather outside.
So you're broadcasting right now from New York State. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, how's the weather up there? It's windy, I take it.
It's very windy. Otherwise, it's beautiful. Actually, it's nice and warm. And funny thing is, people probably don't normally think of New York as being lush and wonderful for agriculture, but it is. The only part of it that's sort of not like that is New York City. But you go anywhere north, and you've got farms and orchards all over the place. I'm totally surrounded by them right now.
It must be a good respite, But yeah, you're right. Especially people down south. When we hear the phrase New York, we do not think of rural anything. We think of, honestly, a city that may be judged any moment in fire and brimstone. Quite frankly.
I often wonder about that with Las Vegas and LA and New York and Washington D.C. Although the funny thing is, Las Vegas has the nickname Sin City, I have a feeling Washington is far worse. Same thing goes for New York and LA, because they engage in far more damaging activities than what you see in Las Vegas. In any event, I expect I'm here because you want to talk about election.
I do.
Related.
I do.
Okay,
well, you heard the segue. I mean, we're talking about the lawlessness of our country, and how we've just got so much more work to do. A lot of, we're all focused on another war in the Middle East, which for people 40 and under is kind of status quo. A lot of people are upset about that. And again, I'm praying for peace and everything else. But then you look at what's going on domestically, and while President Trump has done some good things, that we've got to go further. I guess that's my pitch is we got to go further. There's a lot that needs to be done, whether it's the H-1B exploitation or the elections. And I know President Trump has been trying to get Congress to end the filibuster, to do something about the SAVE Act, to get the SAVE Act passed, which would be voter IDs, any mail-in ballots. But we got to go even further than that. I mean, we can't even get that done. But we got to go even further than that and actually go after these electronic voting machines. And I know you are the expert in that. So that's why I wanted to have you on, in particular because it's a very complicated thing. We just had a race here in Arkansas with the Secretary of State, and that was one of the big issues. You had Brian Norris, who did lose by 900 votes. There's a recount going on, but he lost by 900 votes. He was the one saying we can't trust the electronic voting machines versus the more establishment candidate, State Senator Kim Hammer, that was saying, yeah, the electronic voting machines are fine. But every time I would go and engage on Facebook trying to get people to understand that just because you have a receipt, a paper receipt, and and you use the electronic voting machine, that doesn't mean that the electronic voting machines are secure. I'd love for you to shed some light on that and talk about how difficult this is to communicate something that is so complex and it's designed that way, because I'm not an IT guy and I'm not a software engineer, and neither are most part-time legislators who are asked to sign off on these third-party algorithms and source codes that are running our elections.
Yeah, well, the first thing I want to mention, you actually mentioned, I think, 2 or 3 things there, and I do want to get to one of those first. And that's when you talk about how you verify that the machine has done its job properly, there are all sorts of ways that you can go ahead and perform those verification steps, and they are completely meaningless. Okay, so in Bexar County in Texas, for instance, they have poll pads that they use to check in voters with, right? Now, the way those things work, a poll pad is basically an iPad. So it's one of these guys, and what they do is you walk up, and they go ahead and type in your name, and it checks to see if you're on the voter rolls. But it doesn't actually check the voter rolls to do that. The way it does it is it sends a message to something called ePulse, which is the main server for all of these poll pads, right? And that server is sitting on an Amazon cloud-hosted network, right? And ePulse is basically software that you could call it a database, but it does more than that, okay? So for ePulse to know what the voter rolls have on them, it imports the voter rolls, okay? So in that sense, you could say it is checking the voter rolls, but it's not really checking the voter rolls that the state maintains, and it's not checking the voter rolls that the county maintains. It's checking a version of the voter rolls that exists on ePulse. Now, it should be the same as what they have at the state and county level, but I know from what I saw in Bexar County that that's actually not true. So it goes ahead and it checks on the ePulse system to see if you're there. And if it says you're there and you haven't voted yet, then it goes ahead and sends back a signal that you are allowed to vote. And that gives you authority to hand over a ballot to that person, or it gives them what's called a ballot authorization so that they can go to the tabulator if it's touch screen, and they can go ahead and vote. Or it'll print a ballot, one of those 3 things. But whichever of those choices are available in any given county, it's giving you a ballot. So once you've gone ahead and done that, once you've checked in, then a signal goes back to ePulse saying you're there, okay? So at the end of the day, what they are able to do, and what they do, is they print off a list of the checked-in voters, right? So let's say there's 5,000 of them. And then what they do is they check the tabulator and see how many ballots went through it. And let's say it's 5,000, right? So this is end-of-day protocol. You check to make sure that the checked-in voters matches the number of ballots that went through the machine. So it's 5,000 in one place, 5,000 in the other. You're good, right? So you all go home. Now, what happened in Bexar County is after everybody went home, ePulse seems to have generated 4,110 fake registration, or I shouldn't say registrations, fake check-in records, okay? And a check-in record means somebody showed up and voted, but obviously nobody could have shown up to vote after everything closed, but that's what it says happened. And because of the details of connected to those fake records, it's really apparent that they were definitely created after polls closed and for the purpose of fraud. They do not in any way look like a glitch of any kind. They don't look like a mistake of any kind. They look like the output of programs or a program that was designed to commit fraud. Okay, so what happens? Let's say that was used to generate 4,110 fake ballots, okay, or genuine ballots but fraudulently authorized, right? And then let's say they're run through the tabulator. Now all of a sudden you've got 9,110 ballots and only about 5,000 legitimate check-ins. Okay, so you would think that anomaly would show up, but it's not, because they already did the check. Okay, so they checked the tabulator and they checked the check-in log before anyone left, and it synced at that time, right? And then what happened is, after the fraudulent entries were created, they went ahead and replaced them with the original check-in list. Okay, so it doesn't look to anyone who bothers to check the records now as if there were ever 9,000 odd people who checked in on that particular day in that county. So there would be no reason to look again. Okay, so it's entirely possible that you can actually introduce a whole lot of fake records and fake check-ins and fake ballots and go ahead and do your check to make sure all of your tallies reconcile, and they will, and you will not see what happened just because of when they do the reconciliation. Does that make sense to you?
It does. So my next question is, what happens if an audit is triggered after the election? Would it be caught then or not?
Well, it depends on how they do it. Now, look, I can't pretend to know things that I haven't seen. I can only guess on some of these types of questions like this one you just asked. But what I can say is what I saw in the file that was given for Bexar County and what I can say about the overall state voter rolls, okay? The program that generated the Bexar County list had to have knowledge of the full state voter rolls because it found a void in the number space that it utilized, okay? So it would have to know that those numbers were unused in order to have selected them. It had to have the full day's check-in in order to operate because it used it as the basis for the fake records that it made. So I can say that. I can also say that because it's a check-in record, it means that those records belong to people who were given ballots. But I happen to know that they're fake people. And at the same time, I'm wondering, okay, so if you just look at this as an algebraic formula where you're reducing it to the bare minimum, right? It amounts to ballots were made in these names. That's what the check-in list means. So even though I don't know where the ballots went or how they did it, that is to say whether they're digital authorizations for a touchscreen tabulator or if they're paper ballots, I don't know how that happened, but the record says it happened. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. That does make sense. And that's why this is so difficult, though, because you say, we're still missing some critical pieces here, right? And that's why.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. The thing is, there's a number of different ways it could have happened. I mean, they could have used the ballot authorizations to create ballots that they did not put into the tabulator there. They could have gone ahead and put them in a car and driven them to some other location and dropped them off in some other precinct's tabulator. They could have broken them up into batches of just a few dozen apiece, and over the course of the remaining 12 days or so of early voting that they had, they could have sprinkled them in. So each day's tabulator count wouldn't have been off by very much. There's a lot of, they could have also actually, much more nefarious is that they could have slipped them into the mail-in ballots that were counted later. Those would have been very, very hard to deal with if they got rid of the ballot envelopes, because they'd have no way of knowing how many had gone through the process. So again, I don't know how they did this, but the check-in file itself, if you read it in the way it's intended to be read, and unless you think it's lying to you, it caused fake ballots to be made. That's what happened.
And we think this happened not just in Bexar County. I mean, it's a safe assumption. I know it is an assumption that it happened in more than just Bexar County, and I know we've covered this. Is there a way with some of this stuff? Because I would love to know if you've ever experienced this. Is there, with some of these different ways to steal an election, with the computer, with the electronic voting machines? Have you ever observed any type of an attempt to cover the tracks? I mean, is there a way to get in there to change things and then leave no evidence? Because
it's actually incredibly easy to do that. With computers, it's just amazingly easy to do. As far as I'm concerned, the only reason to use computers in elections is in order to commit fraud. That's why you would do it. Okay.
Wow. The only reason to use computers in election in the 21st century, with AI about to make the Industrial Revolution, look like Mickey Mouse, the only reason you would use computers in your elections is to enable fraud as an option.
Yeah, well, not just to enable it. I mean, to commit fraud, period. That's why you would do it, because they don't make it easier. They don't make it less complicated. They don't make it less expensive, and they don't make it more accurate. I mean, on none of the points that they're using as an argument for electronic voting devices does it actually deliver on any of those promises. In every case, it fails. These things cost millions of dollars, as opposed to volunteers just walking in and adding up the numbers on a piece of paper. The materials for normal poll workers to do this all by hand cost practically nothing in comparison, and they're more accurate. I mean, yeah, I can picture someone making a mistake when they're counting, but the thing is, there's all sorts of ways to prevent that from happening. And if you have just two people checking the same ballots to make sure, but if you do it by hand, you're restricting the potential size of any errors to the size of that particular precinct, and actually just a fraction of that. So when you look at studies that have been done on hand counting versus machine counting, the hand counting is not only more accurate, and at best it's accurate, as opposed to computers, which at best are accurate. But the one that you trust is the hand count. And we know we trust the hand count over the computer count because a hand count is what you do to verify the computer count. And if nobody trusts the computer count, then the fair thing to do would be to always do a hand count to ensure that the results are valid. But if you're doing that, then why are you bothering with the computer that you're spending so much money on and that breaks down half the time while they rewrite their fraud code? That, by the way, is an assumption, but that's how it looks. But yeah, the thing is that you can't see what's going on inside of a computer. You can absolutely see everything that's going on when it's paper. This is why we had the Battle of Athens, and I forget if that was in Tennessee or Georgia. I want to say it was in Tennessee. Are you familiar with the Battle of Athens? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, the Battle of Athens. You got these World War II veterans that come home and basically realize that, hey, their town's been taken over by by a bunch of corrupt officials, and they eventually they got to go to the armory, arm themselves to take their town back, because I think the sheriff was holding the ballot boxes hostage or something like that. But feel free to fill in the gaps.
Yeah. So what happened was that the sheriff was in cahoots with, I think it was either the governor or the mayor of that area, and he had seized the ballot boxes, and he was going to count them off-site. And the reason was because the GIs, they made their own party, not Democrat or Republican, but the GI party, I think is what they called themselves. And they created their party specifically to get rid of the corruption they saw in town, because they had this fraud scheme going on where the sheriff had his deputies going out and basically shaking down people who are returning home from the war and doing all sorts of other little schemes to bring money in. And the GIs didn't like that, and so they went ahead and created their own party. And because they just gotten done shooting a lot of fascists overseas, they were still thinking, we can solve this. So what happened is they had a number of run-ins with the sheriff and the deputies, who actually, I think they shot a voter, if I'm not mistaken. It was, and I don't know if this matters to anybody, but it was a black guy who was trying to vote, and they prevented him from voting by permanently ensuring that he couldn't do anything ever again. And so at that point, the soldiers went ahead and said, okay, we're going to handle this our way. And they went to the armory, they got weapons, they did have a pitched battle, but the whole thing was all about the fact that once the ballots went into the box where they couldn't see them anymore, the sheriff said, I'm taking these boxes, we're going to bring them to a different location, we're going to keep you away from that location, and we're going to count them there. And that is what caused the gun battle. Okay, and actually there was an explosion which miraculously didn't kill anybody, but as I understand it, they actually did injure someone. And they did secure the ballots, and it turned out the GI party had in fact won. So the thing is, that was all about lack of transparency. And they were thinking, you know, if you're not going to be transparent, we're going to just have to assume you're cheating here. And I think that's a natural and normal, and actually the kind of reaction people should have in a situation like that.
No, that's a really good principle. If you're not going to be transparent, we're going to assume that you're cheating. Because I hear from a lot of people, you know, on this issue, and there's a generational problem I've talked about. I think, I mean, I want to be respectful to my elders, but I do think there's a lack of an imagination with the generation ahead of me and the generation ahead of that one on understanding just how bad it is. But a lot of times they'll say, because they have lived longer, and they said, hey, you know, you don't like the electronic, but people steal them, you know, with the paper ballots. They steal them. You know, it's not uncommon back in the day when, you know, they were counting ballots. You'd get a call from your advisor, and you say, how's the count going? It's like, well, they're buying the ballot boxes faster than we can buy the ballot boxes, and so you're going to lose. And so they'll give examples like that. But actually, they might even say, well, look, the Battle of Athens proves that they can still cheat. The Battle of Athens, though, proves that there's somebody to go after if they do cheat. The Battle of Athens proves that, like, there's somebody with a soul that you can hold accountable, and they did. They went and armed themselves to take their town back. Good luck going to war against some sort of AI computer machine. I mean, like, how do you even hold anyone accountable?
There's another big issue here, and that's an issue of scale. Comparing paper ballots and cheating with paper ballots against electronic cheating is kind of like comparing a collision between two horses and a collision between two trains. The thing is that horses naturally avoid each other, but if they do have to run into each other, it's probably not going to be fatal, okay? But a couple trains crashing into each other at full speed is going to be significantly more deadly. With electronic election equipment, you can basically steal anything at any scale. But with paper ballots, when you're relying on the sheriff to physically take control of the ballot boxes, you're really limiting the damage to very small areas. It's, you know, obvious that it can be done, and probably has been done quite a few times, but you're not going to affect federal elections that way. And then you have a local problem that theoretically can be dealt with at the state or the federal level, because you've got elections at the higher levels that just can't be corrupted like that. But overall, and actually this is the basis of this trading card game that I just made that's going to be coming out on Kickstarter in a couple days. But I wanted to model how I perceive the mechanics of elections actually working right now, because as I do all this research, I started realizing, hey, you know what? The voters and the candidates are basically irrelevant at a certain level, because, you know, you have the legitimate vote, which is kind of like the bulk of an election, right? So let's just say that's 85% of all the votes, or 90% of all the votes are legitimate. Then you have that last little bit, that 10%, and that's what actually tells the difference between who's going to win or not, right? The rest of it just basically gets you there. It's kind of like a foot race, a 100-yard dash. It's in the last 10 yards that you really learn who's going to win and get second place or third place, etc. So so the thing is that this game models the idea that you're protecting the ballots, or you're destroying the other party's ballots, or you're multiplying your own ballots, but you're doing it without the help of any voters or any candidates, because the candidates are basically just another tool in the system, and the voters are essentially irrelevant, because with the electronic machines they can make ballots. They don't really need people behind them. They just need a name, and that name doesn't have to be attached to a real person. Make sense?
It certainly does, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to have you on. So I saw your post, Dr. Zark's election game. The system has been gamed, so I made a game. And I appreciate the reason that you're doing this, because you even mention here that when you're trying to communicate, you say you've done podcasts that are less than 30 minutes, you've done hour-long podcasts, you've done some that are 4 hours. And I'll just read this. For several years, I've been presenting my research on algorithms embedded in voter rolls across more than a dozen states. I almost always accept these invitations. They rarely run less than an hour. Some have stretched to 4 or 5. The data is genuinely complex, as listeners, watchers, viewers will know, and the people who designed these systems appear to have made them complicated deliberately, possibly to resist discovery. The audiences who see these presentations invariably ask 2 things. Can you make it shorter, and can you make it simpler? With the 2026 midterms approaching, I concluded that if I was ever going to solve that problem, now was the time, and whatever I produced needed to be ready at least a month before Election Day. My first instinct was a concise animated video, tight, chart-driven, narrated. I dismissed it quickly. No animation, however well-made, travels the way a physical object does. And then the obvious answer presented itself. I used to work in game development. I co-founded a program that trained game developers professionally for over a decade. I once designed a full game under deadline pressure simply because we had not yet hired a designer and needed a pitch. A game about a game system was not merely a clever idea, it was the right medium. So you've come out with this game that is, here's one of the cards, that is supposed to highlight what the game is. And like you said, the game is, how do you destroy your opponent's ballots? How do you create fake ballots? And I love what you just said at the end there. You know, all of the voting on election night gets you kind of to that home stretch of when the cheating can actually start, because this is also based on knowable numbers. And so once you kind of get a general idea for how many ballots have been cast, this is what the vote total is showing. It's really the very end there where a lot of the fraud electronically can happen. I hope I'm not putting words in your mouth, but that's what I hear you saying.
Yeah, it is. And the funny thing is, and this is the way I've modeled it in my game, is that it doesn't really matter if you're winning with fraudulent or legitimate votes. And it doesn't matter if you're fighting against fraudulent or legitimate votes, because the only thing that matters, the way our election system is set up, is the votes themselves, the ballots, right? So whether they're fake or not, you know, they can get into the count. And whether they're fake or not, they can be challenged. So you can go ahead and challenge an opponent's legitimate votes and get them thrown out. And you can actually go ahead and stick your own fake ones in, and they can go through depending on how it's done. So what I tried to do was come up with as many different ways as I could think of to modify election results by affecting whether fake or genuine votes actually managed to stay in there until they got counted. Now, I did this in a funny way. Like my card about aliens is literally like tentacled, bug-eyed aliens in space helmets. But the whole idea was I want people to get a sense of how it works mechanically, right? As opposed to give a whole bunch of dry facts. I mean, that was the one thing I was trying to get away from. On the other hand, because it's Kickstarter and it didn't cost me any extra to do it, I had originally designed it as a 60-card deck, but it turns out the printing cost for doing 72 is identical. So I thought, well, I'll go ahead and I'll put in some special cards there that actually do have some of my research findings in there. So
you don't know this about me, but I share your pain. So I created this game called Left Wing Will and the Red Pill. I think 3 or 4 years ago at this point, and it's basically, and I didn't use any AI. I mean, it was a crazy experience. This is a 400 card deck. Where you, and it's kind of like apples to apples or something like that, where we create these, we get in the mind of a stereotypical leftist, and so you match what's the funniest card, you play in a group, and it's just a way to laugh at the left. And honestly, the goal also was that if a leftist played it, they might actually might be a red pill, just because, I don't know, they get made fun of so much. Maybe they're real, oh yeah, that position actually doesn't make any sense. But so I totally share your pain, or not your pain, but I get it. And I didn't realize that you were in game development, so I know you probably know a lot more about it than I do. But I think this is fantastic, and I can't wait to be a part of it. I can't wait to play the game. It's called Dr. Zark's Election Game. And again, you said it's a Kickstarter, and we've got the link up right here. And what I'm going to do is I'll make sure to get this link into the description of the video, and I'll post it in the LFA chat here in just a second as well, if they'll let me, just so people, if they want to help you out in any way to give you some funds to get this thing off the ground, I certainly want to help any way I can. So.
Well, thank you. By the way, you've made me curious about your left-wing will. Now I want to play that.
All right.
But no, I'm not kidding you, by the way. I'll have to talk to you offline how to get a copy. But yeah, one thing everyone should know is everything's done for this game. I'm actually getting copies tomorrow. I just got notified that they've shipped it, so it's going to arrive in my house tomorrow. These are the prototype decks that I'm going to use for marketing purposes. So I'm going to make a video tomorrow with them, and then I'm going to, as soon as that's uploaded, the whole thing's live. Right now it's in what they call pre-launch, just so you know. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. It says launching soon. Okay, well then we're going to have to, I'll have to promote it later to where people can, so they can go there now. I just dropped the link in. You can go there now and hit notify me on launch. Exactly.
To do
and
that.
It shouldn't be more than 2 days or so.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Well, that's fantastic. Well, let's certainly keep in touch. I also want people to understand that you have a great resource with your Zark Files Substack, zarkfiles.substack.com. This is something. It's a great thing to subscribe to get the notifications in your email when you get a new article out there. You've got this one back on March the 30th, Bear, meaning Bear County. It says Bexar, but it's pronounced Bear. The chicken machine that doesn't make chickens. Just some really good stuff. And I know what you're trying to do here. You're trying to get your message out. Again, it's a complicated idea to figure out how these machines are cheating, because they think a lot faster than we do, and yet it is happening. And I'll just say this again, like the idea with what we're experiencing right now with technology, the idea that we're going to allow machines to continue to pick our leaders is insane. If you just stop and think about it, it is insane to keep this system going, because we're going to be disenfranchised in ways that you can't even imagine. And I'll give you the last word, Dr. Paquette.
Yeah, well, I would have said something along the same lines as what you just said right there. The idea that we would actually use something that we cannot audit, we can't investigate, we can't look at as something that controls our elections, it's just reprehensible to me. It violates every standard of good practice that I can imagine. And then when you add to it the fact that I and other people like me, Ed Solomon, Jeff O'Donnell, Clay Parikh, Seth Keshel, Walter Doherty, Dr. Douglas Frank, there are a lot of researchers who found plenty of problems with the data and the software as well. So I would say it's a problem even if you hadn't found any of those problems, because of the potential for it. But we actually know the problems are there, not only in the software, but in the hardware too. So when you add that to it, this is like somebody says, maybe you shouldn't drive that car that has a gerbil in there instead of an engine on a hamster wheel, right? And then you notice it's got flat tires, it's out of gas, the windows are shot, and every other part of the car is broken. And you're like, nope, I'm going to go ahead and do it anyway. And the other guy's like, maybe at least don't point it down the edge of that cliff. And you're like, nope, I'm going to do that too. That's what our elections are like, as far as I'm concerned.
I know I said this was the last word, but while I have you here, if you just have a few more minutes, I would like to ask you about the SAVE Act or what you're hearing. I mean, I know you've never specifically detailed, who gets your research, but I do know that you have said in the past that, your research does eventually get the people connected to the White House. Are we going to have secure elections by November? I don't think so, but you're also looking at potentially the whole President Trump's presidency going to be over if he gets impeached again, and they may even get control of the Senate. Are you here? What are you hearing in terms of actual accountability? The American people want accountability for 2020, and not just with the elections, but a lot of other stuff. Are you hearing anything? Are you optimistic? Are you pessimistic?
I'm optimistic. I can't say too much. I definitely don't want to be one of these people who's saying things out of turn. They tend to get fired. Not that I'm actually working for anybody that I could get fired from, but I still don't want to cause anyone any inconvenience. Let me just put it this way. The people in our government that we trust, that is to say the people that are working with Trump and have his best interest and our best interest in mind, are working on this. They are aware of the Bexar or the Bexar County research. They are aware of all the other research that other people have done. I mean, they're intimately familiar with it. They have the research documents on their desks. They know exactly what they mean, and they were working on dealing with it. But I have a feeling that their solution is probably going to come out of left field, and it's going to be really sudden. It may be something that doesn't even get into the news, but it solves the problem. So, I mean, I know I was expecting a phone call on this a few days ago. I haven't received it yet, so I'm still waiting for new news, but I am comfortable saying that, when I get these messages on X, I get them all the time from people saying, so you should really show your work to this person or that person or the other person in government. And I'm thinking, well, they actually asked me directly for this information. So, and I just send it off. So I know they have it. Okay. I know this for a fact. Is that enough of an answer for you? I hate to be cryptic.
It sure
like
is.
that.
It sure is. Out of left field, sudden, or it may not even make the news. I've considered the not making the news part. I have. I mean, because if this is all electronic, then it could be electronically fixed. I mean, that's assuming that. So much of this to me just seems like it's Intel driven anyway, in terms of the Intel oligarchy, the bad actors, the people that have taken their powers and turned them against the American people, at least for the last 10 years. But I think it's a lot more than that.
Well,
I really want accountability. I want people in handcuffs for this. I know I've got a friend that keeps telling me to keep my expectations low on that, but it doesn't mean that I don't want some justice.
Yeah, well, I actually would like to comment on this, because I know exactly where you're coming from on that. First off, as far as I can tell, the really dangerous, widespread, large-scale election-related fraud that we're seeing today started immediately after the Help America Vote Act was passed, and particularly when it was implemented at different times by different states.
What year was that? The Help America Vote Act. When was that?
That was passed in 2002, but it didn't really start getting implemented till around 2004 through 2009, depending on the state. So New York is 2007. 2009, if I recall, was North Carolina. 2004, I think that might have been Texas. I forget which, but the thing is, there's a range of a few years. But that's when it all started, and it didn't seem to have a full strength impact immediately. It got worse and worse over time. Okay, but it seemed like the Help America Vote Act, as far as I'm concerned, and it's by the way called HAVA, so I'm going to just call it that. I think that was a Trojan horse. I think that was designed to enable election fraud. Now, it could be that it wasn't designed that way, and other people just figured out that they could use it that way, and they did. But frankly, it is so well designed for causing fraud. I think it's more likely that people involved intended for it to be used for the purpose of fraud. But the problem is that means that we can't trust the outcome of elections going back 20 years. Okay, and I don't trust the outcome of elections for 20 years. As far as I'm concerned, it's inevitable that some people who won the legitimate vote also won, the augmented vote, let's call it, right? So I'm sure that there are people in office who were voted into office, but there's no way to tell which is which. And that is a really serious Charlie Foxtrot kind of a situation. Fixing that is a giant can of worms that is going to be an enormous nightmare administratively and logistically for anyone to try and deal with. So as much as I do want people to go to jail, I don't think there's any chance of everybody going to jail for this. I just don't, because the problem is too difficult to deal with. It's like a hurricane goes through your town and you're trying to rebuild, sorry, not rebuild, but you're trying to fix the buildings after they've been demolished instead of just rebuilding from scratch. I think that's where we're at. I think that some people will go to jail, but nowhere near the full complement of people who are involved. I think it's just impossible because of the scale of this. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, it does. Absolutely. That's crazy to think about. We can't. This is, conspiracy theorists are right. That's what the conspiracy theorists are right. And there was a lot of people, Dr. Paquette. There was a lot of people. I'll just say in 2012, there was a lot of people that thought that race for Obama was called way too quickly. I mean, it was over at 7 o'clock, 7:30 Central. I mean, it was over, and people were just devastated by that. And I always wondered, but then again, we all trusted the machines, and it wasn't until 2020 that the scales fell off of everybody that is willing to admit what their own eyes told them. So. But anyway, I appreciate your work, and now I'll let you respond to that if you want and give you the last word again.
Well, I was watching the 2 Obama elections from Europe because I was living in the Netherlands at the time. And the first one, I was a little surprised, but I didn't think that McCain was a particularly attractive candidate for Republicans. I certainly didn't like him. So I figured, well, maybe enough people have been infected with we should feel guilty about being racists bug, which, by the way, I think is ridiculous. And because the only racism I see is coming from Democrats, frankly. But I figured maybe there's enough people who think that way that Obama got elected legitimately. But then in the second race with Mitt Romney, although I wasn't as too crazy about him either, I did not understand that outcome. It looked to me for sure Obama was going to lose based on his previous 4 years as president. And I did not understand that. I figured, well, I guess it's one of those weird election miracles that happen to benefit a really bad guy who can't seem to say anything nice about the United States. And I didn't understand how that worked out, but I did consider it a fluke. It wasn't until 2020 that I absolutely was sure that fraud was going on. But I don't want to give you another reason to have another last word, because I suspect I might otherwise take the place of other material you have to get to as well.
Hey, no,
right?
I appreciate that, and I know you got to go. Dr. Paquette, it's great to have you on. I appreciate you, and keep in touch. We'll do it again soon, and good luck on the game.
Okay, thanks a lot. Have a good day.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Folks, we're going to reset here. We're going to take a little bit of a break. And be back here in just a moment. I'm here on Lfa Tv for the next, 49 minutes or so. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be back here in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
The other things that we're seeing, more and more use for is even vascular issues. So one of the mechanisms that red light, near-infrared light, or Red 5 works is stimulation of the mitochondria and stimulation of nitric oxide production. So when nitric oxide is released in cells, it vasodilates cells. It reduces inflammation. It moves blood. It brings blood flow to areas. So if folks that have issues with ulcers or burns or wounds, it can help stimulate increased blood supply, and you need blood to heal. So that can open up different avenues for peripheral artery disease, for neuropathic pain syndromes. And so that's one of the other areas for nerve injury or nerve pain that we can leverage this type of medicine.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vibe.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs, the near infrared bulbs, have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at. And that's the medicines. If you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose. Right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Hey folks, welcome back to the show. Thank you for being with us. As always, we're broadcasting here on LFA TV. Live from Arkansas. Brisket prices are too high. Speaking of prices, let's check in on what the oil price is. Do we have that right now? Here it is. Current oil price is $90.42 a barrel. It was as low as 88 today. It may have been lower, but I saw it at 88 when I checked. That was about midday. Of course, it was 77 yesterday. I did see it go up to about 94 earlier today, so now it's back down to 90.45. Again, it was at 88. At one point, it was $88.88. It was like 3 infinity symbols, 3 new beginnings. Melania Trump has made the news. Now, you're going to get different reports out of what this is. And we're going to cover those for you here in the time that we have left. Now, this is kind of a big deal. Some reports are suggesting that President Trump did not know that Melania was going to say this. So she had a now I don't know if that's true or not, but because I think that was from a left-leaning outlet. But we're going to take everything with a grain of salt, like we always try to do here. Here is Melania Trump earlier today. Let's see here. Should probably skip ahead, but it'll be okay. Here she is. I think. If it's going to work. Oh, my fault here. We don't have... Here we go.
Need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect. I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation. I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach. To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell. My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence. My polite reply to her email doesn't amount to anything more than a trivial note. I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I met my husband by chance at a New York City party in 1998. This initial encounter with my husband is documented in detail in my book, Melania. The first time I crossed paths with Epstein was in the year 2000 at an event Donald and I attended together. At the time, I had never met Epstein and had no knowledge of his criminal undertakings. Numerous fake images and statements about Epstein and me have been circulating on social media for years now. Be cautious about what you believe. These images and stories are completely false. I'm not a witness or a named witness in connection with any of Epstein's crimes. My name has never appeared in court documents, depositions, victim statements, or FBI interviews surrounding the Epstein matter. I have never had any knowledge of Epstein's abuse of his victims. I was never involved in any capacity. I was not a participant, was never on Epstein's plane, and never visited his private island. I have never been legally accused or convinced of a crime in connection with Epstein's sex trafficking, abuse of minors, and other repulsive behavior. The false smears about me from mean-spirited and politically motivated individuals and entities looking to cause damage to my good name, to gain financially and climb politically, must stop. My attorneys and I have fought these unfounded and baseless lies with success and will continue to maintain my sound reputation without hesitation. To date, several individuals and companies have been legally obligated to publicly apologize and retract their lies about me, such as Daily Beast, James Carville, and HarperCollins, UK. Now is the time for Congress to act. Epstein was not alone. Several prominent male executives resigned from their powerful positions after this matter became widely politicized. Of course, this doesn't amount to guilt, but we still must work openly and transparently to uncover the truth. I call on Congress to provide the women who have been...
That's a big deal, because the Justice Department, President Trump's own Justice Department, has basically said in different terms, different ways. We'd have to go back and pull it, but I mean that's basically been their position. Is that hey, Epstein, there's nothing to see here. I mean, that's Todd Blanche's position. He gets asked that question. Hey, are we going to see any more arrests from the files that have been released and from the crimes? He's like, what are you talking about? No, I mean, we don't have any evidence of that. You go back to the Axios memo. The Axios memo that basically said there is no Epstein list. There's nothing. This matter is closed. There's no further crimes to investigate. Melania Trump, the First Lady of the United States, saying, no, he didn't act alone, and Congress needs to do something. Now, she didn't say the DOJ needs to do something, but this, we've been telling you that this issue is not going away. We've been telling you that especially Trump voters who are 40 years old and younger have been so disappointed with the lack of Epstein accountability, with being gaslit over this. And let's get back to the statement. But this is a big deal. This is a big deal. What she's saying here is kind of a game changer.
Being victimized by Epstein, with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors. Give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony. Each and every woman should have her day to tell her story in public if she wishes, and then her testimony should be permanently entered into the congressional record. Then, and only then, we will have the truth. Thank you.
Okay, some of your comments based on that speech. Let's see. AV 1965. Is this happening because now Bondi is out of the way? That's a great question. It's a very good question. Could those two events be related? I am not entirely sure. Let's look at this one here. Hang on one second. There was another one. This is from Shadow of Ezra. President Trump reveals. So I don't know if this is true. Let me listen to this report. I was grabbing some of this during the commercial break in the Zark Files, and I haven't had the opportunity to listen to some of this. So take this report with a grain of salt, folks. This is from MS Now, but I'm curious as to what they're saying about this Melania Trump situation.
Yeah, Nicole, that is the question that we're all asking today. In fact, I just got off a very quick call before we went to air with President Trump, who said he was in the middle of a war meeting and that he couldn't talk for very long and had to go, but that actually he had no prior knowledge to the topic that Melania Trump, his wife, was going to be touching upon today in his statement. In her statement, he then repeated that he had to go, but before we hung up the phone, he said that she didn't know him, presumably referring to Jeffrey Epstein.
Now, is it just me? That's an interesting tidbit. Okay, so President Trump told this journalist, according to her, he didn't know Melania was going to be talking about Epstein. Okay, that's interesting. But I don't know about you guys. I mean, I know there's a lot of people out there that have said President Trump and Epstein, and there's always been these allegations, trying to tie him with Epstein further than just as an acquaintance, right? And but I actually hadn't heard any of the stuff. I mean, I hadn't heard any of the things Melania. Now that maybe that's just exposing myself for being in a bubble, but I actually hadn't heard anybody online. Other than I guess I did hear the allegation that it was Epstein that introduced Melania to President Trump. I had heard that one, but I hadn't really heard anything beyond that, and I really didn't ever think that got much traction. Other than people that already had an unfavorable opinion of President Trump. To the point, I mean, to the point now I'm curious. I will say that, okay, so what other allegations is she actually responding to? She mentioned an email, that there was an email in the Epstein files where she had emailed Maxwell. She said that was a trivial. I think that's what she meant to say. She didn't quite pronounce it right, but I think she meant to say it was a trivial email, just being polite. It's interesting that she feels the need to come out and address this now. It's also interesting that she's now saying, hey, Congress, put all of these Epstein survivors under oath and put it in the congressional record. What exactly is going on here? What exactly is going on here? And again, this is happening while we are in the middle of a war. I'm not exactly sure what is going on. So on the war, we had this headline earlier from Zero Hedge. This was at 3 p.m. today. Hormuz hope sparks stocks longest win streak in 6 months. Bonds, bullion, and Bitcoin. Then we had this again from Zero Hedge. Trump's optimistic an Iran deal within reach after first non-Iranian tanker transits Hormuz since the ceasefire. Okay, so then we had that one. Then we had this. So Clayton Morris posted this. President Trump referring to the April 8th terror attacks on Lebanon. Quote, Israel, we just reached a deal, and they went out and dropped a wave of bombs, the kind of scale I ain't never seen before. Surely, did he actually say that? This is the biggest bombing we've ever seen. I'm not happy with Israel. That was, that's a quote. Let's see, where does this go? I'm finding all this out. No, that's the old clip. Is what that is. Okay, all right. Hang on one second. That's more from Melania. Here, this is the one I was looking for. Next sorter. President Trump says oil tankers will immediately begin flowing through the Strait of Hormuz with or without the help of Iran. Okay, so here's President Trump. He says, the Wall Street Journal. Let's see, when was this posted? This was this afternoon. Okay, so the Wall Street Journal. One of the worst and most inaccurate editorial boards in the world stated that I declared premature victory in Iran. Actually, it is a victory, and there's nothing premature about it. He says, because of me, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, and very quickly you'll see oil start flowing with or without the help of Iran, and to me it makes no difference either way. The Wall Street Journal will, as usual, live and eat their words. They are always quick to criticize, but never to admit when they're wrong, which is most of the time President Donald J. Trump. Now, I'll tell you this about the Wall Street Journal and the Washington Post. These are intel. These are publications that are used by the intel oligarchy. Wall Street Journal is very pro-war. The Wall Street Journal just habitually loves to be pro-war. The Washington Post is more of a CIA mouthpiece, but specifically the Wall Street Journal is always going to try to push a neocon agenda for more war. So any sort of anything that is approaching an off-ramp, and I think that you'll understand this. Anything that approaching an off-ramp is getting criticized by people that want the war to continue. And so the Wall Street Journal serving their purpose. Donald Trump there calling out the Wall Street Journal, saying that that is a no-go there. And so in the meantime, so this is a very interesting news afternoon. Okay, so what also happened? This happened right before we came on the show. President Trump took to calling out Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones. He says, I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting for many years, especially by the fact that they think it is wonderful for Iran, the number one state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon. He says because they have one big thing in common, low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it, and everyone else knows it too. Look at their past. Look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. They've all been thrown off television. They've lost their shows, and they aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, and they will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. So President Trump was meeting with Tucker Carlson before the war at the White House, is now going after Tucker, who campaigned for President Trump, as did Megyn Kelly. And Alex Jones was one of President Trump's first backers in 2016. Matter of fact, did anybody ever see the it was on Netflix, and it happened right after Donald Trump won in 2016. This was a fascinating documentary. It was called Get Me Roger Stone. Do you guys remember? Did anybody out there watch that Netflix documentary, Get Me Roger Stone? It featured heavily Roger Stone, who has the tattoo of Richard Nixon on his back, and it featured Alex Jones, and they were trying to explain, it was kind of a liberals-y slanted documentary. It was actually giving the deep state a target list of who to go after. Roger Stone was then obviously raided and arrested. Then, of course, Alex Jones, after he questioned the legitimacy of the 2020 election, that's when the real Donald Trump attacks Alex Jones here about his bankruptcy and everything. What's interesting about this is I actually saw this clip earlier today from the Alex Jones show where he was encouraging his audience to pray for President Trump. It was assuming it was real, it was a very strange segment where Alex Jones was interviewing, I believe, a black pastor that I had never heard of, and he was just talking about how President Trump is a battle axe, how we as Christians need to be battle axes. And again, assuming this is all real, they all claimed it was all spontaneous, and they actually claimed it was an act of God. And they and live on the air, I couldn't believe this. Live on the air, there was an actual battle axe that was delivered to the show with a letter from some guy in Oklahoma claiming that he's a craftsman, and he claimed that he had this impression, or that he had just had this impression that the Lord wanted him to send Alex Jones this battle axe, as there's a pastor on TV, and it gets there as there's this pastor on the TV talking about battle axes. It really was weird if it was true and if it wasn't staged. And then they started calling this one guy called for a fast, that people needed to fast to for America. And I get people might be skeptical of whether or not that was legitimate or not, but I'll say this: I think it's a shame to see. I really do. I obviously voted for President Trump twice, and there's this division in the right now, and all of these people. I don't know about all of these people, but certainly Tucker and certainly Alex Jones. And I know Alex Jones said something the other day about the 25th Amendment. I don't agree with that. Okay, I don't agree with everything Tucker says. I don't agree with everything a lot of people say, but it does really come down to this war, I guess. Like I'm grateful for having popular voices out there, and by the way, they may not be on TV, but the young people in the next generation, they're not watching television, they're not watching Fox News. I mean, there's a reason that President Trump went on the Joe Rogan Experience. There's a reason that Theo Vaughn and some of these other guys. You got to understand what's happening. This war in the Middle East is, it seems to be the big kicker. It seems to be the divider. It seems to be one of the big things that's now splintering what was this incredible coalition. I mean, I get that President Trump is still very popular in a lot of circles. I don't believe the CNN poll. I don't believe any poll that says you have 100% of anything, but I get it. There's this incredible. What happened in 2024 was this incredible coalition. Whether it was RFK, whether it was Tulsi Gabbard, the whole Maha thing, they activated Crunchy Moms. Are you guys familiar with what Crunchy Moms are? I didn't really know what that was until last year. It's the moms that are like really health conscious. It's the moms that are like, hey, don't have Doritos. They have Red 40 in them, and they've seen the behavior changes in their kids. That's kind of Crunchy Moms. And it probably kind of like there's some Venn diagram where it also like goes into like trad wives and that sort of thing. But it does seem like this one thing, this going to war, and I get it when people disagree. This goes for Tucker or this goes for Mark Levin, especially in politics. We are certainly used to arguing with the left, and it is very easy. I mean, I do it all the time on this program. Like when I am arguing with against a leftist point or a leftist position. It is just super easy. We've come accustomed to the way we argue. We anathematize them. And, I think if you're a subscriber to the woke sex religion, it kind of is. Like, I'm not really interested in debating those people because I don't. If you think you have the moral high ground because men should go into women's restrooms, then I'm not really interested in talking to you. And this tactic of arguing is now being thrown out on the right, where on the right now it's like, there's now new people. Every day there's new people. Every day there are new people that I am no longer allowed to respect or listen to, and it seems to all be about the war. I saw David Limbaugh, Rush Limbaugh's brother. Love Rush Limbaugh. Appreciate David Limbaugh. David Limbaugh was calling out Benny Johnson because Benny Johnson over the evening came out and he said this. Benny Johnson on his show, he came out and he covered this. Did Israel lie to Trump to get the U.S. into the war with Iran? The White House is reportedly furious. And then he got pushback. He got people saying, why are you doing this? Why are you questioning Israel? Benny Johnson says, cope and seethe, losers. The CIA director called Bibi Netanyahu's intelligence farcical. Now, this is all according to a New York Times report, which, generally speaking, you got to say New York Times, we're going to take that with a giant grain of salt and probably going to be predisposed to not believing anything the New York Times says. But you do have other reports out there and administration officials that are saying that maybe it did kind of go down the way the New York Times is saying, where J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, and even the CIA director John Ratcliffe were not very. They didn't necessarily believe Israel's battle plan that all 4 points could be accomplished, and so so it's like, I get it. Everybody's divided over the foreign policy and over the war, and it's not everybody. I know it's not everybody. Okay, I understand it. I get that it's not everybody, but right now the right is divided over this one issue, and it has to do with going to war again in the Middle East and how much influence the nation-state of Israel, which we give money to, has over whether or not we do it. That's what the divide is over. And now we are cannibalizing ourselves. And again, the list just goes on. The list goes on every day. This morning I woke up and now it was Benny Johnson that I'm now supposed to anathematize because he's critical of the war. And I'm critical of the war. You guys know that by now. I didn't support it. I don't support it. I want us to come home. I don't want ground troops. I feel like this is still moving towards ground troops, and I get it. People are going to, say, well, you just don't have any faith. It's not that I don't have any faith. It's just, it'd be great to see this work out the way it worked out in Trump 1.0 when we didn't get involved. When there were people begging us to get involved and we decided not to get involved. Specifically back in Trump 1.0, it was Syria, and I mentioned about that downed drone, the Iranian drone our drone that was shot down by Iran, and we were going to respond, and then we didn't because it was an unmanned drone versus, 500 souls. So anyway, this is pretty wild stuff that's going on right now, and I'm going to keep praying for our country. I'm going to keep praying for peace. I'm going to keep praying for the truth to come out, regardless of what that truth is. And the list continues to grow with President Trump now coming out and formally attacking Tucker and Alex Jones and Megyn Kelly. I don't know if that's going to heal the divide, but people maybe don't want the divide healed because there's just a lot of trust issues. Now everybody has trust issues with, then you get into the allegations of who's being paid to do what and that sort of thing. So I understand, but I'm just tired of these new purity tests. That's kind of a leftist tactic. The purity tests with the influencers now wanting you to pick a side, right? Pick a side. For years, there was a lot of Democrats or liberals that kind of came over to our side. And one of the reasons they did was because they were kind of middle of the road. I think they probably just believed in like bigger welfare states, and so that's why they called themselves a Democrat. But when they stood up and they said, hey, this trans stuff is insane, they were absolutely anathematized by the woke sex religion. They were, but I'm a Democrat. They were like, we don't care. We want you to totally agree with everything we say. And so we got a lot of those guys. And the Republican, this is the problem, if you want to know my honest opinion. And I'm not the first one to make this argument. The Republican Party is a coalition. The Democrat Party is a monolith. For the most part, is that it is a monolith. The only crack in the Democrat armor when it comes to them having to debate is the Palestinian thing, and the protesters on college campuses, and the Democrats have basically shot that down. But for the most part, they are a total monolith. The Republican Party is the only apparatus where there's a debate to be had, and the one debate that is not going to go away is whether or not this war should continue or the next war should continue. And it would be one thing. I'll tell you this, on the whole Epstein thing, if there had been mass deep state arrests, and if there had been mass Epstein arrests, and if there had been mass deportations, you would not have near the pushback on whatever is happening in the Middle East right now. You wouldn't have it. You wouldn't have it, as it wouldn't be near as big of it. I mean, there'd still be people upset. I would still be like, man, I don't want to go to war. I don't want American soldiers to die. American soldiers have died. But if we would have already had deep state arrests, if we would have already had the domestic issues in this country moved further along down the line, a lot more people would be willing to say, okay, but there are people that are just like, hey, where are the borders secure? Great. Deportations are going on, but there's not enough. We still have this H-1B scam. We still haven't passed an amendment. The Congress hasn't passed Donald Trump's great executive order, the great executive order that he did, which was to ban genital mutilation surgeries. He had that amazing executive order. Congress won't pass a law codifying that. There's so many things that haven't been there. We haven't put the nail in the coffin on a lot of these domestic issues, and so it compounds the problem. That's why it is very interesting that Melania Trump came out today and said what she said. It is very interesting that Melania Trump came out today and said, "Hey, quit slandering me with Epstein lies. And by the way, Congress needs to act. Congress needs to hold hearings. Congress needs to put these women under oath." And she said Jeffrey Epstein did not act alone. Jeffrey Epstein did not act alone. That is a big deal. That is a big deal. So, moving on now. What time is it? This hour has flown by, folks. Let me read some of your comments here. Let's see. Freedom Bobby writes, judges are slowing the deportations. Not his fault. It's judges causing this. I get that argument. We got to go after the judges. Congress should go after the judges. Congress is not going after the judges. So what do you do? What do you do? And this is the flaw. This is the flaw at this point, like in the system itself. Younger generation, when we don't have to live like this, but judges say, yes, you must live like this, even though we voted to not live like this. Congress says, no, you will live like this. You will live with genital mutilations. You will live with being demographically replaced. It's a recipe for disaster. It's a powder keg. Hey, read this headline with me. Nation's first anti-data center referendum passes in Wisconsin. TheHill.com reporting A Wisconsin city passed a referendum Tuesday targeting data centers construction, requiring future large-scale projects that receive tax benefits to secure approval from local voters. Port Washington, which sits just north of Milwaukee, approved the referendum with about 66% support, according to unofficial results published by the county. It is the first measure of its kind in the nation, Politico reported. The referendum requires that the approval of a tax benefit known as a tax incremental financing for projects that base value or costs of more than $10 million be put to a vote into the community. It comes in response to the construction of a data center campus in Port Washington, which is set to receive $458 million in tax benefits from the city, according to Christine Lejeune with the Great Lakes Neighbors Incorporated. Tonight, democracy worked the way it's supposed to. Over 1,000 residents signed the petition that put this measure on the ballot, and tonight Port Washington voters spoke with one clear voice. The people deserve a seat at the table when their tax dollars are on the line. These data centers, folks, we were talking earlier with Dr. Paquette about the Battle of Athens. The next Battle of Athens might be, who knows what populism is going to do moving forward with these data centers. They drive up our prices. We're told we need them for the new the AI resolutions or the AI revolution that's coming, this AI arms race that we're in. And you know what? That may be so, but these data centers, folks, are gross. They don't look nice. So much of what we build doesn't look nice anymore either. And it's little things, too. I mean, it's like the solar panel stuff. You go by, I don't know, where I live here in the Mississippi Delta, you go down and you look, and they're replacing farmland that used to have cotton or soy or rice. Not good for mosquitoes, the rice. But it was and now they're littering the landscape with solar panels in some of these giant tracts of land. It's disgusting. Solar panels. It's gross. More on the data center. Headline from Red State. Here's why local elections matter. Half of a town's city council was voted out over the data center. When it comes to elections, often Americans tend to look more at the big picture. Most of our attention goes to who we elect as president, along with our senators and representatives in Congress. Those absolutely matter, but as the saying goes, sometimes it's the little things. Our local municipal elections have a more immediate effect on our lives than national ones, but they tend to get overlooked. However, on Tuesday night, one small city became an example of why those elections or those local races matter. Festus, Missouri, or Missouri, if Eric Haynes is listening, is a small town of around 14,000 people about a half an hour south of St. Louis. Tuesday was election day in Missouri for things like school board, sales taxes, small town mayors. In Festus, there was a city council election, and voters spoke loud and clear by ousting 4 members of the 8-member city council for their support of a proposed AI data center to be built nearby. 3 of these 4 city council members had voted for the go-ahead of a $6 billion data center a week before the election. What they got for that go-ahead vote was being voted out of office and defeated by candidates who ran against the data center and were also in favor of more transparency in the whole approval process. Dan Moore is one of the candidates who defeated a pro-data center council member, and he said, quote, "This data center fight has struck with this community to the core and really honestly ignited a community-driven effort here. People are awake now, and we're not going to let this continue on anymore." One of our only avenues is the local scene. Is to fortify our local communities to the point that we make them try to take the rights of local citizens away to govern themselves locally, because eventually that'll happen too, but then their motivations will be more clear. I'm old enough to remember when a data center was just something the NSA had out in Utah. That's all the data centers are. It's just one data center. It's in Utah. And it's got all this water to cool out all the processors. And yeah, they're storing everything we say, do, or type on the internet, but if you got nothing to hide, what are you worried about? If you're doing nothing wrong, what are you worried about? I'm old enough to remember when there was just one data center in the news, and it was out in Utah, and it belonged to the National Security Agency, the only government agency that actually listens. I'm old enough to remember that, and now they're going to be peppered all across our country because they're not government anymore. They're private companies, but we all know that the NSA and the Intel oligarch, what do? Well, they subvert private companies. They're not really private. They're subverted. They're subverted by the government under the guise that it's private because somehow it makes us feel better, when in reality, all of this stuff is quickly being put in place to enslave us, whether it's a central bank digital currency, which they say that is bad and we don't want. We'll never have a CBDC, but they could very easily use crypto in its existing form, whether it's Bitcoin or some of these other ones, to essentially, I don't know, turn that into the CBD. I mean, right, if we're all using Bitcoin someday and it's called Bitcoin, it's great. Oh, Bitcoin, it's decentralized. But if the government has it back in, which, let's be honest, folks, if it's available for consumer, I mean, this is to the point. The Edward Snowden files revealed this. If it's out there available to consumers, they got it. They got it. Might not be admissible in court yet, but it'll lead them to other things that are admissible in court if they need to get to you. That's the status quo right now. Same thing with all, I mean, just go down the list. Oh, there's this new piece of technology. It gives me anonymity. It gives me privacy. Yeah, no. Nope. So Polymarket now has the odds on this. They posted this on the data center thing. Nearly half of the U.S. data centers planned for 2026 are reportedly expected to be delayed or canceled. According to Polymarket, there's now a 34% chance an AI data center moratorium is passed this year. Now, this could be a big winning issue for Republicans. Unfortunately, Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez are the ones that have filed the bill that I've seen, the bill to actually put a moratorium on the data centers. Now, of course, they're coming at because we've got to protect the environment. They're going to come after that, that angle. Which, I mean, they really just should talk about the power and the energy. I guess that's technically environmentalism, but it's for different reasons. The people are actually going to suffer, and their power and the prices and everything goes up, and so that's a big problem there. So something to think about with all of this stuff. If I had time, I was gonna go over more of this Tyler Oliveira piece that's been so viral. We'll probably pick that up on Friday. Tomorrow on the show, we're going to be talking with Jeff Younger again about the decline of the middle class and how there's so much work to do here in this country domestically that's not being done. In the meantime, there's now a new list of pronouns. Have you heard about this? Yeah. So this is the NDP MP Leah Gazan. Leah Gazan up in Canada. Over in Canada, man. You talk about catechizing. You want to catechize your kids. So I mean, I know I do. It's a lost art in some instances because it's kind of denominational specific to like Presbyterians. It's like, what is the chief end of man? To worship God and glorify God and worship Him forever. That's the chief end of man. Well, the woke sex religion leftists, they got their own catechisms, and it goes something like this.
When the budget was released, I was shocked to find out that Prime Minister Carney is cutting $7 billion between Indigenous Services Canada and Crown Indigenous Relations. They provided $0 to deal with the ongoing genocide of MMIW G2S LGBTQIA+. This is abhorrent. This is callous. This is callous.
Woo! Yeah, this is callous, all right. This is supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Can we run that back here? I mean, that is crazy. She's got all that memorized. I thought it was just LGBTQ. No.
Abhorrent. This is callous. This is callous because this is abhorrent. This is callous. This MMIW, the ongoing genocide of MMIW G2S LGBTQIA+.
Man, you're going to open a Stargate with that code. You're gonna need the SG1 team to show up with those kind of numbers, man. You're gonna trigger some sort of rip in the space-time continuum. You're throwing all these big acronyms. MMI. Is that an I or an L? MMIWG 2S LGBTQIA plus 1.21 gigawatts flex capacitor. Get me Back to the Future, Doc. Figure out a way to go. I'm telling you what.
LGBTQIA plus WG2S genocide of MMIWG2S LGBTQIA plus
1.21 gigawatts. Seriously, it sounds like she is literally she's like the greatest IT employee of all time. Like actually, we'd solved the problem. The problem was you didn't have the MMIWG2SLGBTQIA plus flipped on. In order to do that, you need to power down your MMI WG2SLGBTQ blah blah blah. You just got to restart the thing. That's really all you got to do, folks. That's all the time that we have for this edition of the Paul Herrell program. Let me see what we got here. Anything new? Let's see what is on. Let me go to a few things and see if there's any breaking news, any headlines. Just on libertydaily.com, Iran partially opens Strait of Hormuz but admits to placing naval mines. Trump optimistic about peace deal despite ceasefire issues. Folks, pray for peace. Also pray for this divide in the Republican Party. It's not going to help the movement, in my opinion, at all. So pray for peace. Also pray for accountability. But more than anything, work on your individual relationship with the Lord, and that's kind of where all of this is going to start. I mean, make sure you're doing that as well. So we'll see you here tomorrow, Friday. We're going to hand it off to Secret America here on LFA TV, and if you're watching on my YouTube channel or LFA's Rumble channel, please like, share, subscribe, do all of the things. We would really very much appreciate it. And until tomorrow at 4 Central, God bless.
The Paul Herrell Program.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I am Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling. And real quick, I want to talk about, there's actually a cool new feature that we're going to be doing on our show now. Anybody that's in the chats, we are going to start putting up polls every once in a while throughout the episodes, and we're going to get people's opinions on the chats. And when we put out a poll, all you have to do in the chat is type 1, 2, or 3, and it'll automatically add your answer to the percentages. So, that's going to be really cool when we do that. And also, there's a bunch of cool new features that are going on. But before we get going, Jay, we want to take a moment. Like I said, each episode, we're gonna just feature a new product from maxassociates.etsy.com, which is a really cool website. In fact, right here, if you scan the QR code right there at the top right. It'll take you straight to it. It is a patriotic apparel and USA Pride gift shop. It is amazing. It is absolutely amazing. Like I said, me and Jay shop there ourselves. But here's the product I wanted to show everybody. Check this out, Jay. This is Americans Over Illegals coffee mug. I love it because who the hell doesn't want Americans over illegals, right?
Democrats.
Well, yeah. Well, Democrats don't watch the show, so it don't really matter. But yeah, so it's really awesome. It says $22, but you get automatically, look at the bottom right there, save 20% when you spend $20 or more at the shop. So that right there is automatically 20% off, and you get free shipping anywhere in the US. So this is just one of the many products on there. Make sure you check it out. I can promise you love it. And throughout the show, we're going to put the Max Associates QR code up at the top right. In case you don't get a chance to scan it, you can scan it at any time throughout the show. It's going to be, going back and forth on the show. All right, Jay. The first thing, actually, I want to see who's in the chat right now. Well, when for some reason Deborah and Shirley are not here, they're usually here in the chat. I want to get their opinions on this as well as Raina's. When some more people get in, we're going to actually put the a poll up because I want to try that. We haven't gotten to try that yet. And that's a pretty cool feature, I think, if you ask me. Something new, anyway.
I like it.
All right, so Jay, the first thing I want to talk about is something that's actually pretty awesome. I think I was not much for the new DHS secretary. I mean, Mark Wayne. I mean, he had a terrible showing on January 6th. The things that he said, the things that he did, horrible, weak. I mean, the man was hiding behind the frickin', hiding behind the pew. When everybody else was standing, he was hiding behind the pew on his knees, no less.
Yeah, and he praised Michael Byrd that day. He didn't have a great day that day, that's for sure.
He praised Michael Byrd. That was the worst part. I mean, forget the man being on his knees and cowering when he's supposed to be this big tough guy. He's cowering for people that are just taking photos in the Capitol. But he actually praised Michael Byrd. That is ridiculous.
Yeah,
I mean, there's no coming back from that if you ask me. But the reason that
he's got a chance, Jack. He's got a chance to come back from it. Let's see what he does.
Well, I guess. But the reason I'm bringing it up anyway is because he actually came up with a great idea. And I think this is a brilliant idea. DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullins said that customs officials may stop processing international travelers at airports in sanctuary cities. I think that's brilliant because what that's going to do is no international travelers are going to be able to go to New York or LA without going through some kind of connecting flight or something. I think that's brilliant, and it's going to force New York or LA to either not be a sanctuary city or get a hell of a lot less tourism from outside the country, which those are big international tourist spots.
Yeah, I saw that. And it's, he's got to cut costs, Jack, because they're not funded fully because Democrats don't want to fund them fully or whatever's going on. But regardless whether they get funded fully or not, I think we should save some money that way. And, there'll be a judge that comes out and plays DHS secretary and tries to block it like they do everything. It'll have to be appealed most likely. But I say go for it. I love it. And like you said, you'll have to take a connecting flight. Or maybe you just won't be able to go there because sanctuary cities are illegal. And how no sanctuary city officials, mayors, governors, council members, whoever implementing these policies and standing by them, sheriffs, how these people haven't been arrested yet is a great question that you and I always ask. But I'm going to continue asking it because sanctuary cities are illegal. They violate federal law.
Well, they're absolutely illegal. And that's why I think this is brilliant, because it would force sanctuary cities to lose tons of tourism dollars based on their own policies.
Exactly.
So I think it's brilliant if you ask me. And it's something that's easily enforceable. And they can do that. They don't have to process international travelers. That's not something that they are forced to do by law. That's something that they do as a part of their duties. But as far as I know, it's not something that is enforced upon them by law. I don't hear a judge saying, I don't see a judge saying you're going to have to go do this shit.
Oh, well, even though, Jack, you're probably right, I could see a judge saying just that, I decided today that I am Judge Boasberg, and I say that, yes, they have to be doing this. You can't just not do that because you've been doing it for a certain amount of time. Oh, some judge will probably try to say it, Jack, but again, it'll have to be appealed. But I actually do want to see Mark Wayne Mullin implement that first, and let's see how it goes. I think it's a great idea. I agree with you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's a wonderful idea. So let's hope that they get it done. Let's hope they do it. I would love to see it done.
Let's go.
So, I mean, like I said, the guy's a coward and he's an idiot, but if he can come up with some decent ideas, I'll let him slide. I'm still not going to forgive him for that shit. That's unforgivable. Being a coward and what do you call what he did to praising Michael Bird when he murdered that woman? What do you call that?
I don't think there's one word for it. There's so many things. You know, I can't really.
He's definitely a coward. We saw that.
Yeah, I mean that was a horrible look. That photo, obviously a terrible look, and
oh my
the whole
God, the
thing.
dude's on his
He had a
knees,
horrible
man.
day. Jack, you know what? There were a lot of Republicans that had a horrible day that day, and they had a horrible weeks and months after as well.
They
had
deserve it.
horrible-
Every second of it.
They had a horrible couple of years after January 6, 2021. Let's be honest. Plenty of Republicans who threw President Trump under the bus over January 6th over and over again until they finally realized that he's going to win. And then all of a sudden, kind of went away. But there was plenty of people, Mark Wayne Mullen amongst them, who had bad days and months and weeks and years after it. And listen, he is where he is now. Let's hope he does a good job because he is there. We can't do anything about it. It's his job. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's nothing that we can specifically do about it. You're right. So, Jay, I want to switch gears for a second. I want to talk about something that is probably going to be angering to a lot of people. Apparently, New York City voters are shocked, and I don't see how they're actually shocked. This is something they voted for, that Zoran Mamdani confirms that he will be moving forward with his campaign promise to tax white people at higher rates to help alleviate burdens on black residents. His exact words are, the wealth of a white household in the city of New York is $200,000, while that of a black is $20,000. Those are his exact words, and I don't know where he's getting his numbers from.
I don't know where he's getting his numbers from either, but whose fault is that? Is that the white person's fault? It sounds like your government policies probably suck.
Exactly. Just because the white man is more successful, how are you going to punish them for being more successful?
And what he's saying to me, Jack, is illegal. You're violating federal law.
Illegal,
It's discriminatory. You can't base your policies on color of somebody's skin, on their gender, on their sexual orientation, on their religion. You can't form policy around that when it comes to running a government. So how did these officials in these blue cities and these blue states get away with even saying anything like that? If a red state governor or mayor of a red city said something, anything remotely close to that, they would be skewered, and rightfully so. Well, we're going to skewer Zoran Mamdani. New York City, not everybody there voted for this, but the people that did, especially the white saviors, I hope you enjoy it. And I hope everybody who's white, who's done well for themselves and worked hard to get there, but still, for some reason, thought that voting for Zoran Mamdani was a good idea, enjoy it now. I actually hope, in a way, that he does hammer you for a little while, just so maybe you'll understand and maybe it'll sink into your thick skull once and for all that these people are dangerous, and you better believe them when they speak.
Well, we'll see what happens. I want to ask real quick. I want to ask the audience. We're going to try this poll thing. Okay, I want you guys to type in the chat. Okay, is Zoran Mamdani violating the law with this campaign promise? Just type 1 for yes, 2 for no. Just type it in the chat. This is the first time we've done this. We're going to try this. So yeah, just type anybody that's in the chat right now. Type 1. We got a 1
that's
for
me.
A yes, apparently.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah,
I'm going
and we'll
first,
see how
Jack.
it goes. So
Here we
far,
go.
it's all yeses. Everybody's got a yes so far. But yeah, Deborah, yeah, Raina. I don't know who Secret America TV is, but they put yes.
Smart.
You know, we got
smart account. That's a smart account, Secret America TV.
Yeah, apparently so. So yeah, anybody that put 1, it automatically puts on there, so you can see, obviously. And we got Phantom and Rogue Rub and Steven. Everybody's putting a 1. So as you can see, for our first ever poll, is Zoran Mamdani violating the law with this campaign promise? It is it is a 100%. A 100% poll. Yes, he's obviously violating the law, and I would have thought that was obvious, and so does everybody else. I wanted to test that, and it works well. And I guess everybody has common sense that's in the chat right now.
I'm not surprised. Our audience has common sense. Common sense finds common ground, and we have a common sense audience on Secret America. No doubt about it.
Absolutely, and that's the best thing, is because when you're talking to people that don't have common sense, they can't understand what you're saying, so there's really no point in talking to them.
Yeah. Well, we have our litmus questions, Jack. Can men get pregnant? That's the first litmus question. Okay.
Oh yeah, but we're not ever putting that on social media.
I think we should make a poll, Jack. Can men get pregnant?
No, we're not ever putting that on social media again. You got us kicked off of TikTok because of that.
That was me?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
The whole that was the first strike we ever got on TikTok. Put the title, can men get pregnant? They're like, nope, that's false information or whatever it is.
can't ask that question.
Oh no. No questions are allowed to be asked here. So Jay, check this out. Apparently, there was a bunch of forensic investigators that re-examined the quote suicide of Kurt Cobain. Now, this happened, probably a few months ago, but there's been some new evidence that has come out, even as much as now. Apparently, there are 5 pieces of evidence which I cannot see because Daily Mail has some kind of ridiculous paywall. But apparently, there are 5 pieces of evidence now that are showing that Kurt Cobain they're no longer considering it a suicide. It's now considered a murder. However, it's not by the police. These are forensic private investigators. The police are still adamant that it's a suicide. They're not going to change that. Why do you think they won't change that, Jay?
Well, because they don't want to go back on their investigation, I guess, and make themselves look bad if it turns out to be true that he didn't kill himself. And while you're talking about this, Jack, I'm just trying to think. This was 1993, I believe, when Kurt Cobain. Yeah. Okay. Could you imagine if this would have happened today in today's social media climate with Kurt Cobain had done this? I mean, you could kind of compare it to the Charlie Kirk thing or anything that happens there where you have people who are really digging in, you have people talking, you have theories that come out. It would have been a whole different thing. And this probably would have been just addressed years ago. But now that we're in the time we're in, we have certain people who are looking into things, and people have been skeptical for a while, for years, about whether or not Kurt Cobain killed himself or whether he was murdered. They mentioned Courtney Love. They mentioned a lot of things. But I don't know. The thing I'm thinking, Jack, is because they don't want to look bad and have to go back and change the investigation and say they were wrong.
Well, here's some of the things that make it seem like it doesn't seem like it would be possible for him to have committed suicide. First of all, he had very high heroin levels in his system. The toxicology report showed a very high concentration of morphine from the heroin in Cobain's blood, often described, and get this, Jay, 3 times the lethal dose for a non-tolerant user, which means he was a heavy heroin user because he was able to do this. But also, this would have rapidly incapacitated, if it didn't kill him, it would have rapidly incapacitated him, making it impossible for him to inject the dose, handle the shotgun, position it, and pull the trigger. It's highly unlikely. Plus, Jay, when you're on heroin, you're not depressed. I'm sorry. You're not depressed while you're on the drug. In fact, it creates a massive euphoria that is the opposite of depression. That's why people do it. So you're not depressed when you're on the drug. So that right there should be the automatic, there's no way he did this. Also, there's no usable fingerprints on the shotgun, which, it appears to be wiped. How could there be no usable fingerprints? The ejected shell casing's position doesn't even match the gun's orientation. Expected mechanics, if it was fired while he was gripping the barrel, it would have landed in a certain spot, just like blood spatter would have went a certain way. You know what I mean? The left hand gripping the muzzle, the shirt that's in certain areas are consistent with immediate gunshot death. The blood patterns suggest his head was tilted and positioned for some time, which means he was most likely overdosed and incapacitated. Because when you are high on heroin, you've seen the zombie, the people that act like zombies on the roads. Their head is usually tilted and they're unconscious, basically. They're not dead, but they're unconscious. Now, the blood spatter and all of this are consistent with him having been like that for quite some time because the pool of blood was on the right side of his head. Consistent with that happening. And then someone, while he was like that, coming up and blowing his skull off.
And these are all publicly available crime scene photos at this point that people are going over.
Yeah, everything's publicly available, as are the results of the more recent forensic investigations. Receipts for the shotgun and shells found neatly in his pocket.
Yep.
With extra shells lined up. I mean, that just seems... Okay. The note, let's just laugh at that part for a second. The note...
Wait, Jack, Kurt Cobain was OCD, apparently.
Yeah. Apparently, before you kill yourself, you're going to make sure you have the receipt for the bullets and the shotgun in your pocket, and then you're going to put extra shells up there like you were definitely going to kill yourself. I mean, that's just insane. But let me tell you, the note that he wrote was addressed to his imaginary childhood friend, Boda, which is true. That actually, I mean, not the note, but he did have an imaginary childhood friend named Boda, expressing exhaustion with fame and life. But get this. Have you ever seen the note, Jay? Have you ever seen that note?
I've seen the signature or something at the end. It's like a different
it's not just the signature. The suicide part.
Right.
There's one note up here where he expresses frustration, like it's like a poem or something, right?
Right.
But then there's an added scrawled part at the bottom that says, I can't stand this. I'm going to kill myself. Tell Courtney I love her, yada, yada, yada. A scrawled part that looks nothing like his handwriting. And the first part of the note is not a suicide note, but the second part that was scrawled on there is. In fact, let me bring that up for everybody to see. I want everybody to see the Cobain suicide note, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about, Jay, because this, I mean, just the note itself had to have raised some suspicions. I mean, it's mind-boggling. Okay, it's mind-boggling is what I like to say. All right, check this out, Jay. I'm going to pull this up for you to see, because if you can't tell that this is written by somebody else, then you shouldn't be an investigator, first of all. I mean, that's plain as day. All right, take a look at this. I don't know if you can see it that well, but look at that. So the first part was written by him. Look at the part at the bottom. Please keep going, Courtney, for Frances, for her life, which will be so much happier without me. I love you. I love you.
Right. Yeah.
Look at that.
You're right.
Does that look like it was written by the man who wrote the shit above?
No. Why would he change the big letters? And it's just completely different.
And why would he change his handwriting at all?
Yeah, completely different pattern. Did a handwriting expert did the police in this investigation, do we know if they ever actually had a handwriting expert analyze that note?
Let me tell you. So they had the handwriting that some forensic document examiners claim shows differences in the final lines. It's better to burn out than to fade away. Peace, love, empathy, Kurt Cobain, plus a post-signature addition to his wife and daughter. These lines are alleged to be in a different handwriting or added later, possibly matching practice writing linked to Courtney Love. Courtney Love is linked to this type of handwriting. The main body matches Cobain's writing, but the deviations fuel claims of forgery or tampering to make it look suicidal. Linguistic analysis, Jay, which you were asking about, linguistic analysis have varied. But the police, and Jay, you know this better than anybody, the police, when they zero in on a suspect, they have a confirmation bias once they zero in on a suspect. They will look for evidence to confirm that theory. They're not going to go in another direction unless the evidence is overwhelming. And even then, they try not to.
I mean, in this case, I always think of motive. What would the motive be to rule this a suicide? To go out of your way to do so?
That's the thing. You had to go out of your way. It's clearly a murder.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, there's enough things here. At the very least, it's been 33 years. Reopen the damn investigation. All those people are gone. Everybody that was involved in that investigation is gone. You're not going to be embarrassing anybody. You're not going to be, soiling anybody's work. They're gone. They're retired. Reopen the investigation. There's enough here in this Kurt Cobain case to actually reopen this and try to actually get to the bottom of this once and for all, because there are so many things. The letter, what we talked about with the blood spatter, with the stage elements, the cap syringes nearby, the bullet receipts, the body positioning, claims in the suicide note, the different handwriting, the forced heroin overdose to incapacitate him, then shot him. That's a stage suicide, including moving the body. There's a lot here. So I don't understand what the resistance is to reopening this investigation on Kurt Cobain, because from everything we're looking at, just common sense wise, at the very least, a new investigation is warranted.
I want you to hear this. On April 2nd, 1994, the murder took place in 1994. On April 2nd, 1994, Kurt Cobain took a taxi to a Seattle gun shop where he purchased and received a receipt for the shotgun shells. But listen to this. That was on April 2nd, right?
Yep.
His body was discovered April 8th, but the receipt was in his pocket. 6 days later, the receipt was in his pocket.
Same pants, Jack. He wore the same pants and just took them off, didn't wash them, and
For
put them back
6 days?
on. Is it possible? Yes, it's possible. Is it
possible?
Is it
I could be an
likely?
astronaut tomorrow, but am I going to be?
Right. I'm saying, is it likely? No, not likely. And my question would be, what is the motive to rule this a suicide? Who doesn't, why would you do that? Why would you go out of your way to do that? Why not just do a straight up investigation?
I have no idea. There had to have been some kind of motive. I would like to know the motive if you want the truth. Now listen to this. Listen to this. On April 14th, 6 days after his body was discovered, the Seattle Post-Intelligencer, which is a newspaper, reported that Cobain was high on heroin when he pulled the trigger. The paper reported the toxicology test determined that the level of morphine in Cobain's bloodstream was 1.52 milligrams per liter, and that there was evidence of Valium as well. With this amount of heroin and Valium, and if you know anything about drugs, people, benzodiazepines and morphine or any kind of opiates do not mix well together. We actually call that the coma cocktail when you put those two together. So the fact that anybody could think he could take that much heroin, some Valium, and still be able to, be lucid enough to grab a shotgun and kill himself, it's not only is it not possible, but when people do those drugs, they are not in a desperate, depressed state while they're high. Okay. He would not have shot himself while he was high. It's just not feasible. It doesn't pass the smell test. It's not realistic.
And here's another thing, Jack. The shotgun handling issues. Analysis of the Remington Model 11 shotgun and crime scene photos suggests Cobain could not have operated or fired it in a reported position, especially with the claimed hand placement, and the weapon might have been placed in his arms afterwards. If this would have happened today, in this time that we live in now, a lot of this stuff, I don't think this happens, because this is one of those cases where there are so many things that are just blatantly kind of staring at you in the face.
You just asked those. You heard what you just said, right? The shotgun was found in his arms.
Right.
If you blow your head off with a shotgun, how the hell is it going to land? Do you know the kick that a shotgun makes?
He caught it on the way down, Jack.
Oh, yeah. I don't think people understand the kind of kick, the recoil that a shotgun makes. If you put it up to your head, first of all, your head's going to be against the wall. Second of all, as soon as you pull, you're going to be dead. The shotgun is not going to be here. It's going to slam against the wall over there. Okay. It's not going to be in your arms, cradled like a baby. No.
I think there's plenty here to reopen this investigation. They should just do it. They should just do it. Just get it over with. And like I said, all those people are retired. Just do it. Why not? What's the resistance? If you're wrong, you're wrong. You made a mistake. We got it wrong. Now, if it's not a suicide, we have suspects that we have to find, right? Maybe
Courtney
that's why
Love
they
is
don't.
number one on that list. But everybody, real quick, we're going to do another poll real quick. Check this out, okay? Do you believe Kurt Cobain committed suicide? Type 1 for yes in the chat. If you're in the chat, type 1 for yes, 2 for no, and we will see what everybody thinks, if he actually committed suicide or not. Because not everybody believes everything, that we believe. So we'll see what people think. I happen to think I don't see how anybody could think he committed suicide at this point.
Or another question you could ask, this is fine, because I said two. Or another question, should this investigation be reopened? 1 or 2, yes or no? I think it absolutely
But Deborah,
should be
just so you
opened.
know, you don't have to say no. If you press 1 or 2, it automatically puts it into the poll for you. But we've had plenty of responses now, and everybody says no. Everybody's saying no. It's obvious that the man was murdered. And if it's obvious now, that means it should have been obvious then.
Different time. Totally different time. Like I said, this kind of thing could kind of go, under the radar back then, Jack. You had no internet at all, really.
But they were still police officers, right?
Yeah,
they knew how to investigate stuff.
If I'm doing that investigation, from what we look at now, I would kind of that note alone would really raise your antennas, right? The note alone, the forensics. I mean, right? The forensics. My God. Yeah. And you don't have to be
oh boy.
No, you don't have to be a forensics expert to kind of see wait, the gun ended up back in his arms, all that stuff, the positioning, the heroin, the amount of drug. There's a lot of things here. Reopen the stupid investigation, please. But I said, if they do, Jack, then you got to look for suspects. And
Courtney Love, number 1 suspect is Courtney Love.
Yeah. So the thing is, what's the motive? I'm going to ask the question again. Maybe somebody can come up with an answer. Was there something going on with Courtney Love that they didn't want this to come out? They didn't want her to be a suspect. They didn't want the
that's very
bullseye
possible
on her. No pun intended, if you know what I mean. I don't know, but it's very strange. This isn't going to go away. I don't think people are going to leave it alone. I think Phantom wrote up there before that the police chief who was there at the time said if he was still there, he'd reopen it.
Yeah, but Phantom actually did something really cool. I want to show everybody this real quick. Jay, check this out. So Phantom actually put up, he sent you and me both this. It's a 30-minute montage that he put together of evidence about the Kurt Cobain thing. I want to show everybody this. I'm not going to play it because it's 30 minutes long, but I want to show everybody if they want to see it themselves. I want people to be able to see it. So I'm going to show them where to find it. Okay, so check this out, guys. You can go on X, obviously, and you go to Phantom MAGA. It's at Phantom MAGA. Check this out. All right, it's at Phantom MAGA. It says, was Kurt Cobain murdered? I just dropped an explosive 30-minute montage compilation footage that they don't want you to see. I'll play like a minute of it just so everybody can see.
Charlie Kirk.
Not only does he talk about it, but he uses AI renderings to be able to show you, the different types of things that happen.
You were inspired kind of by the Kurt Cobain thing.
This is the evidence right here. Look at this.
The Seattle chief of police just said they would reopen the case based on that. And
I would tell you right now that if I were the chief today, I would reopen this investigation.
Kurt Cobain.
He was the chief of police back when. Wait. Is that what that said? He was the chief of police back then?
Yeah, that's what that said.
The Seattle chief of police just said they would reopen the case based on that. And
I would tell you right now that if I were the chief.
The man was the chief of police during this murder. So tell me, if you're willing to reopen it now, what the hell was going on back then?
Good question. I'm going to look up his name right now. And Norm Stamper.
What the hell was going on back then?
Says he'd reopen the case. Let me see let's see what we got here.
But real quick, everybody, I'm gonna turn this off. I'm not gonna keep playing it, but I want to tell you, go check it out. You can watch the entire thing at Phantom MAGA on X. It has shotgun fingerprints that weren't checked for nearly, however long. It's got undeveloped crime scene photos that sat in storage for 20 years. It's got a lot of different evidence. So make sure you check it out at Phantom MAGA. You guys will really enjoy it. I can promise you that much.
He said, Jack, here's what he did say. He said, if we didn't get it, he said in 2015, I guess that's what that was from. He said, if we didn't get it right the first time, we damn well better get it right the second time. And I would tell you right now, if I were the chief of police, I'd reopen this investigation.
Why didn't they get it right the first time?
That's a good question. I wish somebody would have said that to him. Maybe they did ask him, but that's from me. It's from the documentary Soaked in Bleach.
I wonder if he's still alive. I'd like to get him on the show. I got a couple questions to ask him.
Yeah, I think he is still alive because it mentions that he hasn't commented on he hasn't made any new statements about anything tied to the 2025 or 2026 forensic review.
Check and see if he's still alive for me, Jay. I'm gonna look up. Just type in his name, see if he's still alive. I'm gonna look up this man. We're gonna try to get the former Seattle police chief on this show for you sometime this coming week. We're gonna try to get him on the show because we got some questions that need answers. I want to ask him about that investigation.
He's apparently still alive. He's in his early 80s, born in 1944. I don't know if what kind of health he's in. He is old. He's in his 80s.
As long as he can speak, I'm happy.
Yeah, but I don't know. What is there? No reports of his death. The obituaries. Okay, so
say his name's Norm What is his full name?
Just says Norm Stamper. That's
not Norman.
Norman Stamper.
Norman Stamper. Okay.
Norman Stamper.
I'm gonna look on X real quick, just see if he's even available on X. If he's not, I'll try.
It says he's kept a very low profile since retiring in 2000, but he did do that interview.
Yeah, he's probably kept a low. He's not on X, but I'm sure I can find some way to reach him. So I'm going to try to reach out to Norm Stamper. I'm sure I can find his contact info somewhere. I'm going to reach out to Norm Stamper and see. And Clipper Chick, the bandmates would be good, except for the fact that they're biased in this situation. They don't want to believe that he was murdered. For some reason, they don't want to believe that. Every single thing that they have said has tried to get it to where he committed suicide. He committed suicide. He committed suicide. So I don't need them on the show because I know their answer.
And besides, I don't think Dave Grohl would like our show very much.
I don't know who that is.
He's the drummer. Well, he's also he's the drummer. He's also the lead singer of the Foo Fighters. That's Dave Grohl.
Foo Fighter. Where the hell do you get these names? What the fuck is a Foo Fighter?
They became huge. Dave Grohl
what is a Foo Fighter?
I don't know. But whatever it is, they made a lot of money, and they've made a lot of good songs too. I'll give them that. I liked a lot of their music, but Dave Grohl's not a very conservative guy. Let's put it that way.
I don't know what a Foo Fighter is, so.
Well, good luck. I don't either.
All right, Jay. So apparently, NASA chief wants to make Pluto great again. Would you believe this? My entire middle school, high school, my entire schooling life, Pluto was a planet. Yes. Pluto was a planet. As soon as I graduate, Pluto's no longer a planet. Now, a 10-year-old writes a letter to the NASA chief, and the NASA chief, we are working on classifying Pluto as a planet again. What in the hell is going on?
Well, Jack, a judge has already come out and said that no, NASA cannot do that. They're not allowed. I'm kidding.
Judge?
I'm kidding. You're being
Oh.
sarcastic. But can you see that happening too?
I could very well see that happening, but I think NASA's part of the swamp. I don't think a judge would do that.
Yeah, listen, I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to find out now. I'm looking now. Why? I forget why Pluto was declassified. So
because it wasn't a solid planet.
It also here you go, Jack.
It's not a solid planet.
It says to be called a planet, an object must satisfy all three of these. 1, must orbit the sun. 2, must have enough mass for its own gravity to pull it into a nearly round spherical shape called a hydrostatic equilibrium.
It was just a big ball of ice, basically.
Well, it says, and 3, it must have cleared the neighborhood around its orbit, meaning its gravity has removed or dominated most other object of a similar size in its path. So it says, or it fails because of the cleared the neighborhood rule. It doesn't clear the neighborhood around its orbit, meaning its gravity has removed or dominated most other objects of a similar size in its path. That's why it says it fails.
What the fuck does that have to do with being a planet?
That's what they came up with. 2006. That's how long ago that happened already when they declassified.
Oh, I know. When I graduated, it was still a planet. But now, thanks to a letter from a 10-year-old, the NASA chief is considering classifying it as a planet. Let me read this letter to you, okay?
Go ahead. Yep.
From the 10-year-old. Dear NASA, please make Pluto a planet again. I really want it to be a planet again. Here are some reasons that Pluto should be a planet again. Number 1. It is part of our solar system and used to be a planet. Oh, that's a great argument. Number 2, it is a dwarf planet and deserves to be an actual planet. What in the hell? Okay. Number 3, it might make a lot of people happy, Jay. I think that's my favorite reason. It might make a lot of people happy. And then it says, it might not be your choice, but if it is, please, 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 3 pleases, make it a planet. It would make me very, very happy. If you can't make it an actual planet, please consider it a planet. What? And I'm sorry if my handwriting or spelling is hard to read. Anyway, it will make me and my friends very happy. Here are some facts to prove I know about Pluto. Okay. Number 1, Pluto is a dwarf planet. Number 2, Pluto is located in the Kuiper belt. I don't know what the hell that says. Number
what belt?
Is smaller. Pluto was discovered in 1930 by Clyde Tombaugh. Number 4, Pluto is smaller than Earth's moon. And number 5, Pluto has 5 known moons. Thank you, NASA. Bye. So what basically the 10-year-old's arguments are, it would make me really happy.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be a planet, and it would make my friends really happy.
I don't think
because of those arguments, the NASA chief is considering reclassifying it as a planet.
I don't think a 10-year-old wrote that. I know who wrote that.
Joe Biden.
Kamala Harris. I was going to say
it was
Kamala
Joe
Harris.
Biden.
I think Kamala Harris, maybe she helped him, and maybe she helped Biden, and also Ketanji Brown Jackson might have helped as well.
But they're considering reclassifying it as a planet just because of this great arguments that he laid out, Jay.
I think if they do it based on that letter, I think they should just based on that. It would be outstanding.
That's exactly what they're doing. That is exactly what they're doing. Take a look right here.
I love it.
10-year-old child writes to NASA administrator asking he reinstate Pluto's status as a planet. NASA responds, "We are looking into this. We are looking into this."
I love it. I love it. I hope they do it. That'd be funny.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Hey, listen, shoot your shot.
At least if you're going to shoot your shot. I mean, I understand he's 10 years old, but the man had not one single argument.
Come on, he's 10. Give him a break.
Not one single argument, though. Not one.
But Jack, as I'm saying, though, a lot of politicians in Washington don't have an argument either. So you know what? If it's good enough for them, it's good enough for a 10-year-old.
Now, how would you like to know that? How would you like to know that actually, believe it or not, Gavin Newsom's wife killed her own sister, and she admits to killing her sister.
Nothing would surprise me. Did she kill her with her shoulder movements, swinging her arms? Like what? How did she kill her?
No, she ran over her in a golf cart.
True
story. True story.
Killed her with a golf cart.
Killed her sister with a golf cart. True story.
Was there alcohol involved?
Not that I am aware of, but but I want you to hear what she says, Jay.
Even worse.
I want you to hear what she says right here. Okay, this is Gavin Newsom's wife. All right, so everybody, just take a listen to this and tell me what you think.
I mean, I had to be very raw when we interviewed the young men who were juvenile offenders in San Quentin. I told them about my own loss, where I lost my older sister a few days before my 7th birthday, and I blame myself for her death. And I share that because that they ultimately were accused of committing these violent crimes and sentenced for life. And I think it shocked them that this, blonde lady who was, interviewing them had a similar story. Was
a similar story. She's implying that all of them were killed those people by accidents. That's what she's implying right there.
Perhaps in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Wrong place at the wrong time. That's what she's implying for everybody.
But wasn't punished the way they were, because clearly it was an accident, but theirs was probably an accident too.
Oh my God. Oh my
Whoa!
God.
Whoa! Did you hear what she said? Gavin Newsom's wife, with a straight face, just said that every murderer in San Quentin, their murders were probably an accident too. You heard it straight from Gavin Newsom's wife's mouth. Jennifer Newsom just said that every murderer in San Quentin probably murdered by accident. You heard it.
Make it stop. That's the first partner, by the way, Jack. She calls herself the first partner. Keep those people, please keep them within 1,000 miles of the White House.
Anyway, I share that just because
she ran over and killed her sister. Killed her sister with a golf cart.
Yeah, 1,000 miles away from the White House, please, her and her husband. That woman is insufferable. Let me go to San Quentin, where I got guys that are stone cold murderers and actually going to
serial killers in San. Hell, Manson used to go to be in San Quentin.
And let me make it all about me. I mean, the narcissism is off the charts, first of all. Second of all, what she's saying, it was probably an accident for them too. You want these people in charge of anything, let alone they're in charge of the fourth largest economy in the world, her husband?
Jay, now you know why they let all these prisoners out on no cash bail, why they don't charge them, because all of their crimes are probably an accident.
It's an accident. It's an accident. I slipped. I tripped into the store when I robbed it, and then I tripped again when I killed the clerk. And then
I tripped on this woman about 20 times in the chest. I was holding this knife. I tripped. I fell up. I fell again. Got up, fell. Got up, fell 20 times. And before I knew it, she was dead.
I don't care that she's not the one running for office. That disqualifies Gavin Newsom from being president of the United States.
It's insanity. It's insanity.
Her alone. Forget about how bad his record is, how awful he's been as a governor, how he's destroyed California. That alone, those, 2 minutes disqualifies Gavin Newsom from being the governor. Because if that's who you chose to marry, your judgment is just it's garbage. It's garbage. That woman is insufferable.
Jay, what if I'm gonna switch topics just for a second. What if I were to tell you that Iran is gonna be Iran is gonna be nuked on Saturday? What if I were to tell you that? And what if I were to tell you how I know that?
Yeah, I'd say it's not gonna happen. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you how I know that.
Okay.
All right. Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, his corruption trial starts back on Sunday. So you can almost guarantee Iran's getting nuked on Saturday, because the reason that his trial was delayed was the Iran war. Shocker, right? That's the reason the trial was delayed. They went to war with Iran. Well, if his trial's back on Sunday, you better believe something big's going to happen Saturday, Jay. You better believe it.
Oh, God. Here we go. No, listen.
You better believe it.
I don't believe that.
I mean, there's a reason he's on trial for corruption. That motherfucker's as corrupt as they come.
Well, listen, all right, hold on. That's the same thing they said about President Trump. He's corrupt as they come. There's a reason.
But see, his predecessor is in prison for corruption. Israel breeds corrupt politicians. So that's why I can believe that much. Plus, he has actually been charged with corruption prior to this. It's why he lost the election for prime minister. And then he came back, suddenly won. And now he's corrupt again. And if you've ever seen the interviews of him inside the jail when they're interviewing him, you can tell he even admits to some of the shit that they talk about. The man is as corrupt as they come.
All right, I'm going to make a prediction right now. Iran will not get nuked on Saturday.
Not actually nuked. I mean, come on. But something is going to happen to delay his trial. I don't know what it's going to be.
Well, right now, Iran's doing everything they can to make that the war ending getting delayed, because President Trump finally came out today.
So was Israel.
Well, but Iran is not letting ships through the Straits of Hormuz, and President Trump acknowledged that this afternoon. He said, "It doesn't look like they're being honorable."
I told you they're not scared of him.
Well,
they're not
I don't think it
scared
has
of
anything to do with scared. I just think there's a lot more going on here. They're
just not scared of him.
Did you watch that thing I sent you today? Watch it when you get a chance. Watch it when you get a chance. I sent it to you this morning. It's very interesting. There's a lot going on here.
Deborah, wait. Deborah, Did Deborah just say that Bibi is a good man? Is that what she said? She read his book, the book that he wrote, and said he's a good man? Is that what I'm reading?
That is what she's saying. I don't know.
Benjamin Netanyahu, a good man. In fact, I think that's the first time I've ever heard that. I've never heard good man and Benjamin Netanyahu. Never.
Oh, I never met the man.
I think a little bit of research needs to be done before you don't worry about his book. I'm sure his book is going to tell you whatever you want to hear. But I would do some extra research before I called Benjamin Netanyahu a good man. In fact, look into his corruption trial. Look at the evidence that the prosecution has just for the corruption trial alone.
Listen, all that aside, I'll let that justice take care of itself. The wheels of justice in Israel, which I don't even know how their system works, if it's similar.
They actually have believe it or not, they have a great system. That's why I said the previous prime minister is in prison because of the same corruption.
Well, I mean, can we bring some of that maybe justice to the United States?
I
Because we
would
have a
love
bunch
it.
of them here.
I would love it.
You know, they tried to put President Trump in prison 50 times, but he never actually did anything wrong. So that didn't work out. But there's plenty here that have done things wrong, and somehow they're still serving in office and making millions of dollars on stock trades.
Hang on,
Anyway,
Jay.
I digress.
She said his book is all telling on what has happened in Israel. Let me tell you something. There is no book in the world history where the person writing the book is going to admit to anything corrupt, anything negligible, anything horrible. See, and that's the thing right there. People try to say, now do Zelensky, now do this, now do that. I'm focused on this right now. This person's trial is restarting on Sunday. Okay, we're not going to we're not going to go off of everything. You know what I mean? We're not going to go off of everything.
Listen, again, I don't predict if something happens on Saturday, it won't be because of the trial. It'll be because things have fallen apart. Now, the talks are supposed to start Saturday with J.D. Vance and Witkoff and Kushner and everybody else in Islamabad. So we'll see what happens. President Trump is now first starting to actually put out publicly that Iran is not doing what it's supposed to do when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. Forget about Lebanon and Israel and Hezbollah. That is a separate thing. The Strait of Hormuz should remain open because the United States is not violating any part of their agreement. But Iran is, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what
so is Israel.
Does. Well, Israel. How is Israel violating?
Well, I can tell you one thing. Iran. The reason that this whole thing fell apart is because Iran thought that Lebanon was part of the talks.
And
they thought it was, and apparently the U.S. said it wasn't, and Israel said it wasn't. So Israel's the one that fucked it up because they kept bombing Lebanon, even if it wasn't part of the talks. Oh, they could stop bombing Lebanon for a day, long enough to get this shit figured out. But instead, they said, "Nope, I'm going to go ahead and bomb."
Hold on. Israel was also being bombed by Hezbollah, as they are all the time. So I don't think any side stopped from Lebanon. Wasn't Israel didn't stop, and Hezbollah didn't stop. So I don't want to blame one. I don't want to say it's Israel's fault that what it's supposed to do. If Hezbollah didn't stop, is Israel supposed to stop? I mean, is that what's supposed to happen here? That's my question. Can you hear me?
Oh shit. How do you well. Oh well. I was trying to ban somebody and delete them. It's a bot in the system, and I accidentally banned and deleted somebody else.
Uh-oh. I see it.
How do you fix that?
I don't know. You got to control that.
Oh well.
You
it's
have
too late now. I mean, there's nothing I can do about it now. But I'll try to if there's a person at, how do you say his name?
Dashanized.
At Dashanized. If you were banned, I apologize. We will unban. You just got to figure out how to do it. I was trying to ban the bot that's in the freaking thing, but I can't. I apologize for accidentally banning you. I will figure out how to unban you when the show is over, Jay.
All right. Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is if Hezbollah is firing, Israel's not going to stop firing. And maybe Iran, maybe they should understand. I mean, were they in the peace talks or were they just pretending to be there? How do you just not know that Lebanon wasn't included? How do you I just didn't know that. What do you mean you didn't know? I don't believe anything coming out of the country of Iran. I never did. And why people are taking what Iran says at face value at this point is really kind of strange to me. Because I don't want any equivocation between Iran and United States and Israel when it comes to how we fight wars or how we deal with conflicts. Those people tell their citizens and force them to be human shields, like we discussed the other night, when they told them to surround infrastructure to prevent it from being, glassed by President Trump. So that's a war crime. I don't want any equivocation between that. So that's got to stop. Regardless how you feel about the Israeli government or the United States government.
Oh, I feel about them.
But there's no equivocation between Iran and United States and Israel. And I'll say this, there's probably no equivocation between Iran and the surrounding Middle Eastern countries in that area. These people are the most barbaric animals, evil scum on the face of the earth.
All right, I'm trying to help him out here, Jay. While you're talking, I mean, I'm listening, but I'm kind of trying to, at the same time, unban this person. I apologize for doing that. And there's literally, there's no way to unban somebody here, at least not that I can see. Jay, while we're doing this, see if you can find something. I mean, what the hell is this? You ban somebody, but you can't unban somebody?
I don't know. I don't understand how that happens.
There should be a button that says unban, right?
You should be able to bring them back.
You would think. I mean, that would be... that's what you would think would be the case. See, here's the chats right here. But Dashanized is blocked, and I can't unblock him.
Oh no.
Well, we're gonna figure it out. We will figure it out, Dashanized. Don't worry. We will get you back on there. We might have to wait till next show because we're gonna have to do it after the show because apparently there's nothing inside the studio.
You can't go on X. Is he banned? Because that's the X chat, right? Or is this just the StreamYard
No, this
chat?
is all chats. He's banned from StreamYards. So that's all chats.
Gotcha.
I had to ban the bot that was in here, Automan bot that was in here. I had to ban him from Rumble because on Rumble you can't ban him on here.
Okay. All right.
But this guy I was able to ban on here, and I didn't mean to. I thought it was just an accident. It was an accident.
Who, the auto thing?
No, he was a bot. I'm talking about Dashanized. It was an accident that I blocked him.
All right, Dashanized. We'll get you back.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll get you back. Don't worry. Okay, Jay. Actually, I want to tell everybody real quick while we got a moment here. Tomorrow it's a Friday show, and we are actually going and in honor of the moon, the whole NASA moon thing. Tomorrow we are going to show definitive, at least what I say is definitive proof that the moon landing never happened. And this is going to be the last time we talk about any space stuff really until the 2028 moon mission when they actually try to land on the moon again. But the reason we're showing this is because everybody needs to see the full picture, the actual evidence. The stuff we've shown you is nothing compared to what you will see tomorrow night. It's a 40-minute video, okay? We're going to come on, we're going to introduce ourselves, we're going to show the video. Afterwards, there's going to be 20 minutes left. Jay and I are going to take questions from the audience, and we're going to talk about it because this is the biggest hoax in world history, okay? And we're going to prove it tomorrow night. And I can promise you, after you see this video, nobody, Neil Armstrong himself, will be questioning whether he went to the moon after you see this video. Guaranteed.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing that because, as you know, I'm on the fence about all of it.
Oh, man, this is going to throw you over the damn fence. It's going to pick you up and toss you over that mother.
We will see. We will see. You never know. You never know.
Best video I've ever seen. I stumbled upon it today. Best video I have ever seen. And I watched a lot of moon landing evidence shit. This one puts it all together.
And you said this is done by a I don't want to say reputable, a mainstream network, so to speak.
It was on PBS, believe it or not.
PBS. All right. Well, we know PBS which way they lean, so they're
definitely educational. They don't lie. And just so everybody knows, I verified, and it took me a long time. It was a process. I had to pause it, verify that fact, pause it. I verified every single thing in this video, and it is 100% true. There is not one lie, which is weird, you would think, coming from PBS, but there is not one lie in this video that has to do with this. And you can verify yourself. Feel free. When we play it, pause it, verify yourself. None of it's a lie. So I was shocked by that myself.
Well, yeah, PBS isn't going to come at it from a hoax standpoint. That's not what they're going to do.
No. It is from a hoax standpoint.
From PBS?
They're not calling it a hoax. Mm-hmm. What they're doing is they're showing the other side. It's like a devil's advocate kind of thing.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay. All right.
You'll
well,
see.
that's what we're
It's
doing
very
tomorrow.
well done. I mean, the production value, very well done.
And we promise until 2028, this will be the last moon show. Okay, this will be the last moon show for a while. I know
Until the
people
moon
say,
landing in 2028, the moon landing, this will be the last one tomorrow. But you're not going to want to miss it, because if you're on the fence, if you're against it, if you think the moon landing absolutely happened, you're the one that needs to watch the show tomorrow night. Because I can promise you, once you see this video, you will come away believing, knowing that we did not go to the moon.
all right, looking forward to it. We'll see what
Very
happens.
good.
We'll see what happens. We'll see if I'm converted tomorrow.
Oh, you'll be converted. You'll be perverted is what you'll do. All right, so let me show everybody real quick. Scan the QR code right here, maxassociates.etsy.com. You scan this QR code, it will take you right to the shop, and you will absolutely love it. I mean, the American products, USA Pride gifts, patriotic apparel that they have, like I said, Jay and I do not, we will not take a sponsor for something that we would not use ourselves. And we've both ordered products from this site ourselves.
Yes, sir.
Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff, Jay.
Yeah, absolutely. I've ordered, and I'll probably order a couple more things as time goes on from that
Oh,
site.
definitely. The stuff they got is excellent.
Yep.
So maxassociates.etsy.com. You can go to the website, or you can scan the QR code up there on the top right there. You can scan that QR code. But trust me, you will love that shop. Absolutely. So, Jay, we still got about 7 minutes. Let's talk about something real quick. Just quickly. I want to say the the turning of Trump on people that helped get him elected is bothering me.
No, it's not bothering me. It's about freaking time.
It's bothering me.
He's waited long enough.
What I know, Alex Jones literally bled for this man, bled for him.
Well, politics,
but the man criticizes him about. Oh, and by the way, for everybody out there, the criticisms are mainly just set on the Iran war and what happened because of the Iran war. It's not anything else. They all still have their same conservative ideals. It's just the Iran war, which none of us voted for. It's exactly the opposite of what we voted for. Now, Jay, are you for it? You're a 100% Trumper. You're going to be for whatever he does. But I'm saying it's not something we voted for. And they know that.
Hold on. That is too simple of a statement. This is not a forever war. Listen, everybody was afraid ground invasion, this and that. That hasn't happened yet. Right now, there's a quote unquote ceasefire within the 5 to 6 week period that he promised. We are not in a forever war. He has laid out very plainly what the objectives were. Now, you can agree or disagree whether or not those have been achieved.
Well, it's just something we didn't vote for, man. That's the bottom line.
But I mean, how do we? A lot of things.
It doesn't matter if it's a forever war.
Did I vote for 9/11?
No wars.
Hold on. Did I vote for 9/11 to happen? And did I vote for us to have to go to a war in Afghanistan?
That's got nothing to do with this. He campaigned on no wars.
Some things happened
He campaigned on no wars.
Some things, but he also campaigned on that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. And the point is,
that's something he said.
Things change.
He said, but it's not his campaign.
Things change. Is that allowed?
So then you basically. It's not a lie. Things just change. So if anybody lies, we can just say it changed from moment to moment.
What else has he lied about? What else has he lied about? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
I'm
it's
not
a
saying
lie.
what else. I'm talking about this specific thing. This thing is what's dividing everybody, Jay. It's why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, Alex Jones. It's why the people that were far on his side are not.
I disagree. Here's why I disagree. This isn't the only thing that they've talked about. All right, I'm going to tell you right now what they've talked about. Candace Owens, non-Iran criticism, non-Iran, right? Most vocal on the Jeffrey Epstein files, especially
that too. That is also a big issue.
Hold on, but this is what I'm talking about. So it's not just Iran. They've been going after
it's not on his policies, Jay. It's on these specific things that the DOJ. First of all, the DOJ didn't do what they were supposed to do.
Well, hold on.
These are not policies, though.
But the point you were making is it's just on Iran, but it's
not.
Well,
I forgot about the Epstein stuff, but I'm going to say that those two things, those are too huge. Aren't those the two things that mattered the most? The
First
Epstein
of all,
files,
he never campaigned on going into the Jeffrey Epstein files. That was not. He did not.
You're saying he
answered. He answered one question on Fox News, on Fox Morning, on Fox Weekend about about the Epstein files. The people that we're talking about that were more like his sons that were more hard on the Epstein files. President Trump did not make a campaign speech and talk about the Epstein files. If he did it once, it would be a lot. It wasn't a core of his campaign. So let me just go right here. Candace Owens, most vocal on Jeffrey Epstein, repeatedly claims that Trump and Bondi are shielding elites and covering it up, calls it a terminal cancer inside
She's right.
MAGA. But she's not right, because here's the thing. Pam Bondi's messaging sucked. Horrible. With the Epstein files.
The DOJ, the whole Trump administration.
Candace Owens, who's supposed to be somebody that supports the president, went all in like a leftist Democrat on it. That's the problem. Here's another one. U.S. involvement in Venezuela saw it as unnecessary foreign entanglement. That was another World War III that was going to happen, another forever war, and it lasted about 12 hours. You and I praised it repeatedly on this show, how brilliantly that was executed. And she says satanic or Zionist influence inside the White House and calling Trump a mad king or deeply unwell. That's Candace Owens, and it has nothing to do with Iran. So is the president just supposed to sit here and take it for how long from Candace Owens, from Tucker Carlson, from Megyn Kelly before he smacks back?
Are there objections? Forget about the rhetoric. Are there objections? Let's say logical. Are there objections about what went on with the Epstein files and what's going on with the Iran war? Are they plausible objections?
They're over the top, Jack.
But are they plausible?
Even if they're plausible, some of them. You can have a disagreement in policy. It's the over-the-top rhetoric, which
I understand.
Mirrors Democrat talking points, and that's where it's gone off the rails.
But see, I understand. But see, if it's plausible, if what they're bringing up is relevant, if they are relevant objections that are real objections, see, that's the thing, though. The rhetoric might not be what everybody likes, but Trump's rhetoric is just as bad towards people.
I don't want to. That's a whataboutism. I don't want to whataboutism.
No, but I'm saying this is about Trump, though. That's what this is about.
But hold on. Their rhetoric is over the top. It's insanity. That's my point. Let me just go to Megyn Kelly real quick. Has Megyn Kelly talk? We know President Trump. We know how he talks. We know how he tweets. Everybody loved mean tweets. Now all of a sudden we don't. Ready? Megyn Kelly. Trump's crude, vulgar, personal style and social media behavior in general. Quote, I'm sick of this shit. Can't he just behave like a normal human? Still occasionally references their 2015 feud. Megyn
Are
Kelly's
those valid objections? Are they valid?
Wait, all of a sudden, Megyn Kelly's offended. Megyn Kelly uses the F word about 20 times a podcast.
But are they
now
valid
she's offended by the
objections?
president's rhetoric?
Are they out of left field and
yes,
completely ridiculous?
Yes, for them, it's out of left field. For a Democrat,
are they completely ridiculous objections?
For Megyn Kelly, it is a ridiculous, out of left field, 180 flip objection. That's the point.
You're telling me it's not a valid objection?
No. For Megyn Kelly, it's not. Because Megyn Kelly's never complained about this ever, and now it's a 180 flip. We talked about this last night, the 180 flip.
If
I know
you
we're
don't complain about something, you can't ever complain about it then, right?
No. That's not what I'm saying. Mike, there's a way to object. There's a way to have a debate. These people have gone so crazy off the rails that it makes a debate with them impossible on it. Because all of a sudden, Donald Trump's the worst person in the world. He's the worst president in the world. He's an animal. He's a Zionist. He's this. Give me a break. Bring it down a few notches and let's have a discussion.
Well, the only person that's doing that, and Tucker Carlson, I don't think is saying all that much.
I have a little bit on. Let me go on Tucker real quick.
Well, his stuff is mostly about the Iran war.
Non-Iran, slow walking, insufficient release. Again, Epstein files.
Like I said, those are the two big things.
Okay, excessive alignment with Israel Netanyahu. Israel
that's
influence.
true.
When you're on God's team,
the way
no
it's
one sits on the
approached.
bench.
It's the
On
way
God's
it's
team,
approached.
I understand.
no
I understand. You don't like the rhetoric, but see, the thing is, in America, even with terrible rhetoric,
I am so
those free
excited
exchange of
to be
ideas
with
are
you
protected,
today.
And that's something
if you're
that
new to Flyover Conservatives, our slogan is wake up, speak up, and show up. And God is calling us to do that. I've got my fighting clothes on today. Got my pants. I got my shiny shoes. I got my fighting ring. I've got it all on. Got my camo shirt. All on one nation under God. Truly an honor to link arms with God and link arms with you as we are praying, interceding as God is working in this time. As you can tell, today's show is called Which Bible Stories Are Repeating? I cannot wait for you to see how these stories continue repeating themselves and where we are in the Bible. It is absolutely amazing. I want to do a shout out to the contributors of today's show. Denise Brewer, Terry Strange, Tammy Wagner, Don Leonard. Thank you. And my husband, David Whited. Thank you all so much
for the time that you put into this, the prayer, and truly each one of you, you're so prophetic in listening to the Lord. It's so much fun as I get these words in. God and I sit down on Wednesdays at 4 a.m. putting this show together. It is a blast to see how all of these puzzle pieces come together. I also want to do a shout out to the sponsor of the show, Fern Valley Soap. Now, as you guys know, Mama's Day is right around the corner. Yay! Mother's Day is Sunday, May the 10th, 2026. You want to get this in ahead of time, no doubt about it. And this is a wonderful gift for your mom. Obviously, flowers are beautiful, but they die pretty quickly. The soap, every time your mom uses it, she's going to think of you, and she's so thankful. And each one of these are absolutely beautiful, and they smell amazing. So I have some of the scents here that are in those gift baskets. When you go to fernvalleysoap.com and use the promo code FLYOVER, you get 20% off. And these gift baskets, they're from every price range that you could imagine. They are there for you as you are deciding what to get your mama for Mother's Day. But
they're already wrapped. So
I know.
For your wife, if you're like, I don't know how to wrap gifts, they're already wrapped.
They are. That's exactly right. So Plumeria, this is their newest scent. It smells absolutely amazing. It is so fresh. It's so nice. It's off after a flower. The watermelon and lavender. This is really, really nice. This was a house favorite when I did a women's conference. Everybody loved this one right here. And so if you see a gift basket with this in it, it's going to be a huge hit. Cherry bomb. I love cherries. I said last week, it smells so good, you want to eat it. It is so nice. So if you see one with this, it's a really nice thing. And then my newest favorite is the spring apricot. So this here is it's an exfoliator as well. It has really small seeds in it. And so when you use it, it has just a little bit of a scrub to it. And it is really nice, and it smells very nice. And this scent right here is great for men or women. It's just a very fresh scent. So anyway, these are really great gifts. When you go to fernvalleysoap.com, make sure you use the promo code FLYOVER for your 20% off. And you're supporting a mother and daughter that love Jesus. They love this country. They love the prophetic. They are supporters of the prophetic report. So just an amazing company that you get. Goat's milk soap. That is really great for your skin, the biggest organ on your body. So again, a win-win-win in all directions. And then also the other sponsor of the show, Patriot Mobile. When you go to patriotmobile.com/flyover, this is a company that supports the things that we support. They are freedom of speech, right to bear arms, pro-life, and pro-military and first responders. So you know that when you are paying your phone bills, whether, whatever you're currently with, Verizon, AT&T, we don't know where that money's going. But we know that when we are partnered with Patriot Mobile and we pay our phone bills, they are supporting the things that we love and we support as well. And it's very simple. They are based here in the United States. So if you make the call, 972-PATRIOT, you're going to be either talking to somebody in Texas or California. It's very simple. They use the same towers as they would use if you're Verizon or AT&T. So it's the same towers, so you're getting the same service, but you're dealing with a company that is based here in the United States, and they speak the same language that you speak, so it makes it very easy. And when you call, it's very simple to make that switch. Here's the cool thing. For Flyover listeners, they are giving you your very first month for free. So when you go to patriotmobile.com/flyover, or you call 972-PATRIOT, just let them know you're with Flyover, they will give you your very first month for free. All right. So I also want to make sure everybody knows that today at 3 p.m., Ginger Ziegler is going to be live teaching us how to do prophetic intercession, going through what we're doing here on the prophetic report. We're going to also be praying with her on how to obviously make these things come to fruition, if these are the things that God's saying that we're in agreement with, or if it's something that God's warning us of, we can ask God, how do we stop, change, or alter, and asking God to put those words in our mouths. And I am learning so much from Ginger. You can find her by going to Rumble or YouTube, Ginger Ziegler, Ziegler, or go to gingerziegler.com. You can also find her by going to reposts on the Rumble channel of Flyover Conservatives, and it'll take you directly to her channel. Just make sure you subscribe and like while you are there. All right, so what are the prophets saying? We're going to start with Carolyn Dennis. This is a tough word. Just so you know, this is really tough. It is hard to hear on some of it. So I just want to give you a warning in advance. And Carolyn is not feeling very well. You're going to notice that as well. But there's 3 major events that are coming that are important that we are aware of. This came out on April the 7th, 2026. Check this out.
It's called Three Major Events Are Coming. The Father gave this to me last evening in the early evening. I had an empty house, and I thought I'm going to go sit with the Father and just talk with him for a little while. And he poured this out to me during that time with him. These are his words. You should stop looking at what people say and do all of the time in reference to what I say I am going to do. Focus on the promise and not on them. Focus on I am the great I am, the great promise keeper and the restorer of the breach. No man sets my dates and times. There are those with the mindset to figure out the times, but you, my in crowd, need to focus on me and my Son and know that everything will happen on time and at the precise times. There are three, yes, three, separate but connected events coming to my world, to a theater near you. You will not miss any of these. You do not need to stockpile, and you do not need to fret or fear. These events will change the trajectory of the path that my world is on today, and life will never, yes, never, be the same for you and your house. These events are all to glorify my Son's kingdom, to save my world, and to redeem my lost children. There are so many lost and wandering children today. People hurting by being let down, put down, and any divisive tactic that the enemy could use to break them. I'm coming for my lost, my broken, my hurting, and my little ones. Oh, my little ones. It grieves me as to what fellow human beings have done to my little ones. But there is nothing new under the sun, and they are not doing anything that men of old have not done. They have sacrificed so many little ones through abortion and through organized, planned human sacrifice. It is sick, and it is demented what they have done to my little ones. My beautiful creation, babies and children, stolen from families, groomed for the pleasure of evil men and women, sacrificed to increase in the evil kingdom of darkness. I am coming for these little ones. I am coming for the little ones who have been forgotten, lost, not to be found, used, abused, and then thrown away like an old, worn-out rag. The ones who fight receive the worst. Oh, my little ones, you do not want me to share more. It is as it is truly more demonic and horrific than you can ask or think. Yes, I am coming, and I am moving on their behalf. You say, why have you not moved already? Child, you must trust me, as my ways are not your ways. And I truly know the precise best timing, and I am carrying all of this on my heart as well. It is hard for me too. So my mission has many facets that will be completely accomplished. I will rid this world of the evil Nephilim spirit that is wreaking most of the havoc and is truly at this time the force behind the little ones' suffering, torment, torture, and death. Pray again for the little ones. Pray when the Amber Alerts blow up your phone. Most of these are not random, but calculated plans to kidnap a young person and rob them of their life, their mental health, their mind, and their body. So many of my little ones will need homes and families. Step up if you feel called. Make room at your table and in your home. My son Jesus loves children, and he always welcomed the children. Be like my son. His ministry always included the children, and he taught you to be childlike in your faith and your walk with him. Love like my son. So, I told you, and I have said before, there are three major events coming. The great and the terrible day, my glory filling the earth, and the great wealth, health transfer. All of these events will lead to the multi-billion soul harvest. This harvest of souls is going to change so much in my world. People are going to be hungry to meet my son, to learn of my son, and to be like my son. In crowd, you are commissioned and appointed to shepherd the new believers, to lead the sheep to the shepherd, and to lead and guide them to change their ways and to go and sin no more. But this is not an suddenly event of people being one way and instantly changed. Things take time, and people often take time or need time. People often need time. So work with people and do not bombard them or overload them with too many sermons, Bible studies, and thou shalt nots. Work with people gently, with peace and ease, and invite the precious Holy Spirit in to lead and guide you. And let him develop and train and move. You will be amazed at the work that he does in people's lives. So be ready. Be ready. Be ready. The clock is ticking, and soon we will be to soul-winning days. It will be glorious. I love you, Adonai. Woo!
All right, so I wanted to highlight these three major events because they're going to be talked about in the show today. The Great and Terrible Day, talking about the removal of people in positions, whether it be from the earth or, and she talks about Nephilim. Second is My Glory falling on the earth. And then the third is the Great Wealth Health Transfer. I also want to highlight, so be ready, be ready, be ready. The clock is ticking, and soon we will be the soul winning be to soul winning days. It will be glorious. We're going to be talking more about that, actually, the last word of today's show. But let's now go to Julie Green. Julie received this word on March the 29th, 2026. She delivered it on April the 6th, 2026, and it's called A Great Shaking is Coming to the Body of Christ. Check this out.
And it's called A Great Shaking is Coming to the Body of Christ. My children, I have continued to tell you that things are not how they appear to be. This is a time to pray for my discernment, because disinformation is flooding the earth. Great lies and great deception are sweeping across the nations and through the airwaves. So much of the mainstream media and social media platforms are there to deceive, to distract, and to destroy you. The deep state has been paying very well-known journalists and podcasters to bring confusion, deception, and distractions like never before. Do you see how some have drastically changed their tune and are speaking to the MAGA movement and trying to greatly divide? And they are not doing this on their own. The deep state gives these people scripts, just like they have done to the TV journalists on mainstream media. The CIA and the deep state have worked very closely on how to easily manipulate the masses. Their target has been MAGA movement for quite some time, because this movement is threatening the establishment. When my David said they were really after you, he was just standing in their way. That's exactly what has been happening. The intelligence community has been studying the algorithms of people all over every platform. They know how easily it can be to change people's minds and to brainwash them. But what they are realizing is my remnant, they can't get to like they used to. Because you have been renewing your minds, that will not move you away from the truth. That is why they have used false prophets, false teachers, pastors, evangelists, and apostles. They have deeply embedded themselves in the body of Christ to try to deceive you away from the truth of my word. I will expose each person the deep state has used against you. Those who have not been called by me, my children, many leaders in the body of Christ, must be exposed and removed. I have used many prophets in this time to spread the truth and to show you, my children, what is really going on. Your enemies assigned false prophets onto the scene to turn you away from my word and to bring confusion and fear. I am moving my hand across this land and across social media platforms to expose the ones who are false. The ones who are causing a great division in the body of Christ, those who say their duty is to call out ministries and pastors and prophets, are lying to you. It is my job to judge and to reveal the truth. Those who are dividing are being used by your adversary to destroy the church from within, so it's separate from the head, which is me. I repeatedly told you there's a political reset. There needs to be a reset in my church to evict the ones working with your adversary, bringing in religious man-made doctrines and traditions, along with confusion and watering down my words, so there is no understanding of the power and authority that it gives to you. They have gone against those that I have called to preach the prosperity message and call them deceivers and false prophets and pastors. When I have said in my word, I cause you to prosper, that I will provide every need, that wealth of the sinners laid up for the just, they call it blasphemy. when that is my will for you, and it is my will. The devil doesn't want my body to have the wealth in this world because there will be less obstacles to get the good news to the whole earth. These religious leaders say there is no healing. There are no miracles anymore. That is also a lie. Because I have said I am the same yesterday, today, and forever. Your enemies have infiltrated the churches to such a degree that many believers believe a lie over my word, which is truth. For those who have turned the body of Christ against the leaders and my prophets I have called, they will fall. Their ministries will fail and collapse. Their channels will be shut down. Some have already seen people turning against them, and their money isn't flowing in like it used to, because they are no longer protected behind their lies. For I, the Lord, will judge my church. I will make sure those who reveal, or those who are real, will be vindicated, and those who have lied will pay a high price for their actions. If they don't repent, and if they don't tell the truth publicly, that they were wrong. My children, more will be exposed in the body of Christ in this time. Some will shock you because you are following them and didn't know who they truly were. Those are wearing masks of deception, it will be removed. And the ones next to my David, again, your days are ending for those whose hearts are hardened and no longer listen to my directions, but are there for self-gain. The faith leaders next to my David will shake. Well-known pastors will be removed in disgrace. My chosen who I have called into leadership positions will no longer be kept from those places because the time of great change is here. I am tearing apart the mainstream media and their news networks against me. I am removing politicians and leaders of churches. My children, remember to listen to my words. Have great discernment, which you will receive by spending more time with me. Great shakings are coming to everything that needs to be shaken for your freedoms, says the Lord of hosts.
Okay, I wanted to highlight, because we're going to come back to this, but I have said in my word, I cause you to prosper, that I will provide every need, that the wealth of the sinners is laid up for the just. So obviously we heard that from Carolyn. We're going to also hear that from Donna Rigney as well. So I wanted to highlight that. I also want to highlight those who have not been called by me, my children, many leaders in the body of Christ must be exposed and removed. I repeatedly told you there's a political reset, but there needs to be a reset in my church to evict the ones working with your adversary, bringing in religious man-made doctrines and traditions, along with confusions in watering down my words, so there's no understanding of the power and authority that he gives to you. I want to now take you to a reel that I found from Wanda Alger, and it's called "He's Taking a Knife to the Church." Check this out.
And it's been good. It has been good to reassess. It has been good to take a knife. Okay, let the word of God separate soul and spirit, separate out those things that I thought were good because there was fruit. And now I'm realizing, well, wait a minute. I think we need to fine tune this a little bit more. We need to change this practice or this protocol, this presumption, this way that we've been doing things. This is good for us. It is painful, but it is necessary. I mean, there again, those of you who have followed me, there was another word the Lord gave me years ago based on a prophetic dream. He literally told me he's going to take a knife to the church. It was a very sharp word. And I knew he was like, this is not going to feel good. It's going to be painful, but it is going to be a knife that has to happen to separate out this stuff that is of the flesh. Okay. Because he is still calling us as a people to be holy.
Okay, so I want to take you back to the beginning of Julie's word from the Lord. She said, "My children, I have continued to tell you that things are not how they appear to be. This is a time to pray for my discernment, because disinformation is flooding the earth. Great lies and great deceptions are sweeping across the nations and through the airwaves. I'm going to take you into Robin Bullock. This is from the 11th hour on April the 7th, 2026. But this is in the word that he's delivering from the Lord. In these times and in these days that we are in, there must be the mysteries revealed to us, and we must be ready to receive them. If we do not receive them, there is coming a deception in this earth that you and I, that people will not be able to deal with. Check this out.
For the wind and the rain, the breath of life, the wind, the rain is blowing in the earth again. The breath that God raised Adam from the dead. From the dead, yes, the dirt, where his spirit was not yet. And he raised him up from the dust with his breath and walked with him in the breath. And then the wind, the ruach of the Holy Ghost. Yes, the breath, the life, the wind, and the rain. The rain, the rain, the former and the latter rain. The former and the latter rain. Yeah. The breath of life, the wind and the rain. The breath of life, the wind and the rain. The breath of life, the wind and the rain. Blow it again. The breath of God, the life of God, the wind of the Holy Ghost, and the latter rain. Breath of God, the life of God, the wind of the Holy Ghost, the latter rain. The breath, the life, the wind and the rain. The breath, the life, the wind and the rain. The breath, the life, the wind and the rain is blowing again. Get in the breath. Get in the breath of God, the breath of lives. Get in the breath of lives, the breath and the life. Get in the wind, the ruach, the Holy Ghost, blowing in the upper room again. Get in the former and the latter rain, for these things are happening in the earth again. The breath, the life, the wind and the rain, it's blowing again. And boldness, boldness, boldness will come on the church in these last days. Boldness will come on the church in these last days. Boldness will come on the church in these last days. In the time of the breath of life, the wind and the rain. You can't go back to where you were. You must go to where you're called to be. You can't go back to where you were, for it don't fit the melody. Destiny is a tune that calls you from your future. Destiny is a tune that can't be sung from your past. Destiny is a tune that calls you from your future. Destiny is a tune that can't call you from your past. You walk in the breath, the life, the wind and the rain. You walk in the breath, the life, the wind and the rain.
Ai bronde ga bedeste. Stendo fahati sibre. Akati betusa. Modo brebre bagay jid is dindra plaki bredera. Ai te metti di brete si. Sempre ga he bahati te. What to fra pra moda ha hi ho brocha ela in an bronde di breste. Marade di sibre. Metu fra he broto so jmerade bre vero di sidra.
For I'm carving out a new environment, says the Lord. I'm carving out a new environment. a new environment that won't include anti-Semitism. I am carving out a new environment that people will want to partake of the blessing of Abraham, the blessing of Jacob. They're going to want to partake of the blessing of Israel. They're going to want to partake of this, says the Lord. The blessing of Jacob, the blessing of Israel, the blessing of Abraham. They're going to want to partake of it. So I'm carving out an environment that does not include the Khomeini. It does not include Khomeini. It does not include Ayatollahs. It does not include these people. For the people of Persia will embrace the time of Esther, and Esther will show again in the earth as Mordecai tells the rules and Mordecai seals the documents. For this is coming in the near future, says the Lord, as I carve out a new environment. How am I doing it? How am I doing it? How am I doing it? Whoa, the breath, the life, the wind, the rain, the breath, the life, the wind, the rain, the breath, the life, the wind, the rain, the breath, the life, the wind, the rain.
Do we really have any idea as to what happened when David slayed Goliath? It was impossible odds. If you had been playing by the numbers, there was no way for David to win. The whole of the army was cowed down. One giant had laid siege to an entire nation. It came down to one man, one young man, who laid siege against them. Goliath was being humiliated, and he was afraid. The boy's faith unnerved and unsettled him. When David unleashed that stone, it flew so fast, so straight, that it carved a path through history that you can still see in the IDF today. This is why they fight with no fear. The image of that battle is still in their thinking, until their weapons are named things like David's sling. And you can tell they still know that path today. You can hear it in Benjamin Netanyahu's voice when he said, "If we have no munitions, we will fight with our fingernails." To overcome Israel, you would have to erase that stone from history, and that cannot be done. Let it be known that Israel is forever. God bless the Jewish people. In these times and in these days that we're in, there must be the mysteries revealed to us, and we must be ready to receive them. If we do not receive them, there is coming a deception into the earth that you and I, that people will not be able to deal with. Yes. When God raised Adam up, this what I'm reading now was given to me on the 4th of April. When God raised Adam up out of the dust, he breathed into his nostrils the breath of lives. And man became a living soul, with his soul knit together with God's soul. One did not have a thought that did not include the other. Man's spirit was alive, and his soul was knit with God. God longs for your soul to be knit with him again. When you were born again, it is now possible to you to have your soul knit with his soul. To think with God and talk with God, walk with God. To think with him, to anticipate his thoughts. It is in the place of the knit soul. And in these times, God is looking to reveal mysteries to us in order that our souls become knit with him. We must get to the place in these last days that we walk with him. We talk with him in the wind, the breath, the life. We have to walk with him. We have to be able to anticipate his thoughts. We have to be able to look for his thoughts. We have to be able to hear what he says and what he thinks. He's preparing a great victory for us. But when big revelation begins to come to us, and big revelations and mysteries start to be revealed to us, Satan is standing with bated breath to find out what they are. He wants to know what they are. You and I should be hearing the voice of God, and it is possible until we just smile when God says something. And we find ourselves listening to him like we would the closest friend we could have to talk to. We have to find ourselves where we recognize his voice when he speaks from the future. We have to be able to recognize him, and anything he says, we're all automatically turning and saying, yes, Lord, yes. This is all a part of this thing. And this is where you and I came from, is that kind of power, that kind of spirit, and that kind of life. Hallelujah. Praise God.
We're going to be hearing more about that victory, which is really exciting. That's very deep from Veronica West. She's a very powerful word that I'm going to be sharing later on. First, though, I want to go back to what the Lord said through Robin in get in the breath of God, the breath of lives, get in the wind, the breath of the Holy Ghost blowing in the upper room again. Get in the former and the latter rain, for these things are happening in the earth again. That's going to lead us right into Donna Rigney. Donna Rigney was on Elijah Streams on April the 7th, 2026, and she said, fresh fire will fall as my children gather together as one. The same fire that fell at Pentecost will fall as you worship. Good days are coming, God days. Check this out.
He said, this is the hour I'm coming to the earth to take the earth back. Sevenfold it will be returned to me. Okay? Because the thief has stolen the earth from God. And God's word says, when the thief is found out, he's got to give back 7 times what he stole. God's saying, he stole the earth from me. He's going to give me back 7-fold what he stole. That's
and you
beautiful.
believe he means like souls by that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, absolutely. Souls. And what else? Peace, joy, health, prosperity. All right? An abundance, an avalanche of good things are going to be poured out. Salvations,
Yes.
People getting their destinies, their callings. So God's saying, I'm getting back 7-fold.
Amen.
I'm like, oh, that is so cool. He said, my fire will fall. I will baptize the world in my fire. What happened on Mount Carmel is a pattern of what I will be doing very soon all over the earth. And we know what happened on Mount Carmel. Elijah said he assembled all the people. And here's the prophets of Baal there. And he told them, the God that answers by fire, for them to offer a sacrifice, the God that answered by fire was the true God. And so now they cut up their bull and they scream and holler and chant and did everything, and no fire fell. And so Elijah gets his bull, puts it on the altar, puts water all over it, and he said, God, show him who you are. Show him you are the true God, and answer by fire, and fire fell. And God's saying, it's the fire of my approval. When somebody lays a sacrifice down before me with pure heart, pure hands, okay, my fire will fall on that sacrifice. And that's the fire of my approval. After that, they took all the prophets of Baal. Elijah commanded them, and they slaughtered all the false prophets. So God's saying, this is what's coming in this hour. You are going to see the fire of my approval fall on the sacrifices my children have laid upon the altar. And this is what we're going to see with Donald Trump. He's laid a huge sacrifice on the altar for God. He's saying, God called me to make America great again. This is the call on my life. This is why I'm doing this. All right, this is a sacrifice he's laying. God says, the fire of my approval is going to fall on that sacrifice, and the sacrifice of all my people that have been praying, that have been standing in the gap. He said, my fire is going to fall, the fire of revival.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
oh. Yeah, this is what's coming. Oh. He said, I see the sacrifices my priests and true prophets have laid on my altar, and I do approve. The false prophets will be exposed for the frauds that they are, and they will be removed. We've heard the false prophets on the news different politicians, different ones, they're proclaiming what's going to happen and what they're going to do. And it's wickedness. And God's saying they're going to be exposed and taken out. He said, all will turn and worship me, and all false gods will be dethroned. Okay? Just like the prophets were the prophets of Baal were on Mount Carmel. He said, the world will be mine again.
Did the people on Mount Carmel, I can't remember from the story, when the false prophets were, did the people turn and follow God? Because he said either follow, they did.
Yeah,
So they
did.
turned and
When they saw the fire fall, before the false prophets were slain, when they saw the fire fall, they started chanting and yelling, the Lord, he is God.
Yes.
All right?
Okay.
Because it was, the people were starting to worship Baal. And so Elijah did this whole thing to show them who's the true God.
Yeah.
Who answered by fire. And so the people did worship him. Okay. He said, the world will be mine again. This is what God is saying. I made this. This is my world. I'm coming to take it back. It's been given over to Satan. The thief came and stole it because my people gave him the authority with their sins. He said, I'm coming to take the world back. This will be done by the outpouring of my Holy Spirit on the sacrifices you laid on the altar. All the sacrifices, so many people have been praying, have been fasting, have been giving. God's told us to give, do whatever God's. The sacrifice of obedience is the greatest sacrifice God wants. It's just because God tells us to do something, because we love him and we do it. He sees that as a sacrifice. And he says, all those sacrifices that my children have laid on the altar, the fire's going to fall and you're going to see me show up. Okay. Just like Elijah saw victory and revival, so too will my prophets. To do what we ask you to do, in spite of being fearful, makes the fragrance of your loving sacrifice even sweeter to us. Sometimes God asks us to do things, to share with people, or to, get on social media and speak the truth or defend somebody. You're a little bit fearful. God says, even you do it in spite of the fear. He said, that makes the sacrifice even sweeter to me because we do it. He said, hatred will not influence my children when I pour my spirit out, okay? When I pour my glory out. In the last days, I'll pour my spirit out on all flesh. It's in scripture. We're not just pie in the sky thinking this is going to happen. God said he's going to do it. So he says, when I do this, hatred will not influence my children. Love will. Goodness and kindness will explode all over this world. Charity will be given freely with no holds barred.
So the Lord's been talking to you about his fire falling and coming, and he's going to show forth himself strong for those who believe in him and have walked with him. And so would you continue on and share the word from March 14th, 2026?
Fresh fire will fall as my children gather together as one. He wants us in unity with one another when we gather together at church or in home groups, meetings, okay? He said the same fire, because they were as one. 120 were as one in the upper room, okay? The fire fell on them, Pentecost. He said the same fire that fell at Pentecost will fall as you worship. What's key? Unity and worship, okay? Consecrated vessels draw me to them. Your God is truly a consuming fire. Oh, he continued to encourage me with these words. He said, good days are coming, God days.
That's way better than good days.
I know. Days filled with the glory of your God. That's what's coming, okay? He said, you will be so immersed in our glory that all else will diminish and appear to disappear. They will be insignificant. We're going to be so overcome with the glory of God, the goodness of God, that all the chatter and all the nonsense that's going on around us, it's going to be like it disappeared. Because
beautiful.
Just gonna be so filled with his love and his goodness and his blessings. All right. So that's what's coming. He said, that is what my glory does. It overshadows everything about it, so that all that is seen and felt is my great goodness, my glory. He said, continue to seek my glory above all else. That's what he wants us to do. Seek his glory. Get in his presence. Say, Lord, please pour your glory out on me. Pour his glory is his tangible presence. All right. It's his goodness. All right. And he said, continue to seek my glory above all else, and you will have my glory constantly. Yes, that is why I tell you that ever increasing glory will be your portion. My glory won't diminish or disappear once it is poured out. All who are overshadowed by my glory will only want more of my glory. Nothing else will be hungered for or sought after, just my glory. He said, as each one yearns for more of my presence, I will fulfill my promise to satisfy the hungry and give them even more of my glory. And I was in prayer this morning, and the Lord brought me in the spirit to the Garden of Glory. Now, he brings me there frequently, and I sit on a garden swing in the Garden of Glory is in heaven, and it's a special reward for people that have sought the glory when they were on the earth. They get to visit this garden, this beautiful mountain of glory. Then the garden's on that. And it's only for people that have sought his glory here on the earth. It's a special reward. So everything in this garden is growing in the glory. So the plants are enormous, big, huge leaves, beautiful fruit. It's just beautiful there. They have a beach for the children. It's a lot there. It's wonderful. So I'm sitting there this morning between the Father and Jesus talking to them. And I look and I'm like, oh my goodness, the beautiful trees and plants that I see all the time when I'm there, they were completely covered in diamonds. You know, like when you have an ice storm and rains and the rain freezes on all the trees, the leaves.
Oh,
yes. They're coated with ice.
Yes.
It was like that, but it was diamonds.
Wow, Donna.
Everything was coated. He said, this is my overshadowing presence. This is my glory. He said, I told you, ever increasing glory is coming. He said, I'm showing you what's coming. This is what's coming. His glory we've got his glory now, but he said it's going to increase and increase so that it's thick like diamonds, liquid diamonds covering everything. So when you're feeling that and you're in worship, you're feeling his love. Oh, just rejoice in it, relish and say, give me more of your glory. I'm not satisfied with this. I want more, because it's ever increasing glory. And he's saying, as you hunger and thirst for more of me, I will satisfy that hunger. When I go around every single service and I release the glory on every single person, okay? It's just so, some people are so hungry for the glory that when I go to release the glory on, I almost get knocked over because the glory of God comes so strong. To feel that, and I see like this big gaping hole in the inside them, like, I'm so hungry, I want more of your glory. And I'm like, I must get knocked over. It's powerful. So God promises to satisfy the hungry. The hungrier we are for his presence, for his glory, for his love. He says, I promise you, if you want a little tiny hunger, I'll satisfy that little tiny hunger. But if you have an enormous ocean of hunger, I promise I'll satisfy that. And I feel the difference when I go pray over people. The really hungry people, oh my goodness. And people get healed without anybody praying for them for healing. God just heals wounds in people's hearts, things that nobody knows or sees. God sees and knows, and he heals them. And different people have a lot of testimonies of wonderful healings they've experienced, and a lot of financial blessings have been happening lately. Just amazing things.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
No, a lot. It's like
that's so wonderful.
I have testimony time, and so people raise their hands, and we give them the microphone. And there's been so many testimonies of people getting checks that they didn't expect to just come in the mail. Not little checks, big, and pay raises, different, so many. So I feel faith is rising in people saying, I want that too.
Yeah. Yes.
Father, in the name of Jesus, I release your glory right now to your people. I release those financial blessings right now to every single one that needs finances. I release those blessings now. I release checks to come. I release pay raises. I release finances to fall from heaven upon them where they were completely unexpected. In the name of Jesus, amen.
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 We receive it.
Yes. On March 31st, then, the Father said this to me. He said, don't fear what the future holds. He's telling us, don't be afraid of what the future holds. My true children are truly held in the palm of my hand, and I have only good planned for them. So he's saying, no matter what the news media outlets are saying, no matter what different prognosticators of the future are saying, the future's good for my children.
Amen.
Okay? This world will see a great upheaval. Evil and those who promote it and follow the evil one will be eliminated and kept from influencing the masses. Instead, I will pour my glory on the world. He said, that's what's coming. I'm going to pour my glory. I'm going to pour my goodness. I'm going to pour my love out on the world. All right. And my goodness will overtake this world. Imagine if the whole world is good. That's what
Oh
God's
my
plan
gosh.
is. I
That's
know.
it. That's was his desire in the beginning.
And he's God. He's saying, I'm coming to take the world back. And this is how I'm going to do it. I'm pouring my glory out. I'm pouring my spirit out. I'm going to cause my goodness to cover the earth. He said, I will influence the mass. I will influence the masses to follow me and embrace my ways while rejecting wickedness.
Now, Donna, do you believe that every person on earth will accept Christ, or there will be people who will still reject and say, no, I'm not following him. I want to, follow whatever. If they're Islamic or if they're, do you believe everyone will turn, or will there be some people who just they won't receive Jesus?
Yeah, I think there'll be some that won't. Look at when Jesus was on the earth.
Yeah.
Many, many, many followed him. Multitudes followed him. But you saw the Pharisees and Sadducees, the religious leaders, those that would lose something as a result of following Jesus, lose popularity, fame, finances, whatever.
Yeah.
They didn't. And so I think that it's probably going to be similar to that, but the vast majority will. All right.
Yeah.
Masses will. That's what God's saying. The masses. He's coming for the masses. So, let's let our faith arise that the masses will. And he's saying, pray for those who persecute you. Pray for the wicked. Pray that they do repent, that they do turn from wickedness, and they do run into my arms.
Amen.
Because they will become co-laborers with you. So
Yes.
God's heart is that everybody is saved, So let's just get in there with the Holy Spirit and pray for everyone, that no one will miss out. We're praying for revival to break out amongst the Hindus, the Islamics, everyone that's worshiping false gods, that revival breaks out and they're set free and they're set on fire for God.
Man, that is so good. Something I just really wanted to highlight there is Dave and I have had many conversations with historians. We've had many conversations with people that, really study this on a daily basis. Where are leaders in our country? Where are, people of major influence? Let's say an Elon Musk, for example. He's doing some good things and then he's doing some other things. You're like, oh, that's so questionable. And one of the things that God put on my heart is this whole Saul to Paul. You see Saul in the Bible where, he's holding the jacket while they're stoning Stephen, and you see he was persecuting the Christians, but he had an encounter with God and everything changed. And you look at when Elon Musk, bought Twitter and what he was actually dealing in with his own life, with his own child, a dead name where, the whole transgender movement and what it did to his family. And he's like, nope, I am not standing with this. This is not right. And getting back free speech, so who knows, what God can do. So continuing to pray for these people and seeing it, people that have great wealth. What if there was a transformation in their life? God became the center of their life. They knew Jesus Christ as their personal Lord and Savior. What can they do? Yeah, we're seeing a transference of wealth from the wicked to the righteous. But what if the people that hold the money right now became righteous people? What does that actually look like? So continuing to pray, because it's impossible to pray and for something not to happen, and just knowing that God is at work. So pray. I think that is so, so important. I want to highlight a few things there that Donna was saying. The false prophets will be exposed for the frauds they are, and they will be removed. We heard that from Julie Green, just another confirmation of that. Health, prosperity, this wealth transfer, checks in the mail. Did you receive it? I did. Yes, yes, yes. Bills paid off in full in Jesus' name. We are receiving that. We heard that from Carolyn Dennis, obviously, earlier. Increasing glory. We heard that from Carolyn Dennis earlier as well. So just another confirmation. And then, as you could tell, this was called today, which Bible stories are repeating? Well, she talked about, my fire will fall. I will baptize the world in my fire. What happened on Mount Carmel is a pattern of what I will be doing very soon over the earth. Now we're going to blow our shofars together. If you have a shofar, grab it. We're going to blow this together. We see this as a spiritual weapon. If you look in the Bible, you see the Israelites going around the walls of Jericho. They blew their shofars, they yelled, and the walls came tumbling down. I believe that as we are blowing our shofars, the angels are going in, they're shredding the platform of the enemy, and we're going to use those platforms as ramps to go in and take our victory. On the count of 3, we're going to blow our shofars together, yell, and send out the angels to make toasts of our enemy. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Woo! Go host, make toast. Thank you so much for joining me today. I bless you. I bless you to realize you were born for such a time as this. I bless you to realize your future is brighter than your past. And I bless you to wake up, speak up, and show up. Thanks again for joining me today. Don't forget to jump on with Ginger Ziegler at 3 p.m. and we'll see you back here next week. We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.